We are cleared for landing as we get set to qualify the next couple teams for the North American Strikers League Season 5. My name is K-Bot, back on the mics for the first time in about a month and a half or so. And of course, joined by our tried and true broadcast producer, caster extraordinaire over here, Saya. Saya, how you doing? Obviously, you got to watch a decent chunk of the games yesterday, and it looks like folks are pretty hyped for landing today with just how close we expect things are going to be.
Yeah, every single liftoff, landing, launch pad, all of that stuff is the closest one ever, and this one is no exception. It is closer than ever. And EKC, interesting first round choice. They picked Modern Magic, a team that I think people really did not expect to be picked first. But if EKC is performing like they should, like that 7th place NASL team, then they should be able to take this one. But if Modern Magic have a magical day, they could be the ones advancing to the qualifier game.
7th place NASL team. How about the 2nd place NASL team? That's the roster I want to see today, and the roster that'll certainly clear through things. But of course, Modern Magic, a couple of folks that have been on the come up, forgot, no stranger to this exact position, of course, being able to qualify for the league once from here. But also Carmine coming in from NASL roster, and Ron P, I think everyone is incredibly familiar with overall. So this is a roster that, you know, obviously is names that you're like, okay, this feels weird when you look at it, but there's certainly enough individual talent across the board here. The question becomes whether or not this team can coalesce around one another. Saya, what do you think what Modern Magic wants to do in terms of their general gameplay here?
So, looking at this draft, the first thing that comes to my eye is that last pick, Juliet, that was led through by Modern Magic. And that is scary, because NXED, when no one else believed in the Juliet, when everyone thought she was done, NXED was dash punching people off the map and turning games around and adrenaline rushing to EKC wins. So on Night Market, a game where Juliet will be thriving quite a bit on this map, I am a little scared for Modern Magic. Of course, they do pick up some comfort picks. They do pick up that Rasmus for Carmine, and Carmine was dominant with the pick every time he was allowed to get it. It was incredibly good. And of course, Carmine coming off an incredible NASA season as well, taking first place with Chikara chatting and soaring to even further heights here. It's hard not to believe in Modern Magic, but letting through the Juliet and also some other very solid picks that we've seen EKC on tons of times, like the Aimee and the Estelle, Soren's going to be blinking across the map, causing all kinds of mayhem. Remember that To the Stars run by SEKC? That was a lot of that was off the back of Soren's Aimee. So if I had to favor a team off this draft, I think I am leaning towards EKC here.
You know, the other thing too about this draft, relatively recent patch buffed Estelle's damage, right? I don't imagine that's a terrible thing when you're EKC, a team that constantly wants to be the team that's playing the damage game. Even if you're pairing it with the Juliet here for NXCD, he's still going to have the opportunity. In fact, he might even get more consistent KOs because now all of a sudden you've got both an Aimee and an Estelle that's able to find that extra damage on the rest of the map. Of course, we'll see what happens on the other side. Ron P, I feel like this is definitely goalie Jakar, right, for Ron P. So he'll have the opportunity to show off those strike shot skills that a lot of us know him for. And we're about to get into things here. For this first game, of course, worth noting, Spark of Focus and that Explosive Entrance are our starter awakenings, and so a lot of that helped shape this first draft. But of course, with a Spark starter awakening, Saya, it's going to be a rush to be the mayor.
Yeah, I expect a lot of Spark takes. If not everybody, almost everybody is going to be looking at that Spark of Focus because that is game warping. Like you mentioned, the rush for mayor, so many options, especially the Spark of Resilience, 450 stagger. Already a very strong survivability awakening on its own, but when combined with some of those other sparks becomes quite overwhelming, especially when you consider the damage on EKC's side. So something that they have to be aware of in Taken Away, and Modern Magic has to be very aware of in Taken. But we're getting right started. This is the first game of Landing.
First game of Landing and 5 Spark of Focus, only 1 on that Explosive Entrance. Of course, that's Soren for this Aimee, which wants to play incredibly active in general. And we'll see, how active he's able to be, especially as things go forward in this game. Because that's going to be a decent, difference maker here, especially with the Jakar on the other side. Can you apply that pressure to the enemy goal box sufficiently, or is this Jakar just going to be able to send the core away at the midfield line?
Yeah, but Carmine is already showing why you don't let this guy get Rasmus. That was some incredible scoring plays, and the pressure immediately from Modern Magic is looking extremely solid.
Able to put the first goal in here, of course, but I imagine things are not quite online yet for EKC. You see, of course, this Estelle Aimee combination. We'll see whether or not it'll be able to scale, but of course, if they can keep the pressure up right now, they'll be playing quite well. Worth noting that, of course, Forgot in this midfield switched over to midfield last season from the goalie slot and seemed to be enjoying it a little more. That one, a little unfortunate as Katsuda looks for the angle off the split barrier to no avail. But switching over to this midfield slot, opting for someone else to come into this goalie slot that can maybe benefit the team's playstyle more, and now has that much extra experience, though is going to get taken out by the dash punch burst combination from NXCD's Juliet. Soren looking for the bottom side, Rose warp in from Kitsuna. Able to find a goal barrier and make open goal gates on one side, but even still, very slow point here for the second goal.
Yeah, good reactions by Kitsuna on the defense. Has not really played too much in the realm of competitive, or just in general, has not been the most active player, but the reflexes are still very much there. And with the Crystal Thorns, with the piercing shot, with Soren having to flip to the top. What a brilliant goal by Soren, and that's why you take the Explosive Entrance, and that's why you should consider taking away the Aimee against this team.
Which, by the way, he was there for a little while, and the eject button was still up. So he was able to get out of that if he needed to, for whatever reason. But even still, stuck around, used that energy burst in the offensive manner, and Not quite something that Modern Magic expected, although with the goal gates open, perhaps it was only a matter of time. Speaking of which, goal gates open now very quickly for Modern Magic. Looking to get this up to Carmine, but NXED finds the punish on Forgot once again. Doesn't matter. Beautiful death touch from Carmine.
At the perfect moment, too. That was about to be a massive power play. They took out Forgot, who had full meter, a full bar of energy. And Carmine just completely saves Modern Magic in this set. That was a point that they should have lost.
Even still, if they can find that early pressure before a damage snowball or something gets rolling, or before NXCD finds a pick on the side, that'll be crucial for this Modern Magic team as they look to advance. Of course, worth noting that we are playing double elimination today, for those of you that might not be aware. You lose twice, you're out. You win twice, you're in. And you're in a group of 4. So these two teams do have potential to see one another again later on in the tournament, depending on how things might shake out. There's always something to consider, but a beautiful series of combinations on those KOs from NXCD. He does not want to leave things up to chance, leave things up to a third game today, and he'll put things away here. We're tied in the first set.
Yeah, 2 goals for EKC, 2 flips by Soren on the enemy half of the field. And that's exactly what the EKC game plan is, really. That additional pressure from Soren, but watch out, it's Carmine coming in. You always have to be aware of that forward, of that Rasmus. So much speed to be careful of, and if there's one thing that we learned yesterday, it's that speed is still king, and that the control over the map is so important, the agency as well, especially when NXCD is not dominating with KOs on the Juliet.
I don't think there's been a moment in Omega Strikers history where speed has ever been weak, as it might turn out. Certainly something that everyone in the lobby will be looking for in the next one. Perhaps Spark will come up in this first draft. Want that advantage early. Kitsuna will use Burst to get it away on the defensive side. Soren tries flipping forward, but won't be able to make an offensive play. Now NXZD is close to Burst. We've seen him use it for KOs before to open up power play opportunities, and he'll be close here in just a moment. After even one or two more redirects or something of the sort. He'll be right there. There it is. Doesn't quite find it there onto Carmine, but Soren is able to zone the Rasmus of Modern Magic away. Kitsuna now top side. Molten Bolt from Ron P. Gonna send this one around the world. Has to be careful. Uses the energy burst to get that one out of there. Thanks to Soren's well-placed glitch pop. Open goal gates even still. Carmine patient. Baits out the glitch pop for a moment, but doesn't come up with a goal here. Soren again. It doesn't rebound right back to him for the burst. And now he uses it on the defensive side. Ron P is still there to save it away. Beautiful drone. Soren barely finds the save with the glitch pop, and now NXZD is in position to send it through. EKC finds their first set.
What a set by Soren. Well-deserved set MVP. That guy held it down, got the goals. Everything was created by Soren in that set, and now they're rewarded with some scary awakenings. The start of some Spark scaling is upon us. One Spark appears, a Spark of Agility, but I'm also looking at that Fight or Flight and that Catalyst. The Energy Awakening so valuable. And if you're EKC, you are incredibly happy having your Juliet, your KO machine, getting that Spark of Agility, 2 Sparks on the board, the potential for more, and Fight or Flight also on your player as well. Of course, Catalyst on the other side is scary in terms of energy generation, but overall, EKC very, very content with this one.
I mean, you have to be. Of course, Carmine picking up the Super Surge will be at least a little bit of extra speed on that side, but even still, there's already a KO happens here, and NXZD also now with double Sparks going to have cooldowns online even faster. Worth something to be aware of, especially in the event that EKC can start snowballing this in with another one, another KO. Fine. I mean, what? This has to be like at least 10 by now for NXZD.
That guy doesn't even have extra power.
Yeah, no extra power. Just been able to find the punish when he can, and now pressure on the front lines. Fiery Flurry doesn't quite come up with anything there, but of course he still has the energy burst. Probably going to use it on a dash punch combo again. Forgot, dancing close to the side, has to be careful. There it is, still caught by it. Even when you thought you might have been safe. Kitsuna will lose control of the core. Carmine is able to send it forward. Does have energy burst again. Ron P trying to do his best as well to bait out the power play for just long enough. Drone comes in. Carmine now low on stagger, taken down immediately. Doesn't get the chance to use that energy burst. And NXZD comes up with yet another. His Juliet is on point right now.
Before the guy that gets, there was NXZD on the Juliet. We're seeing why right here. This is why you don't let that guy get it, especially on a map like Night Market, and EKC are showing why they're the defending team from the North American Strikers League. They're showing why they got that second place in NASL 2 seasons ago. And this is just a game that has snowballed in their favor, and Modern Magic need a massive change in playstyle if they're going to bring this one back.
But that begs the question, how do you change at this point? You're dealing with a Juliet that has 2 sparks already, that's had your team's number up to this point. You're dealing with Soren, who already has that explosive entrance. I mean, he picked up off the starting of this game. How do you find an answer? I assume it's got to be through getting just more speed, able to outpace your opponent, or just maybe being able to find a KO onto NXZD, but he's already back up to half, almost tries to KO Forgotten. There it is! Still finds a way to do it, despite the fact that the traditional dash punch combo didn't work. Ron P does have the energy burst just to save that core away, but it feels like it's only a matter of time before the core finds the net for EKC.
Bit of a backwards glitch pop, but it's fine because the possession is still being maintained by Eris Kitten Club. Soren working on a flip here. The next blink could be devastating. We've seen flip scores from Soren multiple times already, and this one defensive to the other side. Ron P has to hit the strike shot. A weird bounce almost sets it up for NXCD, but good on Forgot for mitigating that. And Carmine flip in front of the net. Not quite enough, deflected away. Forgot to the bottom side. Gets the primary to dribble it up to Carmine. Those are the points we need for Modern Magic, but we need them a little quicker because that could have gone either way.
Saya, I think I found what Modern Magic needs. I think Modern Magic needs me to caster curse more. I think that's what they need. Because it turns out it was not just a matter of time before the goal went in for EKC. Still able to find a way to do it in that last set, but fighting tooth and nail the whole time for it. That was close to being a KO as well. On to Forgot again. But Froggy is not being left alone here by NXCD and the members of EKC. Here's everything thrown towards the top corner. Carmine can't quite find the KO. Another drone comes out. Little bit of extra healing as now pressure is going to dismount. And Ron P able to hold on for quite some time, but now start to lose one barrier. Now a second one, and once again a KO. There's the 10 KO streak for NXCD, and he's got the speed to get back in with the Night Market gate. Kitsuna looking for the pass forward, just trying to keep the pressure up. NXCD, though, has to drop back with low stagger, and the penalty will be killed by Modern Magic. Glitch Pop, though, once again will find the net. Soren creeping up on that left side. You never quite know when he'll be there. And you know he's been putting in the practice on those plays. He's oftentimes playing midfield even for Lakeland in the CCL. Now able to incorporate some of that offensive play here in the goal slot. Not that he's ever not been an offensive goalie, but even still, time and time again, proving his worth here and proving the fact that he is a NASL tier goalie.
Yeah, there were some rumors, actually, that Soren was considering a swap to midfield for this season. It didn't end up panning out, but there was definitely potential there, and we're kind of seeing why this guy can strike it in the midfield line. Another KO found by NXZD. The midfielder of Modern Magic once again taken away, but a few missed strikes will make the offense stall for a little bit, and a flip will send the core away, but only for just a moment, as Kitsuna is keeping the core contained in that top corner.
Keeps it up there. Still holds onto a goal barrier, though, here as Modern Magic. Carmine has to try to find a way to make a play. Just hasn't been given the space or room to do so here, and now the core gets away from him again. Kitsuna backwards keeps possession here for EKC. Soren flips forward. There's the 12 KO streak coming alive for NXCD, and he still got burst. Uses it here. Pass up to Kitsuda, just a little bit too fast for him that time. And the core will get away for just a moment. Here comes Soren again, flipping forward. Not able to find it there, but Carmine finally will find the punish versus NXCD, ending that streak. Soren Angle finds it, baits out one drone, but actually, it comes up clutch for Forgot there at the end. A little bit of mind games there towards the end. Worked out in the favor of Modern Magic, and apparently they'll need to pull a couple more tricks up their sleeve in order to come away with this one.
Yep. Carmine trying to look at this speed, trying to go a little bit faster to try and take over this game, but that Firewall Sentry completely walls it off, and that's 2 barriers already down.
2 barriers down. Still waiting for a moment. Dear goodness. Dash punch from NXCD nearly takes out Forgot again, but he lives with a sliver of stagger. Still possession for EKC. There's the piercing shot, comes up shy. NXCD onto Ron P. Bullying around the Drakkar a little bit, but Carmine finds the side angles, and then the drone takes out Soren. Forgot has turned all his attention into getting into Soren's head. Comes away with that set for this team and the first pick in this draft. No Spark online, which means things will get further out of hand, but stacks on stacks are up, Saya. That could be huge here.
Yeah, but Egoist is the focus. But Knife's Edge is given over. Liari mentioned it yesterday. Knife's Edge is an awakening that has not been touched for quite a while. That is still in a very powerful state, and that is Juliet getting it. NXZD is thriving in this draft. Forget about everything else. That's what my eyes are on.
I mean, the Egoist denial probably worthwhile even still. Carmine picks up the pancakes, which could be something here. We were noting speed earlier, and maybe that's the avenue to try to get something moving here for Modern Magic. They'll have to rely on that somehow, but to your point, now we saw the amount of work that NXCD was able to do without a single Power Awakening, only having the Pummelers. Now has the Knife's Edge, in addition to picking up the extra speed on the edges. You're going to find it that much easier to get these KOs. Have to be playing incredibly carefully if you are Modern Magic. You can't be getting caught out like you were in the first 2 sets. We'll see whether or not they're able to stay alive and weave around the dash punches. Here's NXCD looking for one there. Ron P forced into the energy burst. NXCD actually looking rather low here. Is still going to be in position to find a goal barrier as the core goes through, but Carmine will find the KO confirmed. Power play opportunity. Ron P up to Forgot, opened into the goal barrier. And even still, Sordin and Kitsuna on the back line. Hold this barrier. NXCD puts Forgot into a bad position. The piercing shot takes him out immediately. And EKC will turn that one on a dime the second they've got their brawler online.
Yeah, well played by Soren to secure that one. But they're becoming a little bit more shaky, it feels like. Modern Magic might be turning something up. EKC is being put on the back foot a little bit more often, but maybe not so this point because they're keeping the possession up. They're keeping it forward.
We'll see whether they're able to keep that momentum going as Forgot finds both barriers, but now an awkward bounce on the backside. Goal barriers open on both sides of the pitch. Here's the Fiery Flurry. Annex in position, but didn't come away with it there. Now, once again, in this corner, trying to use that Knife's Edge speed, and now there's the Energy Burst, finds the KO. Forgot will use a drone, bait out a little bit of time, tries to play it patiently here. Ron P tries to get it back up to him, but now Forgot's getting overwhelmed. There's the bottom side, the Firewall Sentry, and the core will be found by it. Senzi, we're once again on set point for EKC.
Set point. And this is a big one. You know, those sparks are still all on the board. Spark of Power would just be game ending here. Dash punching people from basically across the entire map at this point. So it's something to be aware of here. But even still, just the raw scoring power is there too, and the raw damage as well. Carmine being healed up now. But an amazing defense by NXZD and a KO right afterwards.
The KO comes through. Another power play for EKC. Here's the Firewall Sentry. Puts the core in the corner exactly where you want it. The opposite barrier will be the first one to fall, though. Drifts up there, and Kitsuna's got a perfect angle. Forgot. Has to be careful. NXT didn't have cooldowns that time, but would have loved to have found that KO. And open up the map once more for EKC. Now, though, has to be careful. Has energy burst, doesn't have anything else, and now finds the KO. There, on to Forgot. Kitsuna looking once again for NXT, keeping the pressure alive. Carmine this time, about to be next to the chopping block, but a beautiful lifeline comes in from Forgot the second he comes back in to the game. Overtime now once again. Kitsuna has the energy burst. NXT almost finds Forgot yet once more. Not that time. Nice bounce, sends it away for just a moment. Death touch. Carmine tries to pull it back, but EKC tries to keep the pressure alive here as well. Have not seen the level of passing plays from Modern Magic you might have liked to, as oftentimes just always something in the way of making that connection. Not that time, though, as a beautiful angle from Forgot was found on the assist up to Carmine. It's a goal on the board for Modern Magic, but a lot more to go here in this set 3. Otherwise, things could continue snowballing away.
Yeah, although that point win was good, they have to be very careful. Because oh no, not the bounce you want to see there if you are Modern Magic. That's a barrier down, and that is EKC sitting pretty. Flip almost available on NXCD, and with this Firewall Sentry, the core being maintained in the top left corner. EKC just pushing on and trying to secure this set.
Okay, but wait a minute. There we go. Forgot has the barrier. Carmine almost finds it as the goal gate's open. Forgot this time. Crystal Thorns popped. It tries to get it away, but no, the Whiplash provides just enough speed for that to come in from Carmine, sitting at 100 on those pancakes, and that egoist from Forgot as well. The speed coming into play here, Saya. We'll see whether or not similar plays are able to happen for Modern Magic as they've tied up this set once more.
Indeed, and Ron P and Carmine being brought pretty low here, but Carmine is pushing forward, and there's only one barrier left on the EKC side. EKC have to be very careful on this defense because they do not want those sparks going away. They do want the opportunity to scale even further for NXCD, but so far, it's the Carmine show. Every time the core gets into his hands, some magic happens. But with the Fireball Sentry, 2 barriers are taken, and EKC, this is their chance.
That touch, though, from Carmine. Tries to keep it in possession. Whiplash forward. Here comes Soren on the cyber swipe. Can't quite find a lot of substantial pressure. EKC looking for something there as NXCD was picking up the core and Forgot at the same time, but couldn't convert on either. Here comes Carmine again. There's the Whiplash. Waits to use it for after the strike. Not able to find the goal barrier. Here's the death touch again. Doesn't find it. Glitch Pop actually sends it away. Soren back into his own goal barrier. Now tries to, can that be a bother? Never mind. NXCD just going to take out the Rasmus. All the same. 5 KO streak now for the Juliet. Almost about to find a 6th if Forgot wouldn't have gone elusive for a moment. Soren cyber swipes forward, looking for NXCD in the corner, but there's Kitsuna once again denied on the corner by Ron P. Low stagger for the midfielders on both sides as the Rose warp forward. Here's Soren as well in the Firewall Sentry. Dash punch combo doesn't work this time, and the pendulum swing is just out of reach of Kitsuna. Death touch also doesn't pull away, and that KO could have been exactly what Carmine needed, especially on the adrenaline rush, but there's a KO once more. Forgot taken out. Power play opportunity for EKC. Here comes Soren, sets up the Firewall Sentry in the corner, and it's just too much. Ron P can't react in time, and the core will go in.
Well played by EKC to secure that one. Trying to go a little bit further here, trying to make sure that Modern Magic cannot take a lead in this series. That would be pretty bad when EKC was looking so good in this game. But Carmine is activated, of course, and with that speed, it will be really difficult for Soren to defend all by his lonesome. EKC's game plan is to keep the core up, and that's what they're doing right now, but a good flip by Ron P will keep the barrier alive.
Carmine trying to put on the fancy footwork. Finds a barrier on the opposite side. Here's that Firewall Sentry. Once more Fire Flurry used to try to get this core forward, but to no avail this time. Carmine, whiplash. Doesn't find it with the extra speed. Now pendulum swing back over to himself. Once again denied, and even when you think Modern Magic might have a slight edge, someone from EKC is just able to get into the way. Prevent something from happening. There's a glitch pop from Soren. Does the same. Well, good read by Ron P. Sends it down to the bottom side. Keeps the pressure alive here, or the thought of pressure alive for Modern Magic. Overtime's been hit once more. Firewall Sentry will ensure that that top barrier goes down, and then NXCD with a well-spaced energy burst will seal it. Set point again for EKC. We've seen Modern Magic adapt and fight back in these sets. Will it be enough here, because there are 2 sparks in the next draft.
Oh, and another critical KO for NXCD. Every single one matters. Every single KO and goal from NXCD matters, because you want the Juliet to be the MVP. If you're EKC, you want that 3-spark Julie taking over this game and making sure that last set is just a formality. And right now, it's looking to be so much damage being poured on to Carmine, as NXCD is just patrolling the edge with that knife's edge. One barrier already taken by Katsuna, flip available, and Carmine so incredibly low. The dash punch, though, doesn't fully connect, and Carmine lives to see another day.
Lives for now, but for how much longer? Here comes some of the extra damage from EKC as some of those primary cooldowns are back online, but actually is forgot taken off. And now Carmine will find his way to the bench. Power play opportunity for EKC. This one will find the net. Ron P crossed up there. And EKC wins the set. We'll see whether or not NXCD gets MVP here. He does. That will opt for sure mean a spark at this point, unless he opts for the 1-2 punch here. But I quite doubt that, given that you'd want to go for the 3 sparks. And we'll see how the rest of this draft falls. We'll pick up Spark of Strength, which could be devastating.
It is indeed the Spark of Strength coming in. 3 sparks for NXCD. We got to look at the stats once this draft is done. Of course, some size available. No, Spark of Resilience. Expecting the damage to be overwhelming from Carmine, trying to weather the storm. They do have Monumentalist. They do have Team Player. They do have tools, but they do not have 174 power Juliet.
It's just a matter of whether or not in that last draft, will you be able to make the core control work happen before all as fails. You've got the extra stagger on Carmine. You've got the Monumentalist to hopefully throw down these drones from Forgot and have them put in the work. And then, of course, Ron P with a team player trying to get this core forward and away from the constant pressure of EKC. But it's just not enough sometimes. It stays in the corner forever, and then NXCD picks up a KO. Soren commits the energy burst there on a slight miscommunication. But it doesn't matter. NXCD's in the middle and is ready to take over this game on the Juliet. Energy burst at the ready. Here it is. Everything goes out. Ron P finds the save that time. And now, maybe a KO coming as he... NXCD, excuse me, low on stagger. We've hit overtime again. There almost finds his way off, but no. Not there, and still playing close to the middle. Incredibly safe. Modern Magic going to have to coordinate something to get this one away, and Ron P tries to keep this one in the corner. Couldn't quite find it. Didn't want to risk the cross clear versus Soren, who certainly had a glitch pop at the ready for it, but it's going to go in, and EKC once again ahead.
Yeah, dribbling up, looking for a little bit more. Firewall Sentry already. That's an extra special coming in. Forgot. You had to see it coming. There was a Flame Flurry and then the dash punch. NXCD finds another KO, and it's all EKC. It's just so much scaling, but Soren drifts up a little bit too far. Carmine's one chance to bring this point back. Net open, but knife's edge. 204 power. A little too much to deal with.
By my math, that is at least 25 KOs on NXCD, at least 1 per point, even if it goes all the way. Make it at least 26 at this point, it feels. Is still putting in the work. There's an energy burst from Ron P. Gets it away. Almost comes up with another onto the opposing goalie. But it'll put EKC at match point regardless.
It is... it is a lot to deal with for Modern Magic. They had to win in that previous set where they had a slight advantage, where they had hope, but it's all over. The NXED Julie is taken over, and I don't think I could believe anymore.
It's real difficult to believe that Modern Magic can pull up a miracle here. As Carmine gets taken out once more. Firewall Sentries in the corner. Ron P. Energy Burst tries to get this one away, but EKC still able to recover. Glitch Pop comes up just a little bit too short, but it doesn't matter. NXED is still there once again to find the KO, and this game feels all but over. Katsuna doesn't quite have the speed. Soren goes forward and isn't able to keep up the fast pressure. Penalty kill, at least for a little while, from Modern Magic. But they're coming back through here on the bottom side, rushing forward. Soren wants to be involved, but has to go back to the goal box, do the thing that the goalie needs to do. Yeah, whatever. It's less fun. We get it.
Oh.
But there it is. Fiery Flurry from NXCD as he slides in to take care of business. And now EKC up one game. It was well fought from Modern Magic, but it felt like the points that went EKC's way had exclamation marks at the end of them, Saya.
Yeah. It was dominant when it was dominant for EKC. 27 KOs for NXCD. What a performance.
Incredibly well done. Extra 3 from Katsuna for good measure. So 30 KOs across EKC in that last game. And Saya, you have to go back to the drawing board here in terms of how you're approaching this draft. And I don't know where the answer is. You know, I think in the past we were like, oh, well, EKC can't just force whatever they want to when you're playing Snake Draft. But here they seem flexible enough where you're either going to have to target the IME and get that out, or you're going to have to take out NXED's Juliet. Either way, they're both just going to find other characters to do the same thing on.
Yeah, and of course, you got to respect the Katsuna Luna. No matter how washed that guy is, it is still a power pick that must be feared. So it's hard. It's difficult.
Next map, of course, is the Modern Magic pick of Clarion Test Chamber. I don't know how have we seen them perform here in the past, Saya, because I feel like EKC feels this. I mean, they're going to feel comfortable no matter what they play, regardless of who they play today. Or at least you would think that the NASL spot defenders feel that way. But where is the possible angle here? Obviously, it's got to be something to enable Carmine. But what is that answer?
That's a very good question, and honestly, I think Modern Magic would also like to know the answer to that question, because I'll be real, I'm not very sure, because this EKC seems to have all the answers, especially against Modern Magic in particular, because all things considered, like, Modern Magic is one of the more draft restricted teams. They have a very clear game plan. They have a very clear way they want to play the game, and EKC just finding the damage throws a massive wrench into it.
Yeah. And this is where the discussion leads us, right? It's like, okay, well, theoretically, you could pick some of these away, but you really want Carmine to play his Rasmus. You probably want Ron P to play the Drakkar above all else, and that leaves you with Forgot that can kind of be flexible in the midfield. Maybe Forgot picks away the Estelle, and now if you ban Luna and you pick Estelle first, then you're risking some of what you can play on the other two characters, but at least Kitsuna's off of either of those two picks. It's it's hard to find an answer.
Yeah, it is. It's a struggle. We'll see what they do in the draft. But I'm looking at the draft and I'm seeing another spark.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, I'll show it to you right
did
now.
you really have to give us that news, Saya? Did you really have to do that? You could have just like showed it on stream and then like kind of tried to avoid the bringing it up. Oh, and it's another spark of focus.
Whoa. Wait,
it's the same start.
it's the same start.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
I've just verified that this is like totally random.
We just totally random got the same awakening start. Mods, what are the odds? I'm sure Achi is already calculating that. Like prior to even us seeing it on stream.
But I've confirmed that random awakenings were selected here. So
okay.
My condolences to Modern Magic.
EKC banning away the Kai does make sense. Of course, that's maybe another pick for Ron P. That he'd be comfortable going to, and what was banned away in the last one. But on red side here, you don't even get a lot of options. Yeah, okay, you ban away the Luna. Aimee is the first pick. Maybe 2-3. They think about picking up an Estelle here, and then what does Kitsuna play if not one of those two?
Yeah, it's a little difficult. But EKC on the bright side, they get Aimee.
On the bright side. On the bright side for EKC, yeah, sure.
Yeah, on the bright side for EKC.
Soren quite happy with that.
Modern Magic, not too much of a bright side. They pick up the Drakkar, Ron P secondary. And now comes the hard part. What do you select here? There's a good likelihood it's the Rasmus because Carmine priority. But if you're really thinking in this draft, like, oh, we need to change something, then it gets a little difficult here.
Waiting on this third pick. We'll see what it ends up being, but okay, did opt for the Estelle. They might be listening to me. I feel like they're listening to me. They're like, oh wait, actually, that makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, as as pointed out by some observative people, it kind of feels like a blunder to pick the Drakkar this early because EKC is not picking that character. Let's be real.
True.
Yeah, you could leave it for last pick and it would still be available. And look at what happens here. Juno.
Oh, I forgot Juliet. There was the Juno.
Yeah.
How did I forget the Kitsuna Juno?
Well, they do get the Rasmus, but I'm scared. I think it's going to be last game, but again.
Did I just... Yeah, are we just about to watch Deja Vu? I feel like that's what we're about to watch.
Yeah, because a lot of the variants in Clarion push you even more to the edge than Night Market, so...
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting into this one in a moment. In the interim, PP Legends did take their first game over Pass. So both slot defenders here, in theory, or automatic qualifiers, I should say, will advance. For the record, PP Legends randomly came out of nowhere, a way to do some digging ahead of time, because this didn't even make sense to you, Saya. Turns out they take the spot from Chikara Chatting after their NASL win. Aquabug sub on the roster, and Bloom, right, is the other player there to keep the slot. And Bloom is the starter. So this PPL, I mean, hey, PPL set up actually really good to make their second NASL berth after the season one. We don't talk about season one much. But it would be fun to see them. Anyway, we're getting into this one here. Clarion Test Chamber, about to see where the picks will go, but you have to imagine we know exactly how this will end up for the most part.
Yeah. I think that the big question to be asking here is, will Modern Magic be able to not die to the Juliet? And that's a real question to ask because, again, on clearing test chamber. Well, we'll just have to see as we get into game. Of course, that Juno throwing a bit of a wrench into the plans, but I think that Juno does favor the side of EKC, especially in the overtimes.
Yeah, I mean, Kitsuna has played the Juno before. This is not a random pick, right? This is another character that he's known to play. The only thing could be, why did we abort that?
No, NXCD's turning name on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all good.
The only thing, of course, with Kitsuna on the Juno is that, I don't know, theoretically, it's less supportive in terms of stagger, right? So you don't get nearly as much damage, and EKC can't just throw that down wherever they want to, which might make some KOs for NXCD slightly harder, but realistically, it's not like the Juliet was relying on the stagger dumping to find those KO confirmed. So we'll see how that Juno plays in. But it is something that I think stylistically might not work as well as they might like for EKC. Now, on the flip side, Saya, I feel like a Juno with the presence of the Blobos could be incredibly annoying for Carmine to get around.
Yeah,
as the Rasmus.
Honestly, I think all three of the members on the Modern Magic team kind of have difficulty getting around the Juno. They're all single hit characters. So no Kai Barrage to save you here, and we'll be getting the game just shortly as soon as NXCD receives lobby owner again after re-entering the lobby. All good.
All good. Listen, I don't play this game, guys. I don't know what you want me to say.
That's real, actually. This season, all I've been playing is Pauldron's Juno. This season.
You've been playing Pauldron's Juno?
Yeah, I have like a 80% win rate, and one of the losses was against like Double Pro League while I had only myself, so all good. Anyway, it's not about that. It's about the Juno of Kitsuna, who is chilling, who is looking absolutely solid here. And of course, NXCD and Soren on very, very comfortable picks. Not that the Juno isn't, but everything we talked about, this is looking like a very, very secure game for EKC. It is just up to Modern Magic to create some magic here.
Soren about to end the in-game draft by hovering Mako. All good. We'll get into game 2 in just a moment. Of course, we expect to see much the same in this. And we'll get in just a moment. Here we are again. Of course, Soren, once again, only player on that explosive entrance. Everyone else with the Spark of Focus. NXZD not changing a single thing. Picking up those pummelers as well. And already putting in the work to find the first barrier, although Carmine finds first barrier of his own as well.
Right, Soren to the bottom side, and I think the big thing again, Kitsuna being able to wait a second. That's Ron P on the Estelle goalie.
Okay.
We've seen Ron P on the Estelle goalie quite a few times. We did expect it to be Forgot on the Estelle, but honestly a pretty solid pickup, and we'll be able to more preemptively defend in the midfield, so might be just what they need. Forgot also with some scoring power, dribbling to the top side, looking for the shotgun, but stuffed away by Yuko Kita, who goes in for the goal, but Ron P, that blink, making the saves that he couldn't Undercar.
And has the energy burst here already as well, but the KO comes through. Carmine taken out. NXCD low on stagger. Kitsuna jumping in. NXCD looking for the connection up to The Juno midfielder who's trying to find the presence, but Forgot drops back, covers the top side of the net, and will be able to get this one out. NXED almost gets taken off the pitch. And now Forgot picks up the approaching Maelstrom Orb, and boom! That one was flying towards the top corner. Will pick up the first goal here for Modern Magic.
Yeah, but I'm still confused. How did NXED survive up there? Did like the Drakkar poison tick cancel the knockback or something? He just stopped very close to the edge of the wall, but it doesn't really matter. Modern Magic still pick it up, and again, this is a game where they have to win early. They have to take these early sets, and they have to take these early drafts to make sure this NXED cannot scale out of control. The bounce house, as Grimel loves to call it, Inky Splash Zone, but on Clarion, is a very snowbally map, and we see that right here. Modern Magic loses control for half a second, and EKC just snowballs the barriers and the goal.
A team that can build on their momentum quite a bit is EKC. We saw in the last game. We're seeing it here as well. Point to point, set to set, you name it. They'll be able to find an opening and punish on it, especially in this field of competition. Forgot looking forward for Carmine again on this top side. There's the strike shot, piercing shot, actually able to find the goal barrier as Ron P. Crystallized Thorns get it forward. Forgotten Carmine looking to keep the passing play forward, but no one has energy burst to get the confirm and send it away from Kitsuna's Juno. There's the Blobos out, but they're just a little bit late. Carmine now tries to set up a play for himself, almost gets it off of that weird corner. But no. And Soren will flip forward. Looking to apply pressure on the other side. Oh. There's another energy burst and another KO NXCD finds. Ron P has that, but Soren covers the cross with a cyber swipe. Well done, participating, and there's another far corner shot. Didn't have the Rose Warp available, and EKC will pick up their second goal of the series.
Yeah, I think to be concerned of when EKC has the lead is the amount of awakenings that can turn the game around for them. Of course, there's the Juno core speed, right? It ticked overtime, and Kitsuna became a beast. Like, just made it so difficult for Rompi to make the saves with the Estelle startup on the abilities. Forgot actually goes for a creative KO combo onto Kitsuna, but unable to confirm it all the way. And the Juno does stay alive. Weird bounce by Soren. Not sure what he was going for there, but it will keep the barrier alive. But the midfield, Carmine's approaching. Soren spaces back perfectly against the pendulum swing, and the barrier still stands.
Still stands for now, but Forgot looking to set it down to Carmine. Never mind. Forced to use the energy burst, now forced to back it away as NXED was in pursuit for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Barrier still falls, and the expanse comes out. Almost sends the core into the net, but it's able to be defended and taken away. Kitsuna now looking for the pass down to himself. Nice death touch from Carmine, gets in the way of the play as well. Now, once again, forward, but not able to pick it up there. Pass to himself off that expanse, looking for it, but Soren's able to send it to the opposite side of the pitch. Overtime now again. Some of these plays starting to come together now, looking again, but Kitsuna this time in position with the energy burst to send it away. They're starting to cook up something here, Modern Magic, but I'm afraid we haven't reached the best tricks yet. It'll be much more difficult to do that. Forgot taken away. Here's the fiery flurry. Denies the energy burst from Ron P for just a moment. Carmine uses the death touch, but just gonna get sent away as well. NXED still not relenting, even in game 2 of this series. But it's the same start and the same pick, so who could have seen anything different? As Kitsuna finds the goal, EKC wins set 1 in deja vu-ish fashion.
How does this guy do it? And of course, in the draft, a single spark.
Hey, it's a spark. Well, okay, wait a minute. Spark of Agility and Knife's Edge in the same draft.
Yeah, Knife's
so we
Edge,
can't pick up both.
Knife's Edge is pretty good, but there are plenty of Great Awakenings, you know? There's 1-2
true.
Punch, there's Catalyst, there's Spark of Power. This Juliet will scale no matter what, but that Knife's Edge going to be real nice on Forgot, actually. And of course with the Egos pickup as well. on Ron P. They're getting quite a bit of power along with the size on Carmine, so Modern Magic not too unhappy, but if NXDD finds that spark of power again, or finds an adrenaline rush, or finds Catalyst, then the game gets really difficult.
Yeah, you know, and the unfortunate part for God is Knife's Edge does not give you extra stagger or knockback reduction when you're on the edge, so still going to be just as susceptible to the dash punch of NXDD as he shows it off in that first interaction there. Looking for the goal again. Forgot able to dig it out. Katsuna still in position. Rose Warp used by Ron P. Won't have access to that for a second. But even still on the back foot right now is Modern Magic. Here's the Death Touch for the Firewall Sentry used defensively from Soren this time. Forgot slips into the cloak. NXDD picks up the KO against Carmine, who's on the backside of the pitch, and Soren just finds all the angles to send it into the net while everyone else is worried about NXDD, who continues to be a thorn in the side.
Looked like a very prepared angle there from Soren, and Katsuna is working on a flip of his own as well. A lot of attempted redirects here, and continuing to maintain control, so valuable on a map like this, where Modern Magic has a very good shot. They see the snowball, their pressure, but Forgot's abilities whiff, but they still get the barriers. If they can keep it up here, it could be a goal. It could be a way back into this game for Modern Magic, but it's so difficult. This Juno is going to be there no matter what. These bounces are hard to track. Ron P pushing forward, and Soren's not ready.
Soren not ready, and I am very curious to see where Ron P decides to go with this, because with the Egoist, we'll have a little bit of extra speed. Of course, when that energy burst in, might opt to use that offensively on occasion. Now, of course, the extra speed bonus has really run out, but has a little bit extra. Try and use that strike shot to get it forward, but gotta do it there. Worth noting, the Expanse takes out NXCD. So Hill takes some time to rest, but not long at all. Carmine, energy burst, denied by the Blobo, but NXCD right back to it. Finds Forgot with yet another KO. Here's the energy burst. Has to be used defensively by Ron P, but even still, the pressure's too much as NXCD. Beautiful job at keeping control of the core, and Soren assists in the corner with the Firewall Sentry.
Yeah, Forgot got a flip KO on NXCD off the edge, and he took it personally. Came back, got the KO, got the barrier, and got the goal. And EKC are once again up. One barrier already taken by them. NXCD working on a flip. Soren as well. They are so favored right now because Soren's just going in, finding the barrier, and NXCD has a flip now.
Has the flip. We'll be looking for it, but Carmine, double barriers taken away. Might they have it here? No. The flip is used on the defensive side for NXCD to get this one away, which, hey, might be worthwhile as he won't have that offensively to find a KO. Carmine low on stagger here, not what you want to be on this particular iteration of it, but even still, Carmine just slides in position. No, all good. He'll put it away. Business as usual, and once again, Modern Magic has drawn us out to a goal 5.
They don't call them Modern Magic for nothing, because this is a magical way to get back into this game, but Forgot is staggered. That KO could come very soon, and a good flip by Katsuna will take one barrier, looking for another here. If they could find this KO on Forgot, it would be very valuable, and NXCD does secure it. But Carmine has clutched in these situations before, but against much worse teams than EKC. As Soren, the same ISP woes that plagued me might be plaguing Soren right now. What's happening?
Nope, he's good. All good. I don't know. That didn't look like an ISP thing. That looked like a player taking the hands off the keyboard kind of thing more than anything to me. But hey, laughs about it afterwards. All good. He'll let that goal go in. Probably won't let it bother him too terribly much. But it will be the set that Modern Magic needs to equalize us.
And this is big. A potential spark of power deny here. But no sparks appear, of course. Fight or flight. A very, very good awakening. The option that can be taken right now. But Adrenaline Rush, you have to be afraid. You might just have to deny the Adrenaline Rush. And no selection is made. They wait. And NXZD finds the game warping awakening, of course, fight or flight. Very, very good. Denying unstoppable from the goalie as Rasmus, Estelle, Drakkar. Very, very good. But you have to be afraid of NXZD always.
So you have to be afraid of NXZD. The other thing I was thinking, right, is fight or flight actually incredibly good for Carmine in general with the extra speed and the way that he wants to play the game, controlling on Rasmus in the enemy goal box. But no, we'll opt for the unstoppable here, trying to play the defensive game and prevent KOs from happening altogether. It looks like it doesn't matter here quite as Carmine to Forgot back and forth. They keep this tight pass together. Forgot now down to the corner, and there's nobody home for EKC on the top corner. Well done in the execution on that goal. Let's see if they can keep going.
Yeah, a really awkward goal. You don't really see those often, right? Back in the day, back in the earlier days of Mega Strikers, you saw plenty of goals where it would just drift past the eject goal. You still see it in the lower levels of competition. Been a while since I saw that in what's basically the North American Strikers League here. But Soren caught without resources, and once again with 2 barriers down, the crossfire from Modern Magic looking good, but the expanse usage from EKC might just bring them back into this point.
Keeps that on the red side of the pitch for just a moment. Katsuna jumping back, all 3 of the members of EKC in the box. Forgot back pass, but gets taken out by the Blobo.
No, that was Soren. He blinked across the entire map.
Swipe.
That was a ridiculous KO at the perfect moment, and Modern Magic were once ahead in this one.
They were once. They'll be looking to dig it out, but no. Denied there as energy bursts exchanged. Kitsuna will put it home. Incredible play overall, but need to see more here for Modern Magic, right? They've been keeping it close. They just haven't gotten an advantage quite. We'll see if they can here.
2 barriers down, but this map could turn so quickly. A KO found again by NXCD. Adrenaline rushing. So much speed and pouring on the pressure. 2 barriers down now. And a favorable bounce for NXCD's core control. The flick down to the bottom side. Still maintaining it. Has the punch defended away by Modern Magic somehow. And they need to find something quickly. Or maybe find a KO on NXCD.
Good saves by Ron P there to dig that one out somehow, some way. And now NXZD is the one in the penalty box. Forgot. Keeps it slow. Carmine in the whiplash. Already burns the cast of it. Won't have the extra speed. Possession maintained from Modern Magic. They look forward. Just a little bit shy on the pendulum swing. Ron P, egoist speed. Here comes that energy burst potential. Not able to find it there. Has to use it on the defensive side as a demon angle comes through from that redirect off of Kitsuna. Forgot again. Forward. Death touch. Well done by Carmine. Both sides of Soren on that one. And he'll send it home. Modern Magic 1 point away from going up in sets.
We've been in this situation before, right? NXCD can scale no matter what, so you always have to be afraid. Carmine does have the tools to stay alive for much longer than before, but Forgot has become the target in recent times. But a good flip by Carmine, 2 barriers taken. If they can clean this up, if they can deny the spark of power, but that's Carmine going down. Forgot has flip, but can he use it? Can he score? Ron P, a missed strike, a rare miss, means that the barrier goes down almost 2, and Forgot is being brought low as well.
Still has the energy burst as Forgot. Carmine back online, looking for the pass. There's the low stagger, and now popped away, and it'll get taken down. Soren used the energy burst for good measure to find that KO, and that's a huge toll on the side of Modern Magic. Here's another punch forward. Kitsuna and NXCD collapsing on the goal. They'll find the bottom corner and are sending us again to a goal 5.
Goal 5's upon us, and this could determine the entire game. The likelihood of Spark of Power being in the next draft is 50%. It's a coin flip. And the only way to guarantee that you're safe if you're Modern Magic is to win this one and the next.
Have to be incredibly careful here. Looks like they're in good position here, but no, now Carmine still KO'd regardless. Ron P just a little bit late on the Rose Warp. open goal gates on both sides. The power play continues for EKC. Here's the Project Maelstrom or Fiery Flurry already out. Forgot digs it away from Kitsuna, but now Carmine in the middle. Just slightly out of position. Now is there. Sends it forward and buys a little bit of breathing room for Ron P for just a second before that Firewall Sentry comes out. Back up to the top side. Here's Carmine in the Whiplash. Doesn't have the extra speed yet to keep up with the core at this moment in time. Ron P down to the bottom corner. There's the Rose Warp already used, and Soren comes in. Not the set. Now you leave it to chance. Where is that spark? Soren's first pick, which is also not bad. There's the spark, so it can't be denied. And NXZD is 5 overall.
But look at what NXZD is hovering. Spark of Strength, 1-2 punch, Catalyst. He's happy no matter what. Even if he gets to pick the Rampage, he's happy. This draft is just so much stuff, and he's guaranteed one of those 3. He's guaranteed 1-2 punch or Catalyst. He's guaranteed 1-2 punch. And no matter what, this is a crazy draft for EKC. They also get the extra special. And of course, the Awakenings for Modern Magic are good. But when you look on the EKC end, you can't be happy.
Aerials on Kitsuna. The extra dash range. 1-2 punch makes KOs that much easier. And if you thought the Firewall Sentries were annoying, well, take more of them.
Ron P almost died.
Whether or not they're annoying, but Ron P lives barely and holds on to that barrier. NXZD back in position. Soren once again cyber swiping forward. There's the low stagger on Ron P, and it'll get taken down, cleaned up by NXZD immediately. Forgot back in the Xeno cloak. Now NXZD looking for the KO. Forgot taken down to 1 stagger, it looked like. Able to pick up an orb to stay alive for a second, but he'll be the target next. Ron P back online. Carmine now is the one looking low. Has the energy burst, already uses it for the barrier, and now taken down rather low. Has to be incredibly careful here. Pendulum swing, and that was an angle. I don't know how the physics of that bumper worked, but it worked in Modern Magic's favor. They pulled some shenanigans there to send that one through, and they're holding on.
Holding on somehow. A great strike shot by Ron P across the map as well. Exactly what they needed, but speaking of across the map, that's Soren's job. That's what Soren is doing this whole series. And when the glitch popped to interrupt Carmine's possession, but they get it once again. Forgot has plenty of speed to work with. So that is something that you have to be aware of constantly. But NXZD's hunting, interrupted by the Rose Orb of Ron P, perfectly timed to buffer the knockback and make sure NXZD couldn't get that dash punch to KO the goalie.
Here's the energy burst from Kitsuna. It's enough to find the barrier. Now finds the KO on the Blobo bounce. Might not matter. Carmine has the energy burst. It'll send it through. Once again, saving the power play from the offensive side of the pitch. And that will be another goal. Modern Magic could send us to a set 5.
They still have a little bit of magic left. They still have the defense against the Firewall Sentry. And they still survive the dash punch for NXZD. That's 1-2 punch, but Forgot barely hangs on, and Carmine, of course, incredibly low, but they still have possession. They're still pushing forward, but Carmine, not long for this world, taken out, and NXZD starting the adrenaline rush.
There's the adrenaline rush. Here's the power play. Forgot Ron P still overwhelmed there. Energy burst doesn't come up for the core or the KO, but now Forgot down on stagger, taken down, and Kitsuna will put it away. Reset the point here. You take a deep breath and you go again. This time, of course, you're on the Expanse. We'll see whether or not they're able to come through with something here as Forgot sends it up to Carmine. There will be one barrier taken away already as all 3 members are on the same side of the pitch for Modern Magic. Forgot drops down in the Xeno Cloak, able to get this one through, and the Pendulum Swing will come up just shy. Meanwhile, Soren cyber swiping forward, can't find the goal barrier. Fadeaway shot from NXAD, but it's stopped by the energy burst of Ron P. Here's the extra stagger coming in, dumping forward. NXAD tries to get Ron P out of position, tries to get him into his own net. Beautiful Blobo bounce from Kitsuna, but it doesn't come up with anything as it's stuffed down with a lock and load. Another dash punch comes up just shy, but Forgot now. No stagger to his name, and there's Kitsuna again confirming the KO, flying in when someone has low stagger. And Carmine next on the chopping block. He'll get taken down as well, and the offensive onslaught comes through, but the core slips past, and now again, Ron P able to buy quite a bit of time here. There's the firewall sentry finally, but Forgot's back online, still holds on to this barrier. The Blobo doesn't find it either, and the hold is made.
Oh, but a dash punch flip at the perfect moment by NXZD to continue what seems like the never-ending power play for EKC. More damage pressure on Forgot, who is fighting back a little with the Molten Bolt, but NXZD's cooldowns are about to come right back up. The center is a threat. Carmine is pushing forward, but the firewall sentry will wall off the bottom side. NXZD with the Flame Flurry secures the barrier. A flip to the bottom side and a critical strike war win as NXZD pushes forward yet again, gets 2 tries, and on the second one, he will strike second.
Match point for EKC. They look to take this one in at 2. It's been well fought this whole time, but Modern Magic still has the possibility to get something done here, and while only 1 spark left on a draft that they win, could actually be a little bit of scaling for Forgot here, especially because I believe it's Spark of Resilience that would still be up, so has potential certainly to send this one if it goes to a set 5. They've been on the brink for so long, and now the goal gates are open. The sights are set as Forgot slips forward. Runs out of some of the extra speed. Ron P sends it away. Katsuna tries to get in the way with Clavos. But there's Carmine, who just pops the energy burst and sends it through. They're setting us to a set 5 site. We have now seen 19 goals in this game, and I think it was pretty close to that in the last one. It all comes down to this next set. Modern Magic has the potential to send us to a game 3.
Yeah, and plenty of good awakenings as well. The hot shot going to be taken away from the Juno, taken by the Estelle. And that hot shot is going to be so valuable for Ron P. More cooldowns and more core speed, as the Spark of Resilience is denied, and also a great pickup. Actually, not denied. A great pickup, but, well, kind of denied. Great pickup by Katsuna to deny it away from the entire side of Modern Magic, prevent the additional stagger from coming through. And honestly, the Twin Drive as well, NXCD, more cooldowns to refresh from the Adrenaline Rush. And of course, perfect form on Soren. So more cooldowns for the goalies, and stagger denied away from Modern Magic. Big opportunity from EKC, I feel like.
But even still, the pressure is on them as all 3 members get involved on the play in goal 1 of set 5 for Modern Magic. They're looking to come back and come roaring back at that. Realistically, Sai, as you mentioned, don't really get a lot of advantage in that last draft. Maybe Forgot gets a little bit of extra speed whenever he's in the Xeno Cloak, of course, and Ron P maybe can send the core flying further away, but they've just got to play so tight together, utilize these passing plays they've been able to before the KOs come through, as they already have, but the goal barriers drop once more. Doesn't matter. Soren finds the KO. Ron P against the world, it seems.
And the world will win.
Provides. As it turns out, the world may win. One man cannot hold. Versus the Onslaught. That is the Kitten Club. Still first to 3 now in this final set. Will we see a game 3, or will we see KC maintain winner's side?
Thorn with the slow dribble. Carmine, of course, always pushing forward, has the speed, has the presence to do it, has created magic so many times. Every single time that guy has played. A good flip by Ron P. Staying alive against the dash punch flip of NXCD, but still not long for this world. The glitch pop will do it. And Carmine,
oh no!
The curse of Carmine's internet, now is when it strikes. But thankfully, it doesn't do too much. He's already back.
Already back, finds a goal barrier for the trouble as well. But NXCD is in position. Not now. 1 point away once more is EKC. Taking care of this match. Modern Magic needs to hold on and send us to a game 3, but a KO already found. Katsuna taken off, evaporated from the pitch. Now Carmine on the dribble on top corner. NXCD is there. Death touch actually off the rebound of the goal barrier, maintaining possession even still. After going for the offensive play, Ron P has the Rose Warp, keeps both barriers online, and now Forgot will pick up that Maelstrom Orb and take care of business. But all the meanwhile, Carmine gets KO'd. Big offensive threat taken out. Forgot, though, finds the KO versus Soren. And now Carmine is back online. 5 seconds before Soren comes back, and will find it to the top corner. Goal 24 is up next, and it will be the decider in this game too.
All down to this. A flip available on Rompi and Katsuna soon. And NXZD the target now with no elusive available, but also targeting Forgot. That dash punch will not end up KOing Forgot. Will still stand staggered now, but another cooldown will have to be burned to find Forgot, who just Xenocloaks out of there. And one barrier has already been taken by Carmine, looking for two, but strike discipline by Soren to keep it away. A defensive fireball sentry as well. A flip burned to keep it to the top side, and a creative bounce to find the barriers.
I don't know if that was creative or not, but it ends up working. NXAD back on the KO streak. He's got 10 to his name on the streak alone, but the goal barrier is lost. Carmine has potential core pressure, but the pendulum swing is out. Soren now offensive. There's the firewall sentry. There's the energy burst from Ron P. He's low. He gets taken down. Carmine has to make a play. It's now or never as NXZD comes roaring back in. Misses the energy burst there. Can't find the core yet. NXZD is all over it. There's the energy burst, and he sends it home just like you'd expect. EKC holds on in a nail-biter in this first match of landing. It's a long road for EKC, but Modern Magic, how about how far they pushed every single point, Saya?
Yeah, Modern Magic were that close. Carmine had flip. If Carmine scored there, that would be game 3, and I don't know who wins that. And that was against an incredibly strong EKC. This team with Soren, Aimi, and NXZD Juliet is really, really scary. And Modern Magic still brought it that close.
You also think, like, arguably, EKC heading into the day might be expected to be the best team here today.
Yeah.
Theoretically, you can make that argument, and Modern Magic sends us to, like, a 19-goal first game, a 24-goal second game, both close, and the starting draft, the starting awakenings were against them. It was the same thing both times with a spark start. Incredible performance from these players, and it means they might get set down to the lower side, Saya, but you've got to be very scared right now if you are on the other side. Worth noting, of course, PPL will take that series versus Pass. So up next in the qualification match, we will see EKC versus PP Legends. And on the lower side, it will be Modern Magic versus Pass. Both matches soon to happen shortly, Saya. But again, what a performance across the board. It seemed like NXZD just had the game and could take it over, yet somehow it still wasn't enough.
Yeah. Wow. And honestly, once again, this EKC team, that's crazy. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Every time I'm like, maybe they're washed. Maybe they're done. They show up and they look like the favorites yet again. You know, it is incredible.
Yeah. So speaking of showing up, they'll have to do that versus this PPL team up next. Slight roster change, maybe since the last time that some of us have seen PPL, Saya, with Bloom coming in, of course. And so that match will be coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we will qualify our first team to the North American Strikers League today out of landing on the other side of this short break. And welcome back, everybody, to landing the qualification for the North American Strikers League Season 5. And we just watched an incredibly close series versus EKC and Modern Magic. Now we will watch the actual qualification match for EKC as they take on PPL, Saya. And you spoke with Average Alex just a moment ago about how that series versus Pass went. What did he say precisely?
He said 3-2 and 3-1, but in the opposite order, and then he said so not close.
So not close. Yeah.
Yep.
Average Omega Strikers player sarcasm levels right there.
Yep.
We have to expect. You already see the map pick ban, but how about the striker select as we launch right into it here? Game 1 on Atlas's lap, the EKC pick. And we see the strikers already come through, and the Luna was banned away from Kitsuna in that last one. Interestingly, Atlas also banned by EKC. You see the rest of things. NXCD once again will reprise his role on the Juliet. This time, though, no sparks. It's only the very balanced Catalyst start.
Yeah, one of the starts that's actually officially allowed to be remade with agreement from the team. So definitely one of the starts of all time. We're going to see a lot of flips. And Soren on the now goalie, looking successful already with the coverage on the primary. He's the one who took both barriers so far.
It was 8 seconds, and NXCD finds his first KO. This guy has to be stopped. What is that?
If this trend continues, he will once again get over 20 KOs this game.
Okay. I will try to keep a straight face as I attempt to cast the next hour of this nonsense again. But forgive me for stopping to take a second to just laugh at the shenanigans. Because that's all it is. The shenanigans is Fiery is taken away once again. Average Alex trying to keep this one forward, but no. Still stuffed by NXCD, and I'll be looking for the goal again. Never mind that. Power play has dissipated by now. Soren, though, energy burst. That'll just find its mark. Uses the laugh because he knows it's already going in. And there's nothing the opposing team can do about it.
This PPL comp is very, very min-maxed. They have a lot of damage, but they also can just get dash punched off the edge. And they're very, very vulnerable to that Juliet as well. Both Average Alex and Loom don't have very good tools up close, so they have to rely on some solid strikes, but eventually something like a primary from Soren will do the job. And a dash punch flip. That's 4 for NXCD. Looking for a little bit more, looking for the goal here as Average Alex is stunned. Wow, that was a fast set.
I'm just going to do what you're going to do, Twitch chat. I'm just going to count because I think that's all we can do at this point. 4 KOs in that set for NXCD and goals all within the first 30 seconds. Adrenaline rush is already... I mean, what more can you want? EKC, can we just, like, hand you the automatic qualification in NASL at this point? Like, what's stopping us?
Well, what's stopping us is that losers bracket still has to run. Yeah, the stream scheduling is pretty important here. Well, that's the only thing stopping us, though. Let's be real.
And that is, for what it's worth, that is no disrespect to anyone so far on PBL. EKC is just playing on fire right now, and it's hard not to see it. Fiery, though, will take the first barriers for PPL and open the goal gates for the first time. Doesn't have much else here on this X. Tries to just get himself in there, but won't come up with much of anything. Interestingly here, Sai, we didn't get the chance to talk about it, as Kitsuna will pick up a KO. There's 5 for NXCD. Double power play opportunity, but the one thing I wanted to talk about while this goal probably goes in is Soren playing this now goalie as a pick that we don't often get to see. But obviously with the Ivy away, have to find something else, and this still allows you to have a decent bit of forward pressure.
Yeah, we actually saw now goalie quite a bit yesterday, both successful and unsuccessful, and it's a pretty solid pick at getting that forward pressure like Soren is. It's a pick that you have to be very preemptive with to make sure the brawler can't get up in your face. But even when Fiery's in Soren's face, Soren's been very good at using that primary to get out of there with the 2 strikes.
A lot of different ways to play the character, as now was once the tank, mage, brawler, assassin, warrior, absolute unit. Now has been toned down, of course, since, but even still, a lot of hitboxes you have the opportunity to use, and some extra speed to your name as well. Kitsuna finds the energy burst with the barrier. There's 6. NXZD's got the energy burst as well, and will likely be looking for it, but there's 7. Actually, never mind. He'll just put it away. Soren has the energy burst. Gets it right up there to EKC, and it'll go in. EKC taking care of business here in this qualification match thus far.
For a moment, I thought this game's going to be too short for NXZD to get 20 KOs. But honestly, I think it's still possible. And Soren, very good play there, actually. Sacrifices 1 barrier to make sure that there's a 0% chance that they lose 2 in that interaction. And that primary setup interrupts Fiery for a moment. The big finish won't be enough to get the barrier, as Kitsuna's just pushing forward, winning against 2 people. The 1v2, but Fiery's doing the same on the other side. PPL are not out of this just yet, but Fiery might be.
Fiery might be. NXZD in pursuit. Just with the orb has enough meter to evade, but yet again, there's the 8 for NXZD. Finds it versus average Alex. This one's in the top corner, looking down. Can't find it yet. There it is, finally. The core will find the barrier. NXZD dashes in. Here's Soren with an energy burst as Kitsuna drops back. Big finish used. Kitsuna learning from his teammate goalie on the playoff. The side of the wall, and then dives in for the goal with a piercing shot. It's a quick 6-0 for EKC here in game 1. And they're full steam ahead here, Saya. It's very hard to see how he's going to, or how EKC is going to be stopped at this point.
Yeah, I think it would take a lot of scoring efficiency, but they picked the Fini. So, average Alex, unfortunately, isn't going to be nearly as much help there in terms of mobility and getting the core up and stuffing it through with Fiery. Going to need a lot more than just that, and with extra special, those Flame Flurries will be coming out for even more damage output, for even more confirms on staggered targets, along with so much damage picked up, it feels like. Soren with the Deadeye. So, PPL, they just got to be afraid like they were.
And so, we'll see what else happens here, as now there's forward PPL actually able to come up with a goal there, as it keeps ricocheting around, and Fiery is able to put Soren back into his own goal. First goal on the board for PPL.
Yeah, those are kind of pushes that they need. They need to trap the core with big finish and let Fiery get a lot of forward pressure, get a lot of that control with the gravity of the big finish, keeping it forward, and Fiery will beat Soren in the one-on-one. The weakness of the now goalie, and average Alex with the coverage on the misdirection. Perfectly placed, and PPL out of nowhere, they're turning this one around.
They've got it, and they're putting in the work right back to them. Quick goals both ways, so both teams will have a decent bit, and we're coming up on many energy bursts online here. Kitsuna has his, Fiery about to have his. Average Alex and Bloom both have theirs, and NXZD will burn his to find a barrier. Kitsuna looks for the pass just a little bit too fast. Soren misses it. It won't get the Sad Boys angle. It'll go right to the barrier. There's Fiery, finds the KO versus Soren again. And now suddenly is in position, looks for it again, but no, denied there. NXZD finds the hold The Juliet in the goal box. Able to buy just enough time for Soren to come back online. Katsuno sends it around. Meanwhile, still, Brawlers exchanging punches in the EKC goal box. Kitsuna takes one away. NXZD in pursuit of the goal. There's the drone, helping him out slightly with a little bit of extra speed. But even still, interruptions in these passes have been enough for PPL to prevent the connections made by the members of EKC. Finally, it slides forward, and NXZD will punch it through.
Well played by EKC to hold on, and NXZD in particular, a miracle strike war after Katsuna dribbled it on the bottom part of the goal. Somehow kept that point alive, and with a flip available with NXZD having cooldowns, the KOs may continue, but I think PPL is playing a lot more carefully. But playing a lot more carefully means you're a lot more vulnerable to being scored on, and NXZD will pick up number 9.
Game point now for EKC as NXZD seems to average almost about 1 KO per goal in most games, and there's yet another 10 now for him. Finds that barrier as Bloom comes up just a little bit shy. Fiery, though, looking forward here, and another KO did happen at the hands of Fiery. Thanks to getting taken down, but 11 comes through once more, and the power play extends for EKC. They look to keep this forward. There's Kitsuna once again on the Crystal Thorns, trying to get this one up to EKC, but now gets caught around the gravity well. Triple Take will interrupt the core as well, and the Firewall Sentry comes through, but Soren will hold on to his barrier. At least for now. Triple Take again. And once more, everything getting thrown out by PPL just to try to intercept some of these passes. Bloom, nice patience, finds the way around the Fiery Flurry on that far side. Fiery is back again, just comes up a little bit shy. Maximus is popped, but can't find the core, can't find much of anything there. And that's a longer cooldown timer that you wish you would have. NXCD, Energy Burst, looks for one. Here's average Alex, low on stagger. NXCD has to be careful and is taking up a decent bit. 12 will come through, and then the core will drift in. EKC, what a game from them. Exclamation marks out the wazoo. They want their spot back.
Yeah, it's to the point where I don't think we had any doubt that we're going to win that game, right? We were just counting KOs. We were just watching NXED. 12 KOs and how many goals?
4, actually.
Well, okay, but 11 total, right? That's over 1 KO per goal. And compared to the amount of goals that were in the previous games, keeping up quite a good ratio.
Yeah, certainly the case. And even in that game, by the way, I mean, that was an 11-minute game, 11.5-minute game, minus the carousels. You're looking at maybe 9 minutes. That's the actual insane ratio when you talk about playtime and how that comes through. So NXZD still putting on the performance. Will PPL ban the Julie away entirely? Of course, is the question. Saya, I didn't get to see the last draft. Who is probably getting side on
EKC is getting blue side here, which is horrible for PPL, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like PPL last game should have taken the Julie themselves because Fiery is quite a good Julie player. And so they could have denied both the Katsuna Luna and
in PPL's
Julie.
defense, of course, they were playing in the last series and not watching.
Oh, that's true, actually.
So,
but they're heading to Night Market. EKC blue side Night Market. Nightmare. Help.
help. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either. You know what?
PPL.
We'll see what happens.
PPL needs to find something, but not quite sure what that something is. Oh, actually. Looking at the draft coming up on Night Market, this could be something. Hotshot Core Control could be the name of the game here.
Hotshot stacks on a Night Market start. We'll see how this one comes through. I mean, like, look, regardless of the fact, right, solid chance that unless it gets banned away, I mean, you just put NXCD on Juliet, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's basically all you can do. And we'll have to go from there as this continues. The Atlas band, yet again, actually coming out.
First pick Juliet, not leaving anything up to chance.
Okay, yeah, sounds about right.
Because you have to respect the Katsuna Luna. Like, what NXT does on Juliet, Katsuna will do on Luna. So, you have to put that there. And then, full core control coming through. Full stacks core control here. Not the hotshot kind. This is the stacks on stacks flavor. They're trying to win with speed here. Any brawler will do Asher or X, really, on that last pick for PPL, most likely. But EKC is just going to play the same game again.
There's not a chance that it's Mako forward, right?
No way. This Soren guy is locking in Centauro. NXCD saying huff in chat. This Soren guy is locking in Centauro.
Come on. Just let him play, Julie. Or, no, wait. I'm getting myself confused. All right. You know what? I don't know what I'm about to watch.
Well, he could also be playing the Julie, but like he's probably playing the Centauro.
He's probably playing the Centauro.
And the scary thing is, I think we have to favor his team.
Why do we have to favor his team?
Because I think EKC is still going to win.
It is Mako forward. Actually, Mako forward versus Zentaro goalie. What universe are we in right now, Saya? Can I get a fact check here? Like, this is real. We're in this world.
Well, this is EKC. And they do whatever they want. Really.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Well, hopefully this time we won't get name off bug instantly. Please?
Please?
Okay, we're safe. No more remakes necessary. We're heading into this absolutely crazy game. Soren, what gear does he go is the question.
I don't know.
Because he was teasing the pauldrons a little bit. But you're supposed to go eject button. Anything's possible.
Certainly it's just a eject button. You know, the weirdest part about this is that you don't even have a Dash Awakening start. It's pauldrons.
Oh no. Oh no.
I feel like this is Soren going full Joker arc. Not the Joker, mind you.
Do you know what Soren does on this pick? He will primary the core backwards just so he can flick it forwards.
Oh my
like
God.
Into the net. And so when he misses, it will be an own goal. And that's the first goal for Fiery.
I have a feeling that Fiery just steamrolls this with anytime the ensnare drums are up, though, right?
Well, Oni's blade is okay against ensnare drums, and Zentaro does have a way to like double hit it, so it's not horrible. But yeah, I think ensnare drums will be pretty good. But what I'm looking at is actually Katsuna's Juno. That could save EKC.
That's true. We saw it in the last series. Of course, Katsuna's Juno coming through quite a bit in terms of actually securing some of those KOs after some of the damage. Also, potentially with an ability to jump back. But, you know, the other thing, Saya, that I'm a little worried about is now you have two characters that really desperately want a Dash Awakening here, right? In both Kitsuna and Soren. So if one of those comes up, how do you prioritize who gets it?
Well, it really depends on the draft order, right? And Katsuna will always take more core speed, so there's different priority there as well. So I think the drafts will be pretty okay to navigate. NXED on Night Market is also a constant threat, winning the strike war against Average Alex. And Soren just going in, forcing Katsuna to goalie, and NXED secures it.
Takes care of business, and bang, core goes through. NXED puts the core away again. I don't even know what to think anymore, Saya.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what I'm supposed to think. I don't know if I can think. I don't know if I'm able to at this point.
Well, Soren once again dribbling, once again doing what he does best, as the core is kept away from Fiery. NXED given a lot of opportunities to strike war here. This time, Soren with a very unnecessary core stop almost gets it into the hands of Fiery, but it will still be sent forward by Bloom, the Era goalie, helping a lot in terms of giving Fiery mobility, and that's a KO on the Juno. Fiery gets a snipe, and NXED is being forced to play Juliet goalie as Soren plays a little bit of midfield. They drop the barrier, and I gotta feel bad for Soren's teammates. Katsuna and NXED are being forced to carry while Soren has fun.
Yeah. That's the way it goes sometimes. When you're playing with Omega Strikers players. What is it with goalies and getting bored? You know?
It's boring.
Forgot. Gumi.
Soren also explored a role
Soren.
swap too this season.
Yeah. Yeah. He's also playing midfield half the time in CCL anyway.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help.
He's too bored. Like, have you ever played goalie in a game where your team is like just 3 times better than the other team? That's Soren in CCL. Like, it is the most mind-numbing flowchart thing imaginable.
Yeah. I don't doubt that. Although it doesn't get much mind-numbing than being a brawler player, right? Especially when you're Julie.
No, NXED is not mind-numbing right now. NXED is
Dash
getting
punch
the KOs.
burst.
NXED is going in. Oh, but Katsuna's also
Bang.
going in. But it goes right to Bloom, and that was almost a save coming
That's
out from
okay.
PPL.
That was almost a save, but in reality, the core just went like 5 different ways before finding that eventually. We're at a tie game here in set 1. Potential for this one to go either way, and interestingly, NXED almost comes up with one there versus Fiery. I feel like what team even scales better here, Saya? I don't even know.
I think the Juno scales the best here. Like, core speed is better than solo queue, yes, but in a game like this, where it's so chaotic, where Average Alex just ran in and struck it before Dionys Blake could hit it out, I think core speed is going to be very, very valuable. Especially when core speed forces people into bad positions quite often. And NXED is very good at capitalizing off of that. As well as, I mean, this Awakening draft just has so much power in it. Fighter Flight, Perfect Form, Prize Fighter for the Juliet.
Oh.
And Deadeye is also going to be a pickup here for Katsuna, most likely. Goes for Timeless Creator. Interesting. Interesting to not go for Deadeye there. I would have expected Deadeye every single time. I'm not quite sure why Timeless.
Team players in Taro.
No, that's good.
No, I mean, I know it's good because it's a goalie. It's just funny to say.
It is true.
Team players in Taro. Anyway, Katsuna's still down there. NXED looking for his first prize fighter stack, but will get shrunk before he's able to find it. And it's Snare Drums out again. Will trap Snoren. There is the barrage once more. Here's the Maelstrom sweeping through, and feels like a lot of the pressure has already been used. Fiery stays alive even barely. As the perfect pitch comes out, NXED low on stagger. There is Katsuna jumping in again, trying to find a KO, but Average Alex still in position here. There's the Giga Blast as well. Average Alex been playing a very offensive game on this Kai. Or will go behind him this time though, and won't be able to put it through. Here's that energy burst. Soren finds the flick, sends it away. Now Fiery and Snare Drums are out. Labos in return. Well done by Katsuna to counter that and provide a little bit of assistance. And now NXZD slides in 4 KO streak. We'll find that first prize fighter stack. And that will mean that this set can snowball even harder as it goes on.
NXCD, though, being brought very low and barraged off the map by Average Alex. As Soren... That's a Soren angle.
Oh. No. Well, you hate to see that, but he also brought it upon himself. So it's up to you, Chad, on whether or not you want to feel bad for Soren. But double barrier is taken here as well. PPL looks to keep up the pressure and will immediately as the snare drums come out. Fiery forward, and Mako's still putting in the work. So now 2 goals to 0 in set 2. We'll see where this one continues to go.
Yeah, and if Average Alex and Fiery continue playing pretty seriously, unlike a certain Air Skating Club goalie, it's looking quite bright for them because they have most of the control. Of course, Bloom is getting beat up, and they did waste a flip there, but they do get it out nonetheless. But Katsuna really is the backbone of EKC in this game, making sure that those slimes are getting in there and preventing a lot of the offense coming out from PPL. But it's only so much you can do when your goalie is having a bit too much fun.
Able to hold on to it this time, though, is Soren. Not able to do it there. Now looking for the bottom. Sends it around. NXAD does have an energy burst at the ready. Could be looking to do something there. Has not had as much success with the KOs this time around. and we're on to set 3.
If that guy didn't have hotshot, I'm pretty sure he saves it there. But he took hotshot instead of stacks on the starter, so... Well, it is what it is. 1-2 punch denied away from both the Julie and the Juno there, but rapid fire, a great pickup here for Katsuna. Soren going to be picking up prime time for additional cooldowns, and Knife's Edge probably going to be denied away. No, allowed to fall. Spark of Focus, the focus here for Fiery. NXCD is scaling quite a bit, actually. Could be the one to bring this game back under control.
Yeah, you sure about that, Saya?
That guy has prize fighter Knife's Edge,
which is very good. I just don't know if it's enough to outscale your goalie.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, you're right.
That's... Anyway.
K-Bot, Liari's giving us a reminder. Soren's Juliet goalie reverse swept Lob City.
Was this true?
Yes.
This happened last season?
Yes.
Well, you know what? If it happened once, it could happen again. I will believe it when I see it. I will say. So anyway, Goldberry is up on both sides. Of course, Energy Burst starting to come online. NXCD almost has his, though was also almost taken out by the Maelstrom. Giga Blast comes through. Average Alex tries to keep the pressure here on the blazing pace. Fiery just a little bit too high on the goal barrier, but the barrage comes through. Fiery just a little bit too slow to make it in. Gets clipped by the Maelstrom, almost in a beautiful position to follow up, but no. Still, just a little too slow. Average Alex forced back into the midfield. Fiery forward again, denied this time. There's the barrage coming through, trying to stuff it through the Oni's blade, and now up to Fiery again. There's the slice and dice, and it goes right between Soren and his midfielder. 1 goal up for PPL.
Yeah, and PPL is playing these situations quite well. They're hitting around Soren when he has cooldowns down, and also outrange the flip from Katsuna there as well. These slimes are looking a little bit scary, and even scarier as we head closer to overtime. Soren, though, not really abusing the team player as much as is possible this game, it feels like he's too busy having fun dribbling the core and trying to flick, but that time wasn't even a flick, he just sent it forward. He's not even
There's
flicking.
the energy burst. Oh, almost actually found both barriers there. I'll give him some props. Blazing pace here. Interrupts Fiery. Can't quite get a lot done, and now Fiery will stuff it through. The Oni's blade one time. Drum and bass out for a moment. Still not quite fast enough. There's the ensnare drums. It'll find the barrier with the help of the barrage. Fiery still in possession, but doesn't have many cooldowns at the moment. Gigablast keeps it forward, and Fiery is right on top of things. We are now on game point for PPL to send us to 1-1.
And game 3 is Taiko Temple, a very volatile map. If PPL want to win, that's their best shot at doing it. But of course, EKC is pretty good at the Taiko Temple thing. So it will have to be
Assuming that
fight.
their goalie
they're
doesn't
losing.
pick Santaro, I'd assume. Okay,
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. All good. We do modicum amounts of trolling.
That wasn't even a
in
movie.
Landing.
That was a YouTube video.
Sometimes that was... No, I don't even know if that was a Vimeo video.
Yeah, that was a TikTok, honestly.
Digest. All right. Can't wait for Soren to explain what happened there in Twitch chat. But in any event, we're on to game 3. You said this was Taiko Temple is the one that's left. And we'll see what happens now.
PPL on blue side now. They should be a little bit better.
So they can ban whatever they want to, and then first pick the Julie.
It's Taiko,
That's probably what they should do,
it's
right?
Taiko, so they might not put as much priority on the Julie.
Yeah, but like, come on. NXCD's been playing it to an incredibly high degree all day.
K-Bot.
I know it's Taiko.
Another spark start has hit.
Oh. You know, when I signed on to cast Omega Strikers this morning, actually it wasn't this morning, sometimes 2 p.m. is good morning. I did not think that I'd be met with 3 spark starts, a Zentaro goalie, and a Juliet taking over the game. Yet here we are, Saya. Here we are.
Yep. And it's a spark of focus, rampage start on Taiko Temple for game 3 of this series. PPL EKC 1-1 winner goes to the North American Strikers League, and EKC have kind of thrown away a pretty unserious game.
Soren says, my bad for picking it into triple speed characters. And is still defending the pick.
Wait, that's real though. That's real though. You know how I play patterns on everything and it's kind of suboptimal? Like a lot?
Yeah.
It feels way worse against speed characters than like not speed characters. So he's onto something. Kinda.
Something. For sure.
But he also shouldn't have locked it in general.
Probably not. Okay, so PBL sticking with the Luna ban, X ban from EKC. And the Asher gets locked in. Is there a chance this Asher is goalie or no?
That's most likely Fiery Asher. Asher is incredibly good in the forward position on this map. And on the other side, we see Aimi Rune.
Oh.
Honestly, I'm not sure where these are going yet because EKC, you remember that period of time when EKC was exclusively playing Aimi forward, NXED?
Yeah?
Yeah, there was that time after all. EKC creation.
That is true. Was it Rune in that comp? I guess it was, right?
Yeah, yeah, I guess. And I'm wondering what the last lock-in is for EKC though, because PPL are picking the now, and probably the goalie on this next pick. Fix the Atlas goalie, so they're looking pretty stable. But
The Atlas goalie that was not banned. Whoa.
yeah. What is the last one? What is the last pick? What is coming in for EKC here?
Soren, Zen, or Fake.
It's Julie goalie. Guys,
It's
Julie
no.
goalie.
Yeah. That is. It is not Julie goalie.
Oh, wait. Okay. My team doesn't want me to. Oh, it's Julie forward. All good.
It's Julie forward. It's Julie forward. We're not going to troll. All good. Okay. Let's just get this one on the road. I don't know.
It's going to be hard to go back to a serious game after the last one.
It is going to be very hard. And I feel like I'm doing a disservice to the players of PPL who absolutely deserve to be here and deserve to be in the league. And yet here we are laughing about Zentaro goalie. And the fact that the core speed is probably about to go 1,000 meters a second with Taiko Temple here. And creation characters.
Yep. We'll have to see how it goes. Moon's going to be pretty good at dealing with that as the Atlas, as we will see the very normal lock-in of EKC. Soren on the Aimee and not the Juliet.
Okay, how about 3 Mag Souls pickups here, though? Fiery, Average Alex, and Kitsuna all on the Mag Souls. Saya, what did I miss?
Well, Maxwell's got buffed quite a bit. XDME, the Rest in Peace, really tried to make it viable, and he succeeded. So on some maps and in some situations, it is a very good pick. On Demon Day specifically, it is by far best in slots. But on other maps, it is looking very, very pickable.
All right, well, fair enough. NXCD, though, of course, going to be keeping those pummelers. Looking to take over the game on a Spark of Focus start yet again. As if he hasn't had enough of those already. Looking again for the core. Here's Kitsuna on the Shadow Swap forward. Soren up with the Energy Burst and the Cyber Swipe. Now we'll find it off the drums and over to NXCD, who also does have an Energy Burst of his own. Likely waiting for the right time to strike, and still just can't find it. There it is, finally, and there's his first as the goal goes in.
Well played by EKC. Very solid scoring setup and kept possession for most of that. Didn't really have to worry about the pressure on the barriers when they were the ones on offense for the vast majority of it. There's the kickoff, Cyber Swipe into Firewall Sentry. So powerful in the bottom corners of maps like Atlas Lab and Taiko Temple. Soren on the Aimee pick, looking like he has so much agency over this game.
Average Alex was almost taken down, but the Celestial Intervention will come out and let him see another day. Fiery off the center drum, looking for the bottom corner. Average Alex will drop back, protecting the top side of the goal and helping Bloom. Looking forward again, and Average Alex will just pick it up again for PPL, but a good banish from Kitsuna will take Fiery off, and it'll just swing the momentum right back to EKC. Good projection to keep the core away, but of course won't have that for another couple of seconds. Average Alex again looking to dig it out of the corner here. Just keep sending it to NXAD and hoping that Fiery can win a strike war. He'll find one barrier. Now is low. Has to be incredibly careful here after taking an anomaly, but there is both heals coming in from the team.
Bloom just sent that right through the pillar. Bloom just ignored the rune pillar and just expansed it right through, and now PPL is in a good spot.
You know, sometimes. Oh my!
What a read.
Oh my!
NXZD just knew exactly what Bloom was thinking. That was a ridiculous outplay there, but The next point does still approach. The timer does not change if the point was more impressive. But right now, the pillars are coming in, but Fiery keeps pushing forward, and eventually both barriers will fall.
Kitsuna tries to use the energy burst, but it's immediately denied by Average Alex, and the core goes back over to PPL. Fiery still in this corner. Soren holding for now, but the lifeline comes through for Average Alex to go forward. They'll get that goal here in set 1. And squeeze out. You know, the one thing I wasn't thinking about in the comp, of course, is the double healing, which seems like low-hanging fruit, but in a game where they've struggled thus far, and in a game where you can keep your characters alive and limit the number of KOs that NXCD can potentially get, perhaps the better in this game. You saw Loom do right there with Fiery, but low on stagger again, still has to be careful. And it's going deep in enemy territory now. Despite that, 2 energy bursts from PPL are online. Make that 1 as Bloom will use his. Expanse comes out, keeps it away from that final goal barrier. Soren cyber swipes in, looking for an XCD off the barrier. Average Alex will use his, interrupts the play and gets it back forward. Soren still holds with those ability to send it away there, striking second even still. That's one to go behind though. Kitsuna's anomaly doesn't quite cover the goal barrier, and the core will find its way there. Soren now again. That core went incredibly fast. Fiery almost comes up with it, but it'll still go around the backside. The expanse just a little bit too late that time as well, and we've got goal barriers open on both sides. Here's the energy burst over to Soren right in front of that center base drum and sends it through. EKC up 1-0.
And that play, let's be real, Soren does not deserve credit for that. NXZD does. What an amazing dribble off the bottom, directly past the Soren, no hesitation. If that dribble doesn't happen, it is Fiery who gets the core. It is probably a goal for PPL, and this set looks very different. PPL, though, still pick up that fighter flight as Soren goes for the perfect form. That does mean that NXCD picks up the adrenaline rush. Such a game-warping awakening on that Julie, and especially on a Julie that is piloted by NXCD. Egoist, you'll never say no to that as well as it comes out. Moon picking up that extra special to maybe get a few more saves, a few more revives, a little bit more healing.
But again, the question becomes, sure, you might have the adrenaline rush, but that only kicks in after you find that KO. If the opposing team can limit your ability to KO by keeping everyone nice and healthy, good positioning, and of course, if you absolutely need it, the intervention from the Atlas, perhaps you'll be just fine. That's at least the mentality of PPL right now, as they look forward. Had a good opportunity there, but it gets sent away. Firewall Sentry is out. Here comes the creations, and the banish onto Bloom is troubling NXCD in position, but that was all Kitsuna setting up the play to put it through.
Yeah, amazing pillar placement. Just constantly dribbled it, cut off the clear angles from Bloom, and overall just kept the possession in the hands of Aris Kitten Club. And once again, the pillars are coming through. Amazing patience from Kitsuna, just walling them off. The duration fizzles out, but it still did its job. One barrier taken, but Fiery's returning the favor on the other side. Taken out by NXCD. I didn't even think that was a KO angle.
Well, even if you might not think it, he'll find a way to make it one. Still in this corner with the core. Use the energy burst, assist from that anomaly. It goes forward, and it still finds its way to him to go through. 2-0 here as EKC feels like they're starting to run away with this one.
A missed strike into a delayed flip. Probably the last moments of that flip, still ascending at a fast speed. Kitsuna finds a late pass, and the rest is history as that goal goes in, as EKC are off to quite a massive lead at this point. NXZD still pushing forward, looking for any sort of KO opportunity, and that banished core might present it. Goes for a dash punch, but Fiery this time will live to see another day.
And now firing the opposite corner will find one goal barrier. NXCD looks to try to intercept things. Here's the energy burst, trying to keep it forward from Bloom for the PPL, and they'll find their second. Average Alex still trying to keep this one in that corner, but no. Up to firing, NXCD denies. There's the energy burst. Soren will pick up the KO there. And oh no, Bloom off the center barrier gets banished after the doubly punished there. EKC capitalize once more, and now they are one set away from retaining their spot in the North American Strikers League.
A very, very clean game so far from EKC. Let's see if they can finish it off in a sweep. A great draft for EKC as well. Time was created for the Rune. Those pillars, they were disappearing after the good setup, but now they will stick around. And the sparks are coming through. Strength denied, but agility is great as well. Of course, a shadow of its former self. But Deadeye on Soren is a huge pickup for the additional damage. Of course, Hotshot is very good on Atlas, but we're not talking about cooldowns here. We're talking about the KO potential.
Well, the KO potential, I would argue, on Juliet is directly related to cooldowns when you've got two sparks and one of them's focus. A little bit extra dash punch threat there, potentially, and could be enough, but of course, the spark of power denied. That'll be a sigh of relief for the side of PPL. We'll see whether or not they're able to pull through, but even still, 2 energy bursts online right now for EKC. NXCD finds the KOs all the same. And will find a second as well. 4 KO streak, and Kitsuna is forward on the energy burst. 2 energy bursts right now for EKC. Soren will use 1. Average Alex still in position, actually able to find the barrier on the opposite side, and effectively nullifies the power play, and he'll just take it home himself. Well done by Average Alex, coming right back in from that play.
And a very clean primary strike by Average Alex. 3 hits in an instant against Soren, who that's kind of hard to strike for, let's be real. And that goal will be found by PPL, a critical one to try and get back in this game. But it's still going to be difficult as that pass splitter goes wide and the core drifts to the other side. The timeless creator really coming into play as that pillar ricochets it back as the barrier is about to be taken.
These anomalies from Kitsuna continue to be on point and just suffocate out so many angles that Bloom can't find anymore. And it's difficult to keep it away from that side of the pitch, and it's difficult to dig it out until those pillars despawn. 1 barrier, though, goes down for PPL as Fiery's still in position, but is banished here and will get KO'd by Kitsuna. Now looking again, there's another one. NXCD once more with the KO. Double power play opportunity again. Kitsuna down. Bloom will find the expanse to hold on to it for a second, but 2 energy bursts committed, and yet still it stays out of the net. Glitch Pop sends it back into the center bass drum. Average Alex can't quite get to the core as it'll get escorted in by the Firewall Sentry.
Good goal for EKC. They burn a lot of resources, but the resources aren't too good on PPL's side either. Pretty tied up game here, but if EKC can get a setup like that, if they can get a KO like that, if they can get some adrenaline rush pressure here, Average Alex has got to be really careful. The banished pillar saved by the goal box, but Bloom and Average Alex were almost double KO'd there. A little bit more damage on NXCD, and the point's already over, but it still feels like it is. The midfielder down, Average Alex taken out. Soren to the bottom side as NXCD has cooldowns back at this point, has plenty of speed to work with, and is flame flurrying yet again. But Bloom holds on for a moment. Good clear down, and the power play ends. Well played from PPL.
And then the core drifts slowly back to the other side of the pitch. A potential opportunity here, but the anomalies are out from Kitsuna on the defensive side to hold on to this barrier. They know that this point should be theirs. KO comes through once more for NXCD. Average Alex tries to intercept the connection as Soren is drifting forward. Bloom tries to save, but even still, NXCD is there. And the Era's Kitten Club is 1 goal away from keeping their spot in the North American Strikers League.
Soren even finding time to type a message in Twitch chat. That's how confident they are in this game, forcing out the res from Bloom early. That's an important cooldown down. Now the damage can pour on. Now NXCD can go for dash punches without having to be aware of that revive. As the passes come in, as Soren builds up a flip, as a dash punch almost KOs Bloom, but that's a bounce off the center. That's a double barrier, a banish to save the day, but the path splitter will clip the core at the perfect moment, and the PP Legends are still alive.
PPL, is this your chance to have an insane comeback? They were down quite a bit a second ago, but they are on the precipice of turning this one around. Even still, it's going to be an uphill battle, even if they get this one goal, thanks to everything that's coming their way, but Bloom's still able to dig it out. The back reaches of that corner. NXCD in position. There's the edge burst. Kitsuna's anomaly keeps it online as the goal gates open. Fiery and Average Alex both low on stagger. Fiery has to retreat. Can't keep up the pressure at all. And now Average Alex gets cyber swiped away by EKC. Kitsuna will find the bottom corner. And while they may be their own worst villains sometimes, Era's Kitten Club will find their way once again into the North American Strikers League, in case there was any doubt.
When they were not completely trolling thanks to their goalie, they were very clean. A 3-0 here. NXCD, Kitsuna, and Soren looking solid. They're back in the North American Strikers League, and they definitely do deserve it here. PP Legends falling down to the losers bracket. They still have another shot. They will face the winner of Modern Magic versus Pass. But I think the PP Legends should be confident because they looked very solid.
They certainly put up a fight, and I am incredibly excited to see what could happen in this lower match. This is going to be a make or break for both these teams, but all of the players still left obviously are vying for the spot in the primary league. They want to compete with the best of the best and call themselves the best of the best along with EKC. And can I just say, Saya, I mean, you know, obviously I've been MIA, I've been inconsistent in watching games. Has NXCD ever looked that good?
I think at some point.
I don't think he has.
Well, this isn't quite the North American Strikers League, right?
That is true.
So,
but even still,
yeah, I guess
it's close.
That, yeah,
it's close. So perhaps keeping with that momentum is what EKC will want to do. But in the meantime, PPL will have to reset themselves as they will fight against the winner of that lower match happening right now. It was Modern Magic able to take the first game over Pass. We await the results of their series before diving into this next one, so might be a bit of a break before our next match, but get yourselves a little snack or something and be sure to come right on back, as it'll be PPL versus the winner of that lower match for the second qualification spot in the North American Strikers League Season 5. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to landing the qualifiers for Season 5 of the North American Strikers League. We are about to get into things between PPL and Modern Magic. Saya, we got the chance to watch a little bit of Modern Magic last game versus Pass. They ended up taking Game 2 in 3-1 fashion. Of course, winning Game 1 there as well. So they're coming back into this. Both these teams have something to prove. PPL, of course, is a team that hasn't been in the league since Season 1. And here is Modern Magic, which is a series of 3 players that largely have been on the come up. Of course, Forgot has been in this league before, but his 2 teammates have been names that have been pretty well-known entities for quite some time, but now are trying to break into the upper echelon of play.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fateful matchup because PPL's NASA spot is actually Chikara Chatting's NASA spot, and Bloom and Carmine were 2 of the players on that very roster that took first place in NASA last season. And now they face off, and you couldn't write it better. Only one could make it. PPL's here because of them, and Modern is also here because of Carmine's efforts. So it's really which former chatter will be on top here.
We're about to find out as the draft unfolds in front of us. That is most likely a Mako forward for Fiery. Do not let that deceive you in pick 4. And then otherwise, pretty standard stuff to expectations here. There's a chance where this the Ivy and Drek could get flexed either way, but I don't actually know which way that's going to go now that I think about it more. Saya, I assume it's Drakkar goalie, but we don't know that for sure.
I think it's Drakkar goalie. I don't think Ron P plays that IME all too much. So
yeah.
We have seen Forgot on the IME as well. So it'll just be what it is here. I think the biggest question in this game is how they look immediately on start, because I think both these teams have impressed me so far today. They both fell to the same team in winners, and we'll see how they do.
We'll see as we load into Striker Select. Game 1, of course, taking place on Night Market. This was presumably the pick of Modern Magic, correct?
Yes, yeah. This was Modern Magic's pickup. This is side select going to the side of PPL on this one.
Yeah. So we'll see where this one goes. Of course, we also saw Average Alex in the last series versus EKC put on quite a performance on Kai in terms of just how actively he was able to pressure. And now picking up Twin Drive in addition will mean that he'll have even more speed coming through on that blazing pace every so often. Most everyone Twin Drive except Ron P on the Drakkar going over for that missile propulsion, a little bit of extra range, which paired with the strike shot will mean quite the influence for this Drakkar.
Yeah, and Carmine on Night Market having this Rasmus is very mobile. Speed is king, we say it so many times, but Carmine has shown excellence with this pick on this map and many others. And if Carmine can get set up by Forgot, that could be it. But a great save by Bloom, the rebound caught by Carmine, and the first goal will be going over to Modern Magic.
For those of you wondering, I assume that's just a emote they picked because they find it funny. Yeah. But that is the University of Wisconsin River Falls logo. For those of you that would like to know, of course, way back in the day, you could get your collegiate organization's emote added to Omega Strikers, and many schools took advantage of that. So instead, they're spamming this. I believe they're the Falcons. Ironically, just like Storm the Keep.
Or but maybe that's the emote that will be in the community emote pack, like reskinned to be their logo, perhaps.
Maybe.
We'll always have to see in the future once that gets updated after the qualifiers end, but we're only halfway through. This is the last match of the first half of the qualifiers. This is the conclusion of Group A, and that's a KO found. Was that a snipe by Ron P with the Molten Bolt?
I think it might have been. Yeah, it came from downtown to take out Average Alex, and Core goes in for Modern Magic. And, you know, I think in between these two teams, Saya, we got to watch both of their series versus EKC. It did feel like Modern Magic pushed EKC a little more. It felt like many more of the points were closer, and it felt like they were able to come up with some success of their own. Of course, PPL took a game over EKC, but let's look beyond that for a second. I think we know what happened there. So I do think PPL's on the back foot, which is unfortunate, right? This is the team that wants to be in this league, that believes they deserve there. They feel like they've been in NASA forever and just can't quite break through. You're going to have to put on quite the showing here in their final chance at Season 5 qualification to come out in the top league. But right now, it's all Modern Magic, as they'll find the goal barriers and Forgot will come in with the Cyber Swing.
It is looking tough because Modern Magic is covering a lot of options here. It is looking difficult for PPL to get anything going, as Modern Magic seem to be there first, be there more often. With the stacks on stacks pickup, that additional speed is going to be quite overwhelming. There are plenty of good awakenings here for the Rasmus, who is going to be picking up the start of some spark, scaling with the spark of resilience on a single spark. None other showing up in this draft, none of the starters, so that single spark is going to be very valuable heading later into the game.
And there's a possibility, too, where, like, next up is Spark of Agility, which is, we say speed is king. I think it's even doubly so for the kind of scoring brawler that Carmine is on this Rasmus. So having the option to potentially pick that up later could be incredibly beneficial. And especially in a world where you don't have a lot of other speed on your team, right? For PPL, the best thing you're looking at is the blazing pace and whenever the Flutterfly comes out from Bloom on the back line, and of course the drum and bass. There's a lot of speed, but Fiery generally going to be very immobile, right, on this Mako. Goal is just try to stand there, shove the core through with the ensnare drums, and call it a day, but if it never gets back there, it'll be difficult to do so. And it'll be even more difficult to do so when you get KO'd as another one comes through. Bloom will use the energy burst for the goal barrier, but it'll get sent away. Carmine not able to pull any fancy tricks with a core just yet. There's been enough in the way in terms of interruptions to prevent that from happening, but have to imagine that could be coming soon. Now finds the pendulum swing against Average Alex, although goal barriers open for PPL. Get trapped up in these snare drums to the top corner. Forgot slends it down. It'll get that energy burst, and now has it. Looks for a beautiful pass, but Bloom was ready for it. And oh no, it goes back the other way at a weird bounce off that night market middle. Okay.
If you're PPL though, you take those every day of the week.
Do.
A strange bounce, but it's still a point. It's still a very small lead here for PPL at the start of this one.
Even still, feels like it could be an uphill battle, though they'll have to use everything that's given to them in the next little bit. You know, worth noting on a Mako Brawler, perhaps, thinking of the build different, not a terrible pickup. What, a little bit of extra damage, right, on some of your main abilities, and then additionally the size, but even still, target of KOs has been what it's been so far. Another one goes off. Power play not capitalized on that quite that time. And Carmine still can't quite find the core. Fiery back online and looks for the core. Here's the energy burst, and that one will go straight through the midfielder and goalie of PPL. Well done to find the bottom corner.
Yeah, Moon played that point very, very well. Had some amazing holds, had the primary at the right time, Bewitching Beam the core to the top side. But in the end, you're still an arrow goalie in an open net, and eventually you will get scored on. So it's a bit tough if the offensive PPL can't find its footing. But right now, Fiery, with the perfect pitch, stuffs it through the firewall. Sentry Gets it through twice, basically, with a single hit. And with an open net, Alex and Fiery need to find something, but Carmine stuck in the bottom corner. Ron P has plenty of room to work with, and these Snare Drums go wide. A flip burned as Bloom sends it back forward, but it feels like the power play has just started for Modern Magic.
So low on stagger already, withering the storm, but not able to stay alive through it. Average Alex will go down, but penalty opportunity is denied once more. Average Alex back online. Immediately pops everything to go forward, but can't get it down to Fiery. Here's the blazing pace again. Now looking for the goal. Can't quite find it yet, and now it goes back the other way. There's the pendulum swing. Carmine opens the barriers. Average Alex tries to get it out of the corner. Will get it past one. Now it'll go behind him. Carmine still in position. Beautiful Molten Bolt keeps it forward right now from Grand P. Bloom is still ready on the back of lines. Able to dance around and keep the core. Ouch. There's dropping back on the cloak. Grand P. Pick it up and has an energy burst of his own here as well. Beautiful angle, but Bloom's still ready for it that time. Average Alex tries to give it forward again, but feels like no team has real solid control of the core. It just keeps going too fast, and everyone tries to take the shots where they can. Yeah. Fiery now slowed. Can't do much of anything, and now it's going to drift slightly by. No.
Not how you want it to end, but that is how that point concludes in the favor of Modern Magic, who has built up quite a lot of energy. Fire and Bloom, the same on the other side. And these flips will define how this early point plays out. And Snare Drums are good, but the flip's even better, and they get it out of danger for the moment. They still get two barriers, though. A good rebound catch by Average Alex as they push forward and perhaps look for a goal here before Fiery can be taken out.
Low stagger, though, from Fiery. Has to be careful. Can't position in the goal box where he wants to be. And now, oh no, weird bounce, and that means that Modern Magic gets to capitalize. One gets taken down. Forgot now, dribbling, looking for Carmine. Average Alex in the way and is winning vast majority of these strike wars, thanks in no small part to the extra speed from the blazing pace. Helps him just slightly position better. Get ahead and take care of business. Forgot will cyber swipe forward. Now looks for it again. Here's the energy burst in front of two characters. Waits it out and finds that goal barrier. Carmine sends it forward with a pendulum swing. Not quite there. And now tries to do some fancy stuff there. Can't quite do it. But the pendulum swing connects. Forgot now. Bottom corner. Bloom does have energy burst, and it'll go back to the other side of the pitch for the moment. Forgot looking for Carmine again, but Fiery in the way. Well positioned in order to deny that pass, but this time it comes in hot. Bloom still ready for it. Able to send it away, and is doing incredibly well on this era, but even still, sometimes you just don't have the ability to get there. And it is another set one for Modern Magic.
That's really unfortunate. Bloom was holding it down for so long, but eventually you run into the limitation of the character. You're basically only left with Strike as era, and the strikes were so perfect until the very end. Egoist gonna be the pickup here, and Spark of Agility, it's given over. It's not worth denying here. You give up too much power on the side of PPL, but that's to the gain of Carmine, who gets that extra stagger, extra speed, and it is just looking grim for the PP Legends.
What did we say earlier, Saya? Speed is king. What do we see from Modern Magic? Stagger Swagger pickup, Spark of Agility pickup on someone who already had a Spark, and Egoist pickup as well. All three Speed Awakenings on the board here for Modern Magic. I imagine it's going to help them execute some of what they want to do even slightly better. They're not afraid of finding some of these KOs, certainly as they have so far, but they're going to be able to position that much better. And now goal barrier is down. Here comes Forgot on the cyber swipe. Carmine patient, back and forth, baits out as many cooldowns as possible. Could have gone for it there. Might have had an opportunity, but it gave Fiery enough time to get back, and now comes through back over to Forgot. sends it forward. Beautiful back and forth play, patience, and just baiting out as much as you can from Modern Magic. You have to guess when they're going to go, and finally they did, but not before it was too late.
Oh.
And Bloom appears to be the one that is not moving.
I'm not quite sure.
Oh!
Because they did pause like before the point started. But
Yeah.
to have zero confusion whatsoever, you play out the point and then you stop.
Well, while we wait for word on what's going on in this one, worth noting, of course, it is game point now for Modern Magic, given by that last goal.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation because Modern Magic has the awakenings necessary to secure points very, very solidly. The big thing is the Egoist, right? On Forgot. Not going to come into play here because Flip is available. But it looks like we're resuming play. And they do have a lot of energy generation there, and they're very efficient in moving the core up the field. And, of course, the weakness of the era is when she's forced into the goal box against two people who are just passing back and forth. And that's a KO found by Forgot. Oh. So they're really exploiting the weakness of the era goal here.
Yeah, certainly. And the extra speed is helping them do just that. Forgot now looking forward. He'll find the pass to Carmine, and that'll be the first game on the board here for Modern Magic. Of course, they'll need another one, but hopefully everything with the pause was okay. We'll have to double check on that before resuming game 2. But yeah, I mean, obviously, PPL comfortable trying to go for this era goalie idea, but it feels like, especially against this team where you've got this Rasmus that wants to take over in your own goal box, I feel like it's going to be incredibly difficult to keep that era sustained, especially, I assume it's probably because you're looking for Fire to go even further forward, and that's one of the best speed buffing characters for someone else. But even still, it's just difficult to get that to pan out and keep a solid hold on the defensive side.
Yeah, and really dominant performance from the side of Modern Magic here. Carmine and Forgot in particular. Of course, Rompy held it down, but I think a lot of that was due to the forward duo just being very active. They were extremely good at core controlling, passing back and forth, and making sure that Bloom just didn't get any room to find a clear. Era goalie, again, limitations of the character. You basically only have Strike as your reliable defensive option. And when that happens, it's really difficult.
Looking at the redirect numbers from the last game, too, I'm just going to read them all out. Fiery, 97. Average Alex, 158. Bloom, 103. Meanwhile, Carmine, 108. Forgot, 185. Ron P, 127. Every roll higher in redirects in that last game for Modern Magic. It just felt like they had more control. Plain and simple, right? And that's the exact kind of game that they want to play, and they were able to play it, and play it they did to great success. So we'll see what adaptations could happen here in the future as we continue in this series. Of course, next one up is no, we just watched Night Market. Oni Village is the pick from PPL. Now, we don't see that often, but even still, a map where core control, speed, very heavy, very present, feels like this could be difficult side.
Yeah, it feels like Forgot and Carmine are going to thrive even harder on a map like that. Bloom's probably just going to be locking in a lockdown goalie, though, which might throw a wrench into those plans.
Yeah, we've seen Bloom pick up the Atlas numerous occasions. In fact, to the point where it was banned in the EKC series for 2 of those games. And I would frankly be shocked to see him not opt for that here unless it gets banned away. You were KO'd a decent bit, especially by Forgot's IME, which was able to put out enough damage. So having the intervention could be helpful here or there. But even still, this is going to be tough, right? On it, this feels like it might as well be Modern Magic's home turf.
Yeah, we will see what happens. Modern Magic have side select, so they're probably going to go to blue side here.
Yeah.
And
let's talk through that briefly while we got a second. Blue side, we see teams go for, it feels like 95% of the time. What are the case scenarios where you would want to opt into red side, give up first pick for first duo?
it depends on the meta. It depends on how many characters are strong, and if there's like no characters that are super strong, then it's really just blue side, so you can get your one trick play or someone who is extremely strong on one character on that with high priority, especially if your opponents also have a player like that, then it's a blue side to try and deny. But if there are like two characters that are super strong in the meta, it sometimes feels better to go red side because you'll probably trade 1-for-1 or ban either, and then you'll just have two picks or an extra pick in that first round to play with.
Yeah. And right now, we're at the point where things are relatively balanced, right? So you'd rather prioritize that comfort pick or that, well, I suppose it's just that comfort pick. that's the name of the game. When you're looking there. So we'll see what happens. Of course, if this goes to game 3, it goes to Clarion Test Chamber, which could be interesting. We saw that, of course, earlier, and that was the Modern Magic pick in the EKC series, correct? I think it was.
I believe so.
So potential, of course, to see that there. Saya, why have these teams not started Striker Select? Are we figuring out what happened in the last? We must be figuring out what happened in the last game.
Yeah, just a little bit, but the draft has been sent, and well, it's an interesting one.
Oh boy,
There's certain energy awakening on the board that will warp this game.
Woohoo! Egoist start. Well, we talk about speed on Oni Village, and there it is. There more than ever. I feel like that rises the. I mean, you're going to be especially looking for Catalyst, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Team that rolls that in a draft will be feeling very good about themselves. Is there a world, though, where you see aerials taken? Probably not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you really want to play like I'm a goalie, which neither one of these two really want to do.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be the option. I think we're probably going to see 6 Egoist, except for a very fringe case. Maybe if they decide to select Mako, then they do want the extra speed for the team on Mako, so perhaps that could be a pick, but most likely going to be 6 Egoists here. We're going to see a lot of core flips, a lot of bursts of speed across the map.
And now we wait. Does Fiery have Erasmus?
Yes.
I guess it's not worthwhile because you're on blue side here, but or you're on Modern Magic is on blue side rather.
Then there could be a wrench thrown into the plan here. There could be something like a Bold Octavia play coming out from PPL. Not sure how successful that will be because one of like the ways to impede Octavia is actually Drakkar goalie. If you just tag the Octavia with Molten Bolt, you can force evade, you can get slowed down the Octavia and make it very easy to end the flow state. So I don't think it's the greatest pick.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like we've seen Drakkar in almost every game for Modern Magic, whether it be something Forgot played midfield or Ron P plays in the goalie. Something that's going to be comfortable, certainly for both of them. And hopefully we don't have to just talk in hypotheticals soon, and we can actually break down what happens in a draft. Was there word on what happened in the last game?
Just like awkward communication because we don't actually have a pause feature.
Ah,
Also,
well,
Forgot is cutting his birthday cake right now.
happy birthday, Forgot! Woo!
That's crazy.
Wait, whose birthday was it? Was it last like liftoff launchpad?
Was it
There was someone's
was it
birthday.
Forgot? No, it wasn't Forgot. It was someone.
No, it could have been Forgot. It was there was somebody.
Well,
I don't remember who it was. It was either the last one or the one before.
yeah. Well, we'll see. So Achi is saying it's not Forgot's birthday.
Oh. He's just cutting his cake.
Oh no,
Casually.
it's his family celebration of his birthday. That was like a week ago. All good.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we get to celebrate his birthday from a week ago too. Happy birthday, Forgot.
Happy
Woo!
birthday, Forgot. Well, we're really waiting on this draft, huh?
Must be really good cake.
Oh, but we can talk about something else. Return to Form has defeated Bombaroo at 2-1.
Wow.
Return to Form, the team of Muffin, Leo Leon, and Hook. Bombaroo, the team of Fresh, Twee, and Miriameg.
Which I think a lot of people looking at that, and that's just a crazy pick.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going through Fresh's mind. I mean, he's like, his logic was like, yeah, okay, well, if we're not going to make it, then we want to lose to the people that aren't, like, going to be the best. But, like, really not setting yourself up for success. Return to Form, for those of you that don't know, Hook resets Moffin Koei and Leo Leon. Very weak roster that qualified to get up to this point and now is one series away from making it back in the North American Strikers League. And Bomba Roulette is the last call slot, Fresh teaming with Twee and Miriameg. So we'll see whether or not they can come back. But the interesting thing about Group B, which I'm sure we'll get into, is there will be a Season 4 NASL player that does not make Season 5 because they got eliminated from this group.
Yeah, it's even more brutal if Ember's Flame manages to upset Cosmic Calamities. They're 1-1 right now. If that happens, then it's really brutal because Ember's Flame is then in a pretty solid spot while the other teams are kind of struggling. But if Cosmic Calamities win that, I think Bomber Roulette will be a little bit happier. But we'll see what happens. Anything could happen there.
All right, draft. We're in. Striker select. Estelle ban, Kai ban. Seems largely expected. First pick Rasmus also seems largely expected. And now it depends on what PPL is going to do here on the 2-3. It's hard to envision a world where they like do something crazy to deny a pick.
Yeah.
Lock in the Mako anyway. Doubling down.
With the Juno as well. I do like the Juno pick here. Very good in a high core flip environment. The Slimes will put in a lot of work. And on the other side, there's that Drakkar. If the Kai is banned, that Drakkar is the pick for Ron P, who has shown very, very solid mechanics on it. And it looks like it's a Kazan login at the very end. So pretty much just the same comp here for Modern Magic. If it ain't broke, why change it at all? PP Legends trying something a little different.
Maybe it is actually a Mako goalie. Probably is, right?
Could be.
I mean, it's one or the other.
I mean, Bloom has played all three picks on the screen goalie. I'm pretty sure.
Probably. I believe it.
At some point, yeah.
But you were kind of talking about trying to go for like a lockdown goalie. Of these three, of course, Mako's the closest thing to it. And is not a bad pick, certainly, right? When you're thinking of more melee things.
Yep. Just sorry, I looked at the chat. I made the mistake. They're talking about Kevin.
Who is Kevin?
Kazan autocorrected.
Oh. Right. Well.
Well. We're gonna head into
Give it up for Kevin.
Oni Village. We'll see how well Kevin does.
Of course, PPL down a game. Need to be able to come back here and still want the opportunity to play in the highest league in North America that we can offer. And we're getting into it. We'll see as this pans out. It is expected, of course, in terms of who's locking in what on the side of Modern Magic, but now we'll see. We'll soon see what's on the other side. It does appear, well, one moment, please. Mako goalie. All right.
Yeah, okay.
My suspicions were correct.
Well, as we're heading in here, Oni Village, a map known for long games, and Bloom and Average Alex have actually opted for the aerials, and I mentioned this earlier, right? The Mako, the character most likely in the goalie position to go for the aerials for additional speed to the team. And of course, she'll take that additional projectile range too. It's a very secondary bonus, but it's very helpful. Average Alex, though, going for the dash range, additional projectile range as well over the Egoist. Definitely an interesting choice. It's good on the Juno, but definitely a choice to go with over Egoist here.
That puts a decent bit of pressure on where, if Catalyst comes up, where do you deny that, right? Or trying to deny other sources of speed that could scale as the game goes on for Modern Magic, whose goal barriers are now both down. Coming out of the gate strong is PPL. Looking forward, can't find it there. Denied once. Forgot does have energy burst. Fiery comes in, hooks it away with a crooked leverage, trying to get it forward on the mounting descent, but will be denied there as well. Forgot low on stagger, might have to be careful. Cyber swiping in and trying to just maintain possession right now is Modern Magic. Here's the energy burst up to Carmine, looking for the shot to the barrier, but Bloom is ready for it. Still has energy burst as well, but Average Alex leaping in. And we'll find the energy burst on the Blobo bounce.
I guess that's why you picked the aerials there, the additional dash
That
range,
is why.
making it so difficult for Ron P to find an answer to that one. And with flip available, Ron P could be defending, but as good as Ron P is on the Drakkar, it is still mechanically quite intensive to defend against a Kazan, especially on the Oni Village barrier, where the Kazan has many angles of attack and the Drakkar kind of has to guess one of them.
Really clutch and snare drums from downtown from Maloom connect and find the goal barrier, putting Ron P in a terrible spot. Now Fiery almost finds the goal in the pop-up, but to no avail this time. One strike war, but it doesn't matter when Average Alex just covers the entire length of the map.
Yeah, they're playing to their strengths here. They knew what they were doing picking the aerials, and their positioning so that Fiery's putting on so much pressure, forcing Forgotten Ron P to answer, and then Average Alex finding the shot afterwards. And this is a very consistent way to play, it feels like, because with the limitations of Drakkar and Naimi, they just can't be there consistently enough to cover Average Alex.
Of course, that's the case now. The hope is potentially that this team, we expect, wants to go for those speed pickups as we go further along, right? And whether or not they can outspeed their opponent in this kind of way, who already has so much coverage thanks to the range of the Kazan, projectile range from Loom, it literally cross-map diagonally takes care of that with a strike shot on this Mako in that pairing, and putting it on quite well here. Fiery looks for the pop-up against that bottom corner barrier, but not able to find it there, and energy bursts are starting to come out. Forgot has his. Not burning it just yet. Now Carmine finds the barrier, gets it past Bloom. Here comes a glitch pop. Still has the energy burst. Does forgot. Ron P tries to keep it forward here. Labos come down from above. Casted by Average Alex, but there's the pass. Forgot. Looks to take the shot. Can't quite follow it up. Cyberswipe doesn't have enough range at this point. And almost has the energy burst. Still has not used it. As the core continues to go around the world. Let's pop through. Here's the pendulum swing. Carmine to himself. Back pass over to Fiery, as a matter of fact. Not even find it there. Let's try that play again. Trapped in the snare drum this time. Forgot. Still holding on. There's the Firewall Sentry. Now it's going to go down to Carmine. Carmine again. Slightly wide. Forgot will cyber swipe. Try to keep it forward, but now it's Fiery's turn. Just high on the barrier. Goes off the goal gate. Core going super fast right now. Fiery will poke it in, and now it almost goes as the gates open up. There's the energy burst from Ron P. Saves it away. Carmine, back pass, back to Forgot, back and forth. Who is still, might I remind you, holding on to an energy burst. Fiery finds it with top spin. Finally, something will go through. But what a long point. Doesn't matter that PPL ends up taking care of it. And that was that, Saya.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Forgot didn't use the flip at all. There was plenty of opportunities where it would definitely helped out. And now you're facing a 1-2 punch Juno. The core speed has just stepped up to another level. And if there's one thing Drakkar goalie struggles against, it's core speed in the open net and also on the barriers as well. It is so difficult to react to it when there's a Kazan, there's a Juno, and you know that crooked leverage is going to be strike warring your shotguns. Fight or Flight also falling down from Loom a little bit, and I think if you're Modern Magic, you have to be pretty concerned about this game. It might be a game 3.
Although, they picked up some incredibly strong stuff here. Extra speed for Carbine. Extra lock and load shotgun for Ron P. And perfect form on Aimee, of course. Will never be bad. Average Alex leaping in again. Can't quite find it. Here we are back in this very neutral state. You know, you mentioned that... Okay, well, never mind. I was going to talk about how well Ron P's been holding it down despite having to cover multiple angles for the Kazan, and Fiery's able to find 2 right there back to back.
He's been doing well, you know, but there's only so much you can do when Fiery's playing like that. Ron P, though, had the flip there. Could have used it defensively, but it was already a very unfavorable point for the side of Modern Magic. As Fiery once again pushing forward. Average Alex there to back him up, and Alex, the core speed hasn't really been abused yet, but we're probably going to see that here. Gets flipped off the edge while dashing forward. Fiery also about to be targeted, and suddenly this point has completely changed.
Still can't quite KO Fiery. Playing the elusive game for now. Carmine doesn't connect with Forgot. Core goes back on over to PPL. Energy burst at the ready for Carmine. Speed boost is going to run out, but immediately goes back into whip flash. There's the energy burst. It finds the barrier. Death touch tries to pull it in. Pendulum swing won't quite connect. Forgot now has the egoist speed. Top spin comes out, goes down the bottom corner. There's the well done glitch pop. And Forgot will help escort that one in alongside Carmine. First goal on the board now for Modern Magic.
That was a good play. Those are the types of plays they need, but it was all off the back of an over-aggressive dash by Average Alex, jumping to the edge of the map and getting flipped off. And those opportunities do not arrive too often, so Modern Magic, they still need to hold on. Ron P, well-timed strike to not get caught by the core speed of the slime. But it's only going to get crazier as this game goes on. Plenty of extra projectiles, and eventually the Drakkar will have no more buttons left as the barriers fall.
Impressive coverage so far, right? You know, we mentioned Ego at the very start with Egoist versus Aerials, but just how much influence PPL's able to have on the map because of each character's effective range is quite astonishing. You consider the Blobo bounce, consider the extra spot size on Fiery, And, of course, the projectile range right now from Bloom, in addition to the extra speed they get on occasion from that drum and bass. He's looking incredibly well in a map that we thought might have been sided for Modern Magic. Energy Burst exchanged here as the goals kept out. Still 1-1 in set 2. Here's an Energy Burst. Bloom denies. Well done. And now Fiery. Was that planned?
It was definitely coverage, but I think Ron P, a little bit of impatience, tried to just press the play forward, tried to give the team the core as soon as possible instead of going for a vertical clear. And when Fiery is there, that option will be covered, so it's got to be a little bit more wary, a little bit more careful as the barrier is taken. See, like, just a lack of lingering hitboxes from the Drakkar, the lack of creations is coming into play as Fiery is just dancing around absolutely everything that Modern Magic is trying to use to defend here. Almost KOing Forgot, gets to confirm. That wasn't true. Forgot had time to press a button there.
Handful of unforced errors, it seems, so far from Modern Magic. So close to qualifying. Needs to hold it together here. And EPL trying to bring it back. There's that Catalyst awakening. It could get denied here by Average Alex on this Juno. Of course, you have to not pick Timeless Creator, but that's certainly the play at this point. Ron P picking up team player here, and more size for the Kazan comes through as well. I feel like Fiery just going to continue taking over the game with even more effective range. There's the Chrono Boost for Bloom, picking up even more extra speed on the drum and bass with both aerials and Chrono Boost. And once again, you feel like you're walking away pretty spot on there. If you're PPL, meanwhile, Forgot gets Happy Star, sure, but even still, it is just not enough with how much pressure is being applied. Fiery back and forth with Average Alex, keeping the core alive. Carmine has to come back and bail out the core from between those two. We'll find a barrier for the trouble. Now, all of a sudden, could be potentially be putting a goal in now. But no, pop up. Fiery covers the left side of the map. Carmine looking for the top corner. Pendulum swing comes up just shy again. This Rasmus doesn't have any size to his name either. And not able to come up with anything here. Blobo Bounce comes in. Average Alex pops the energy burst and is nearly unreactable. 2 goals away from PPL to send us to a game 3.
The classic 1-2 punch on the flip, making that spend of meter even more effective than it usually is. This time, the Ensero drums do not catch the core, so the offense does slow down for a moment, but good patience by Alex, knowing the effective range of Forgot. And once again, it feels like it's PPL in control completely here on this open map as Average Alex goes in, forces out a flip from Forgot. The meter finally used, but for no effect, and Ron P forced to flip as well to avoid losing that last barrier. So many flips burned on the defense. The little effect from Modern Magic, and Bloom guards the barrier with his life, finds the angle, doesn't let the core slip behind the secondary, and a drum and bass does not prove to be an error like sometimes on the Mako. Fiery to the top side, covered by Forgot for the moment, but again, PPL in such a strong advantage right now.
Only need 2 goals here to send us to a game 3. Here comes the Firewall Sentry from Forgot. Carmine looking to try to get some work done, but it's just impossible trying to get this core through this Mako. Haven't really been able to do it just yet, and then keeps coming up just short from the pendulum swing. The Juno flying all around you. And the extra size on the Kazan slips it in, but Bloom comes up once again with the perfect pitch from downtown across map. Sends it home, gets a goal of his own on the board, and it's game point for PPL.
We still need to finish this off to head to a 3rd game for NASL qualification. Modern Magic not out of it just yet. They still open up the barriers. They still have the flip available. And they will find the KO. Ooh. Not quite the goal yet, but honestly, the KO is even more valuable if you're eventually going to get the goal like this. Energy reset on Bloom. And maybe this game's not over just yet.
might not be over just yet, but still an uphill battle. Fiery with possession. There's the drum and bass with the extra speed coming out right now. PPL still has control. Ron P does have an energy burst used defensively. Whiplash tries to pull it in with the death touch there. Carmine able to find one as Average Alex can't defend. And now has to just try to poke this core around Fiery. Ron P holds on for now, but there's the energy burst right on top of the barrier, it feels like. But it doesn't matter. The core goes over to Carmine, who sends it in. Might be game point for PPL, but all of a sudden, Modern Magic in a position to shut it down.
Might have been an overextension by PPL. Average Alex got the barrier, but the ricochet sent it to the other side of the map. The possession wasn't maintained by PPL, and they lost a flip off of that to a point that they lost. And now Fiery's taken out with a flip available. Shades of Forgot from earlier in the game, but this time in the favor of the team that has Forgot. As the flip is not used, but the barrier is still taken by Alex. A clutch slime will keep the game alive, but Fiery backwards primary, but it's not over yet.
Open goal gates on both sides. Forgot and Carmine trying to mount the pressure, especially with the energy burst of Forgot, but one is used. There's another double KO! The set is won by Modern Magic by some kind of miracle. Comes through with that, and now need to come up with something for the rest of this game. It starts here, though, and it could even start with a second spark, maybe here.
Yeah, but that does give over
2 sparks.
That does give over Hotshot to the Juno. Hotshot 1-2 punch. The core speed's getting quite ridiculous, and the cooldown refund is there as well. Rapid fire for Forgot is very useful, but the unstoppable against Rasmus Aimi is so valuable for Bloom. Gonna have a lot better time holding, and that guy was holding for so long already. I still think this draft will favor the side of PPL here.
It feels that way, certainly with the Super Surge on Kazan. We're talking about effective range and hot shot on the Juno, so a lot of cores can go their way, but I've seen this Modern Magic side make do with much worse in terms of their Awakenings draft. And Carmine going to pick up gold barrier there. One down on each side. Firewall Sentry not going to help out a ton other than to just keep that core down there on the bottom. Fiery coming in, though. Look at how big this Kazan is. Double size Awakenings. And now there's the energy burst right in front of the barrier. But Average Alex is back in time with his own. Uses that to send it away. And Strike War won by Fiery. Sends it down, and Bloom once again has an impact with a perfect pitch. Here comes Carmine, though. Energy burst comes through. The cyber swipe just a little bit late. Back to the other side of the pitch where Average Alex is trying to find Fiery, but no, Carmine pulls it right back in with the death touch. Won't have that for a moment. And that was almost very dangerous from Bloom, but is able to get it out of there. Fiery finds the energy burst, will try to get it in, and now tries to steal it back away. Doesn't matter, still finds the cross up, and is able to put it to the bottom corner. 2 goals away once more for PPL.
Still an incredibly close game here, but well done by Average Alex and Fiery to combine on that play. Again, Ron P can't cover the entire goal too effectively against this fast core, and PPL know that, are trying to abuse that as much as possible, but they're getting caught up in the corner offense. Carmine and Forgot are playing much better on the offense in that bottom right corner. We've seen it multiple times here, and of course they're stuffing the defense as well. Flips available though for PPL. This could be huge, but will they be in a position to use it is the question, because right now it's awkwardly in the midfield. The slime is a good mix-up, but enough time for Ron P to react.
Molten Bolt is out, slows things down as well for just a little while longer. Average Alex a little low on stagger, so is Carmine actually. Both have to be a little careful. His topspin doesn't quite connect, but Carmine actually not able to pick that one up thanks to the energy burst of Bloom. Saves it away, and the barrier will live to see another few seconds at the very least, but now gets KO'd by the Blobo. Taken down, and PPL has the power play. Blobos are out. Alex looking for Fiery. Just keeps going around, but it goes so fast thanks to the 1-2 punch in hot shot, and it's just nearly impossible to predict where it goes. Game point again for the PP Legends.
Core speed coming into play here. Average Alex. Well, half Average Alex and half Juno, honestly, the character. Really making sure that PPL can overwhelm Ron P on the defense there. Good strike timing by Fiery. And again, the slimes are starting to come out with both these core speed awakenings. Doesn't even need overtime for the red cores to start. Pass down to Bloom, looking to try to get around Carmine, but we've seen Carmine outplay here before. A missed strike, but Bloom is still there to cover. But Average Alex trying to make it so that Ron P does not have a good time, but forgot, has the coverage and is building up a flip. So Modern Magic are still in this point.
One gold barrier up on both sides. Carmine slowly getting closer to Energy Burst, looking for the outplay, but Fiery goes forward and slip. Ron P ready for the denial. Gets sent away. Forgot still has his own as well. There's the Energy Burst, but the core once again finds the barrier thanks to the Blobos and the speed they provide to the core. Fiery looking forward. There's the perfect pitch. Keeps it up here for PPL. Forgot will cyber swipe in. Tries to set up the Firewall Sentry, but to no avail. Fiery pokes it around. There's the pop-up. Still denied. Ron P holds once more. There's the Energy Burst, though. Hit Average Alex will send it home. We're going to a Game 3 with a NASL qualification on the line.
Yeah, and in the other bracket, Cosmic Calamities. Undeterred, they do defeat Ember's Flame. So Cosmic Calamities versus Return to Form winner makes it. But that series will have to wait on the Game 3 of this one, where PPL and Modern Magic are both in it, and they both look like a team that can make it happen.
I feel like it comes down, like, we've seen both teams be incredibly successful when things start going their way and when they can draft to their advantage, right? In the last game, of course, Modern Magic picked up that extra speed, was able to take care of business, snowball things under control there. Here, you saw Fiery pick up a lot of size. Average Alex picks up the aerials on the Juno, which gets just that much extra speed, and then not to mention the core speed. And Bloom, by the way, you don't think of Mako as an offensive goalie, but yet he had 1 goal, 5 assists, even still was still incredibly involved in both the drum and bass, but also in terms of that perfect pitch. The ensnare drums came in every once in a while on the offensive side just as much as the defensive side, thanks to the aerials and strike shot combination that sent things to the other side of the map. So this one's going to be interesting, Saya, and we're going to Clarion test chambers where things will shift up between every point.
Yeah, PPL selecting blue side here. We'll see the Awakening draft in just a second. But this is a very, very different map from Oni Village. It's definitely closer to that Game 1, to the Night Market, than it is to that Game 2. So we'll have to see if PPL can show a different look in this one.
Time will tell, of course, and see what goes through. What is going on?
I mean, the Soren guy is trying to sabotage not only his own team, but also PPL by asking Average Alex for coaching about Rivals 2.
That is crazy. And Average Alex is responding, dude, go play the game! Think about the draft, lock in!
Well, thank you, Average Alex, and wow, this is a really normal start compared to what we're seeing today. This is like vanilla Omega Strikers.
Whoa. So, does PPL try to deny away the Rasmus?
Honestly, I think it's a very good play to first pick Rasmus here. Because although
it could be, especially with Big Fish on.
Yeah, because Carmine has a lot of other characters, right? But no, they don't decide to do so. And we'll probably see Erasmus being picked immediately by Modern Magic in this 2-3. Or some might say R1, R2.
Some might say League of Legends pilled over here.
Yo, FlyQuest! Let's go FlyQuest! Make them believe. FlyQuest did make
them believe. Made me believe, that's for sure.
Yeah, but as expected, it will be the Rasmus being locked in for Carmine yet again. PPL must be confident they could deal with it, because I really think that it would have been the right pick to take that away.
And it's not even right, like, the Rasmus has been an incredible threat. But I think it's something where you get another player off of their comfort pick. And that could open up some possibilities for you. It's not like Carmine, can't play any other striker in the game. But when you're off comfort, you don't feel as good. It's game 3. It's qualification on the line. Nerves are incredibly high right now for both these players. This is what the past 2 months have been leading towards, is this very game. Something to be said there, but instead, opting back to go and lock in comfort.
I do like this.
See what you do.
Yeah. Although I think the Rasmus and I would have been a good option. I do like the Mako lock and I do like the Asher. And I think it's going to be very reliable against the Kai. So we'll see how it goes.
Ron P now?
No, it's Kai.
Oh, it's Kai. Yeah, duh.
I
Okay,
mean,
never
that
mind.
guy was once a Kai one trick.
Yeah, right.
Well, we're ready to go now. We'll be looking at PPL versus Modern Magic. Basically a best of 1 now, but with all of the other mental stresses that come with a best of 3. I'll have to see who comes out on top.
League qualification on the line. One of these teams will play against the best of the best in North America. The other will be sent to play against the second best 10 teams in North America. And you want to be able to call yourself the best and play against the best. Both these teams feel like they've had their fair share of playing in NASA. They want to go forward here, and we'll keep going through in this game 3. Going to be heartbreaking, Saya, for the team that loses here.
Yeah, it's been a journey for all of these players. It will be the end of it for them. There's still the road ahead. There's still the leagues to play in. But the qualifiers are by far the highest stakes competition in Omega Strikers. So we'll always have to see how it goes here. But with the way how they're playing right now, I have confidence in PPL because they're playing a very stable composition. They have very clear ways to get it past Ron P. While on the other side, Bloom was holding it down so well last game, and I think Bloom could do it again.
We'll see if he's able to, but already the magic tricks are being pulled, Saya, as the core goes flying one way or the other. The Death Touch pulls it right back into that drone, and set up by the forward duo here of Modern Magic. They'll need a few more tricks to come away with one, much like pulling out the rainbow collection of handkerchiefs that just keeps going and going and going and going. They'll need more to come away with this one. Ron P finds a KO with the barrage there. Forgot Lifeline. Gets forward, heals up here, and gonna have to be careful with what else is left to come. While might not have capitalized on it, at least some energy on the board now for Modern Magic. And Carmine still holding, but now has to be careful. There's an energy burst as Forgot dives in to the Obscura area. Can't quite find it. And as you mentioned, Siam Bloom holding it down. The defensive line for PPL is holding strong.
Yeah, but there's some slight instances of missed damage from PPL, and those are really adding up. Forgot and Carmine are barely staying alive right now, and if their damage had been more efficient, it could have been the power play in their favor. But now the healing is compensating. Now this barrier is about to fall, but a good flip will send the core forward. We'll stall it out for a little while longer. With how this map works, the same way it worked in beta, the core will just go around and around.
Around and around and around. It keeps going. Now, oh my goodness. Piercing shot finds the demon angle. Pass.
There's a reason Average Jax was picking pass, I guess, because the moment he got an ability on the core, it did go in.
Carmine, oh, Death Touch, has the energy burst here, gets it out of the ensnare drums, finds the goal barrier, now looking for the goal himself. Can't find it, has to be careful here as well. Will be forced to retreat and pick up the orb on the backside. Lifeline comes out of Forgot 2 to heal back up to at least half. And now passed back to himself on the pendulum swing. It'll drift slightly away. Trying to just keep this away from the hands of Carmine is what PPL's doing right now, and doing it to decent success, at least since the goal gates have been open. Another piercing shot from Alex. Finds its mark. Fiery starts to walk in, trying to use that primary to stuff it through. Not able to do so, and that Rose Warp is just a bit late. Bloom can't react in time. And it's the leading goal on the board for Modern Magic.
Bit of magic there from Carmine, and almost some crazy sorcery from Ron P. Average Alex barely surviving on the edge from the Giga Blast. That would have been a huge pickup, and now Ron P is looking massive. Going to help out on the defense quite a bit. Some easy strikes to be made. And Average Alex yet again being hit near the edge, earning a barrier. If they can keep it away from Carmine here, it's looking really good for PPL.
Feels like it's the name of the game, and feels like it might be a little easier to do on Project Maelstrom with the corners in the center here, preventing some of your angles to get it to that forward. Loom says you like that orb so much here, you could be trapped next to it. Carmine's looking to take it, but no, Average Alex steals it away, yet still goes to the opposite side of the pitch. And one goal barrier goes down. Now Rose warping in. Looking for the other barrier with Crystal Thorns, but no. Not this time, and now we're in overtime. Fiery low, has to be careful here, just trying to survive in that corner. Meanwhile, Core comes in. Pat Splitter almost comes through to find the goal. Goal barrier, I should say, anyway. Still keeping this down in this corner. Ron P holding on to this barrier despite just how quick things have been flying, and Bloom can't get out of the drum and bass fast enough, but even still, there is finally the KO. Carmine has the Project Maelstrom orb. That's not enough for now. It gets back over to him. Forgot looking down, has to try to stuff it through. No, he'll take the goal himself, and he'll put it in. 3-1 is the first set scoreline.
And in a game that is so stressful, in a game where the loser goes to NASA and the winner goes to NASL, it is Modern Magic who take the first set. And there are plenty of directions this draft could go. That single spark of agility looks promising, but so does the team player. In situations like these where the core speed is a little crazy, and Ron P will prioritize that. And also their team will pick up the spark of agility for Forgot's scaling here. In the end, Siege Machine Timeless Adrenaline Rush left, and Adrenaline Rush could be a win condition, but I don't think KOs are going to come too easily.
Yeah, it's hard to say it's a win condition on Asher, right? Can get KOs, certainly, but unlikely, certainly, to say the least. And other thing, of course, Forgot picking up the spark means that now potentially that scaling could come through. But if speed is king, and Forgot can keep up, he can keep that pressure forward, keep that core over to Carmine, and try to send it through. Not to mention the team player, of course, that Ron P picks up, trying to get it there even faster. Beautiful pass to yourself out of the pendulum swing from Carmine. And they're another goal ahead, and another goal towards the North American Strikers League.
It's looking like a very stable game now for Modern Magic. It looks like they're playing their game plan very comfortably. And Fiery and Average Alex might be a little over-focusing on the Adrenaline Rush win condition, because while they're doing that, Carmine is just running around the map, finding opportunities, picking off barriers, but this time it's Alex who finds hit stun on the goalie, but same can be said for Carmine, who does the same thing. On the other side, a priority pick in this game will definitely be that unstoppable for both of the goalies, and it will probably have to be denied later on. If Bloom gets it, it'll be huge for PPL. Fiery pushed forward, but strikes before using the primary. An opportunity perhaps wasted for PPL, and weird bounces off the corner of the trapezoid as PPL's offense stalls out to two of them.
Giga Blast sends it at an awkward angle as well. Carmine stuck for a moment. Can't quite get a lot done there, but the cooldown's coming back online, you have to imagine. Still not opting to go down for that orb because he knows it's certain doom if he decides to go for it. Now, trying to play the offensive role is Forgot here. Doesn't use the energy burst quite yet. Still trying to look to pass it forward, but now both of the forwards on the side of Modern Magic are starting to look a little low. Forgot trying to move in, but Fiery still in position. A huge threat in the goal box, and just in the right place at the right time to send it through.
Well played. Perfect placement. And Fiery this time, the primary button right on time to make sure Ron P has no answers to that one. BPL were in a bit of a tough spot last point, but this time back to neutral. They just got to get away from Carmine, but Carmine just has so much mobility and ability to really just place the strike so well, survives the onslaught, stays standing, and this open net is such an issue for PPL.
Certainly is. We'll see whether or not they're able to keep it away. Bloom, of course, no stranger to using these projectiles to play keep away. There's the snare drums coming out again, drum and bass, here we are. But it's only a matter of time before that pressure mounts, before Forgot can try to get it forward to Carmine, and here that is again, Rose Warp in position. Keeps it away for a second, energy burst used, committed by Bloom. And Fiery now as the Project Maelstrom orb looking for the goal barrier on the other side. Ron P will use the energy burst to get it away, and it goes all the way around. Oh no, Bloom was right there, just couldn't find the angle or something, and goal goes in. One step closer.
Bit of a curse of strike shot there. Bloom went for the strike shot instead of the strike, where the strike would have been adequate. Happens at least once a tournament stream. That's just how it is when you're playing strike shots. Sometimes you're hitting all of them, but at least once you miss, and that next point is just catastrophic. PPL were in it, but now it is all Modern Magic. 2-0 in sets, a draft in their favor. Carmine, the carry on first pick, and so much in the draft that could be devastating.
It's probably just Egoist here, no? Egoist or Fight or Flight, you've got a decent number of options, but yeah, the Egoist, certainly a pickup you want. Will trade the Fight or Flight away, and now things really start to open up for you. Take the Chrono Boost on Average Alex, who's played incredibly well on a lot of the Blazing Pace so far, and starting to see where a lot of this team's successes come from in terms of their speed, their ability to keep the core with one another, and finally send it through. This team is one set away from qualifying for the highest league in North America.
The highest level of competition in Omega Strikers could be theirs if they can close this one out. A lot of damage being poured on. The center claimed by Fiery. This guy's Knife's Edge could be going for a KO, but it's caught on terrain. Can't find a knockback onto Forgot, and that opportunity disappears. It is still one barrier to one barrier. But Carmine has so much presence here. The barrage from Ron P is almost enough, and they do hold on, but they're only holding on, and Forgot will finally find a strike that seals the deal. The net is open now, and one push is all it takes. Can they chip down Carmine fast enough? But that guy's healing. That guy's back to half stagger. Forgot is low, but still has the flip, still has the meter, and healed up all the way. And suddenly the game turns around yet again as Carmine becomes absolutely massive. Forgot seals the deal, and they're 2 points away.
2 energy bursts for both teams now. Forgot didn't elect to use his there. And I think the tail Saya in this game starts to show on the experience. Fiery about to tick over to level 6. Carmine level 8 right now. Just has had such a big influence on the game, especially compared to the brawler on the other side. And Average Alex trying his best to keep up, but isn't quite all the way there. Forgot down to Carmine. There's the energy burst used again. It's over to Fiery here, and a beautiful pass, and well done there. Bounce house shenanigans can't happen. Snare drums are out, but even still, the core stays out of the net. Hats off to Ron P. Yeah. Standing ovation for that one. As now the pressure mounts. Forgot sent flying away off the barrier. Ron P slows the core down with the barrage for just a second. Average Alex looking to pass to himself off the barrier, and now it gets up to Fiery, equalizing the set.
Crazy defense from Ron P against that earlier push, but PPL managed to hold on the defense. They stand strong, and they figure out a way to get it back to Fiery. And that map is so volatile. The Bounce House, Project Base Drop, such a crazy map that people have likened it to Inky Splash Zone. But PPL weather the storm. They find some favor here. They find a flip. Average Alex low. They push all in for the barrier. They figure it out. The flip is deflected, but they're still in a great position.
Low for a second, but now no fear of getting KO'd. It doesn't matter. Fiery's still there. And he'll find the top corner. Now they're up in this set. Have potential to keep extending the length of this game. Saya, as this goes on, potentially an Awakenings draft, what does PPL need?
I'm once again thinking about that unstoppable on Bloom will help so much on the defense, but Fiery as well has great awakenings for getting in there, some speed, some power, anything to play the win con of maybe the adrenaline rush, maybe something else would be valuable to keep up with the pace of this game. And Average Alex, some more core speed would do a lot of good. That Giga Blast almost gets it done for Ron P, but Carmine just has so much presence yet again, so difficult to deal with.
Incredibly difficult to deal with as it's still in that corner. Now it's just transitioned over to the other corner close to the goal barrier, and that'll be it. Forgot has the energy burst. It's right in front of the net. It'll send it home. Qualification point is on the line right now for Modern Magic.
One more point's all it takes. PPL, they need this one. It's on Project Expanse here, which can be crazy, and we've seen that both teams can have crazy bounces off the side, but it's all Modern Magic on the offense for the first part at this point. Finally to the other side, but again, Carmine doing so well at keeping it pressed up.
Expanse is out once, but even still, goal barriers covered on both sides. Ron P, though, burns the energy burst. Won't have that. Doesn't matter. The forwards able to open up the goal gates. There's the goal. There's the league in grasp right there on the open net. Carmine looking forward will KO Bloom. And the goalie is down. Death Touch comes up just a little bit short. Doesn't find the goal just yet. Average Alex has dropped back, and PPL is slowly killing this penalty away. Bloom back online. Fiery in position here, preventing the pass from Carmine over to Forgot. Still looking for it, but Forgot's on the top side. They're still keeping it alive here. Bloom holding, will finally barely be able to find a save, but no! Finally, the core will go in. The players' praises have been sung from players in the North American Strikers League, and now these magicians are among them. Welcome to Modern Magic for their qualification in the North American Strikers League Season 5.
It was hard fought too. It was not a qualifier. That was them just dominating opponents that were below their level. PPL made it very difficult, but in the end, Modern Magic, they kept possession. They were unrelenting, and this is a team that knows how to play their offense. Well done, and welcome to NASL.
And you've got to feel for PPL. So close yet again. Stuck in NASA yet again. And it's just rough because you watch these rosters, their gameplay is solid. Just can't pull it out sometimes. And always somebody just a little more slightly skilled. Right back over to it. But of course, hard to be particularly upset at that one. I mean, Modern Magic played incredibly well over the course of the entire day today. How far did they push EKC? And if they did that today, what are they going to do in the league, Saya?
Yeah, but the real question is, teams in the league are more flexible, right? Modern Magic got to play their game.
That's true.
Today. They got Ron P. Kai, they got Carmine Rasmus. And so there's still a lot of question marks around Modern Magic. But for today, they could just ignore them. They're in the league. They're in NASL. Who cares?
Who cares? Of course, we'll talk more about them much later. But up next, folks, we have to get moving over to the second group. More qualifications are coming along. Return to Form versus Cosmic Calamities for a NASL spot is right on the other side of this break. You won't want to miss this match coming right up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Landing Pool 2. Right, we're here on winner side with Cosmic Calamities versus Return to Form. I'm here with Cloak Oak. How are you doing?
Hello, yeah. No, this is a freaking hype match, especially because like just looking at these squads, I can't give like a clear prediction here. Like my instinct says that Calamity should take this home, but Return to Form like just has a lot of really quirky players that I feel like can get under people's skin. Like especially Moff and Kui, the Kazan and Finny goalie. Always a bit of a wild card here. What are your predictions for the matches we're about to witness?
Yeah, so I feel like this is a little tough, right? Because with Return to Form, you have multiple players who have played in NASL before, especially at a playoff level, and Moff and Kobe having sub for Bozo Bunch as well. But on the opposite side, you have Natty and 3Z, also players who have played in NASL, and Cardbox, who has joined as a sub and looked really good when he did, especially against Demon's Raw. So it could really just go either way.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, as we're loading into the game here, just taking at these starting awakenings, no one goes for Adrenaline Rush, and everyone is going for that Spark of Resilience pickup. We got slip kicks on all of the forwards, strike shot on Natty, no surprises there. And Moff and Kui is on the Pauldrons, but we're starting off here with a KO. Breezy Breezy already at that level 2 on Kazan, manages to find a top spin onto hook resets. And a brief power play here will not find any purchase for Cosmic Calamities, but it will keep the pressure running for those 13 seconds. 3Z manages to elude there, and Leo Leon manages to grab the secondary on the bottom corner. That'll be the first point of the match going over to Return to Form.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of something I wanted to talk about here, right? Estelle versus Octavia on this map. It's a little bit of an interesting dichotomy because you have one character who is a lot more focused around these reliable confirms, especially when you have a Zentaro by your side too. Not necessarily the Rasmus, but similar in style. But then the other one, that's Octavia. You're going to be running around the map even more so with the Mako. And bear in mind, this is A10 City, right? These barriers are going to go down so fast. And Leo might have something to say about that too. With the Oni's Blade, it gets saved out by that bottom clear. And, well, now it changes hands.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, to your point about this Octavia, right? Octavia needs to keep possession of the core. And I think especially in the early game here, we're not going to see Cardbox get too much value out of this flow state. He's managing to keep it alive for now. But I think that Moff and Kui on this Rasmus goalie could prove a problem. It's not going to show through on this point, though. 3Z with the strike into pop-up into strike is plenty to push it through. And we're tying up the set here on 1-1.
Yeah, beautiful play out by 3Z, but if you look at the energy, everyone's kind of out, so we probably won't be seeing flips for a little bit. So we'll be seeing some nice, raw Mega Strikers gameplay, which I'm excited for. And, well, that's the first barrier falling down in favor of Return to Form. And, well, these forwards were looking to close in on something, but it's kind of swapped sides, and now Natty with the drum and bass, looking to kind of keep this safe, and does.
Yeah, I think that one, to bring up your point of a dichotomy here between these teams, right? I look at this Estelle and Zentaro duo. We got a lot of blinks, dashes, long-range abilities here. 3Z and Cardbox, on the other hand, they have to get in there. They have to actually be near the corridor to influence it. It's helping a lot that Natty has this drum and bass there. They'll grab the barrier for it. But, I mean, Leo and Hook resets, when they're able to keep it on the enemy side of the field, those long-range abilities are putting up a staggering amount of pressure.
Yeah, and then kind of the reliability of their confirms is just shown by how much experience they have at the NASL level, right? Another great play out by Leon there, right? With the Oni's Blade, grabs it with a slashing strike in the end, and it just looks beautiful out by Return to Form.
Yeah, and they will come away with 2 core flips and 1 on the way there for Leo Leon. The energy advantage in full effect here as they are now on set point. This is looking like Return to Form is going to take it home for this first set.
Yeah, and there's the flip out by Hook Resets, comes down to the bottom side. A redirect out by 3Z, gets grabbed by the death touch from Moffin, and now with this flip, he is forced to use it. It goes to Leo, and he doesn't even need the flip as it's a bottom side shot that ends this set. Return to Form up 1-0.
Yeah, that was just all around well played. I'm not surprised there. It looks like their comp is really built for early game. like this Octavia is going to need some awakenings in order to really pop off here, which is why it's unfortunate that Cardbox finds himself at the back of this draft. It'll be Moffin coming there over with the second spark. That's a big jump in scaling here for return to form. And more speed awakenings, all 3 speed awakenings taken by the first 3 people in the draft. Knife's Edge does fall back to the Octavia. She might get some benefit from that.
I think that's so fine, right? With this map, you're not really meant to be playing around the middle a lot of the time. At least, especially as an Octavia, you want to be running around those sides, and the Knife's Edge means you have that constant movement speed. And yesterday especially, we did see how much of a difference maker Knife's Edge was in some of these crucial series.
Yeah, certainly. I would normally, we expect to see Knife's Edge go towards someone who's going to be playing on the edge. And I think that, just like you said, like the midfielder oftentimes on this map is going to be holding those edge clears. Already we see Cardbox getting quite a bit of benefit out of that speed boost. Both barriers are down for these teams though, and it's anyone's point here as we enter the neutral state.
Yeah, and I mean, bear in mind, this map was actually Cosmic Calamity's pick, so Return to Form taking this first set, and hey, maybe something more down the line could be a little worrying for them. And wow, Cardbox already being taken off the map. This is not good for them, but 3Z is keeping it forward, and a great perfect pitch buys even more time for Cardbox to come back.
Yeah, I brought up the Rasmus goalie a little bit in terms of just being able to move the core around, but it's also great for those kill confirms. But as Cardbox comes back online, 3Z is going to be fed the core just one too many times for Moff and Kui to deal with. Doesn't even have to use the core flip there. But we're about even in core flips. Energy is approximately even right now. Cosmic Calamities will take an early lead in the set, though.
And bear in mind, Cosmic Calamities taking an early lead in the set is not what Return to Form wants to see, considering that 3Z has this stacks on stacks and will continue to stack. And there's Return to Form getting something that they want, getting that barrier. But yeah, Moffin forced to use his flip, passes back up to Hook resets, and Hook pushing forward, looking for some sort of confirm, doesn't really get anything, but looks like he was just a little out of abilities.
Another fascinating thing that I'm seeing here is that because all of the forwards and midfields have a pretty decent amount of mobility, everybody comes back on defense. We're seeing all of Return to Form on defense against Cardbox and 3Z, making sure that the core gets cleared out. And now, in turn, we're seeing all of Cosmic Calamities on defense, trying to push it out here. The forwards are not staying up. And it also allows them to link up for these passing plays and score these beautiful goals.
I mean, that was beautiful, right? A great pass out by Cardbox, and 3Z with a mix-up hits it up to that top side, and Moffin just isn't ready for that. And now we might see another great play as Cardbox runs up with his Knife's Edge. A great perfect pitch means that Natty is the one to secure that barrier, and, well, Cardbox loses that flow state. Flip out by Leo gets blocked, and, well, Return to Form, they don't have much. Hook resets has this flip almost, but 3Z has a flip of his own, and now he's in a 1v1. Burns that flip, doesn't really get much of anything, and, well, Return to Form, you got to keep this forward.
Yeah, keeping it forward is always going to be the name of the game, especially because these goalies only have so many abilities. And in addition, Cardbox actually gets the flow state stalled out there by Leo Leon, which means this Octavia is a little bit dead in the water for the next 15 seconds or so. It'll mean that Natty has to use the flip on defense here. Moffin gets to rush up and pressure the core away from 3Z, but Cardbox is there to catch it now. The flow state is back online. Natty applying some pressure from afar with the perfect pitch. Flow state gets stalled out once more. No duration extenders on this Octavia quite yet. And, I mean, the point goes on, but 3Z manages to trip up Moffin in front of the net with just a simple dribble. Sometimes that's all it takes to win a set for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes, but I think a thing to keep in mind there, right, is towards the end of that set was when 3Z ticked over to that 150 stacks, and look at all the stuff that's here, right? The Octavia's 5th pick, but the Super Surge could fall, the Aerials could fall, Egoist, there is a 3rd Spark here, and Moffin Koei does get it denied from him, the Spark of Strength not falling to him.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting the Spark to fall to Moffin, but there's still some good stuff in the draft here. I do think that the Unstoppable pickup is fine. I understand that if anybody was going to take that Unstoppable, it would be 3Z or Cardbox, but Cardbox needs that haste awakening of Super Surge, and 3Z went for the size. So I don't know that Unstop was a necessary pickup there for Moffin. I think he probably could have opted for something else, but maybe he knows something I don't. His barriers are down, though, early on in this set, and 3Z is on the move.
Yeah, so regarding that unstoppable pickup, right, Muffin kind of waited to ensure that Leo does get some sort of dash awakening, and his options were Rampage, which the Rasmus goalie probably isn't getting much use out of on this map, and 1-2 Punch, which you could argue might be more useful because of the core speed, but I think he just wanted the unstoppable to deal with some more of these Octavia and Kazan plays, essentially, but that won't help there as Cardbox gets a great flip onto that top side, taking Cosmic Calamities up 1-0.
Yeah, and the only abilities that Unstop is going to affect is Open Secondary from Kazan, that drop down the Maddening Descent, and then Octavia Ult. Those are the I guess you can get stunned by Octavia Primary, too?
Yes.
If you're the first thing that it hits. Not a typical pickup against this kind of offensive comp, and speaking of the offense, we have a power play here. Cardbox managed to keep that flow state up for quite a while, too, but now we're in a different kind of flow state as they get to converge on hook resets and Moffin. The core flip will be burned there. Breezy in front of the net with the core flip. Leo Leon back online. Stalls out the flip. The pop-up almost sends it in, but Moffin Kui is there to catch it, and Leo Leon sends it to the other side of the field.
I mean, can we talk about how good this Natty guy is on Mako? Like, that's, I think, the second perfect pitch he's hit to secure a barrier from cross-map, and, well, 3Z tried to score there, and unfortunately, it was just a great defense from return to form, but in the end, Cardbox flips, and once again scores.
Yeah, and I mean, you've been keeping track of the 3Z stacks this game, but just a little update. He's probably going to hit at this point at 124. The barrier does go down early there for Cosmic Calamities, but they're able to clear it out shortly thereafter. Leo Leon now has core flip. Dribbling, looking for an opportunity. Passes between hook resets and Moffin Kui. The IA Rush isn't able to bring the core through because Cardbox is there to intercept. And that's the best core flip that Leo Leon could find. And it was plenty enough for Natty to just strike it away. 3Z now has core flip. The core is traveling fast thanks to these perfect pitches. That's that spark of strength coming in clutch there. Leo Leon and hook resets able to grab a little bit of purchase here, but Natty's just on the ball. You were saying this dude is kind of the Mako Messiah, hitting these perfect pitches every single time. This guy does not miss.
Yeah, but I mean, the other person who's hitting everything is all these death touches from Moffin Koei, right? He's playing these really well, and now in the corner there is a flip for both the forward and the goalie of opposite sides, and Cardbox keeps this flow state stacking. It does run out, and Leo Leon might use this chance here to flip out by Cardbox, and it's stuffed by Leo, and that's a point for return to form.
Yeah, great call out on the core flip there from Leo Leon. This Centauro has so much speed and now has a dash awakening under his belt. And I mean, that's pretty much as big of a power spike from Zentaro as you can ask for outside of perfect form. Breezy, though, on a power spike of his own, rushes up the field, gets the barrier and the core flip from Moffin. That'll be plenty of opportunities here as this man now has stacks on stacks up. He's able to just rush back and forth across the field. Sends it to Cardbox. Manages to find a KO in the process. This man is unstoppable, even though the goalie he's facing is actually the one who's got that awakening. And, I mean, they're on another power play here, and the passes are just one too many for Moffin Kui to handle. That'll be another set for the Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, when you're in that 2v1, how can win, especially when you don't have the death touch there to catch that pass? It's pretty much lost, and oh, there's a Chrono Boost, there's a Castellast. This game might just be over in favor of Cosmic Calamities.
Well, and we also have Kazan's choice of Primetime and Big Fish here. He'll opt for the Primetime, which I think is a wise choice. He's already got the size, and that CDR is going to be a big buff there. That does mean that the cast to last ends up with the Octavia. It'll be Big Fish falling to Leo. Not too much of a buff for this Zentaro. And extra and snare drums for Natty means that I gotta go with your vote here, Ether. I think that if Cosmic Calamities plays this set the same way they played all of the others, that this game has just ended. But who knows? As I said at the start of the series, we have returned to form with several schmixy players and playstyles. They might have some tricks up their sleeve that we haven't been able to see yet that could bring this match back.
Yeah, but I think the one like little glint of light that's still there for return to form, as they do lose that point, is if they win this set, I don't think it can get worse, right? Because there's still a spark left for Muffin Kui. All the Dash Awakenings are gone for Cardbox. Stax is gone. Stagger Swagger's gone. Knife's Edge is gone. Like, this Octavia really can't scale more than she already has. And I think Catalyst is also left in the draft. So there's still good options for Return to Form to come back if they need.
Yeah, I can't remember. Is there another Size Awakening in rotation right now?
No, it should just be maybe no, Rampage is gone. Yeah, Rampage is gone. So Built Diff, Big Fish, and Rampage are the only three. And hey, Leo takes that goal, and now we're up to 1-1. 3Z is 2/3 of the way to stacks, but Return to Form can still take this.
Yeah, they're doing good so far. There is a slight energy advantage with 3Z having this core flip, but it's early on in the set, so it doesn't mean a ton right now. And Cardbox does not manage to get a hold of the core while in that flow state. But a beautiful topspin there from 3Z holds Moffin in place so that Cardbox's shot can slip right on through and grab the barrier. These are some fantastic spot stuns. And, like, forget core control. 3Z is playing player control right now. And that includes mind control, baits out the strike, and then shoots the goal, bringing it up to game point for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, player control, mind control, it's everything, right? Return to Form looks nervous, and on the other side, Cosmic Calamities living up to their name. They are quite calm in this moment.
Yeah, they are just locking it in, keeping all of their advantages present here. Cardbox keeps this flow state up for a really long amount of time. It'll be stalled out by the Oni's Blade, and Natty will have to use core flip there against that. Leon looking a little sketchy, but dashes in, and that'll be enough to tie up the set. I mean, just like you said, Return to Form, they have a glint of hope here. If they could pull out just one more solid point here, I agree with you. There's a chance they can bring it back.
Yeah, there's a chance they can bring it back, but look at the flip economy, right? It is relatively even, but it slightly favors Cardbox, and that's the flip. The flip takes down the barrier, and this is not good for Return to Form. They can't let this happen, and Leo's dead! It's now a 3v2. This is really tough in the corner. Cardbox, this flow state, it just keeps staying alive. He's getting faster and faster and faster, and it's just not stopping. These angles, oh, what a great clear out by Hook Resets. 2 flips are about to come up, and this is looking really dangerous for Return to Form.
That is a 900 speed Octavia zooming around the field, everybody. 3Z Breezy has core flip. It'll burn Hook Resets in return, but the top spin will be the thing that takes it and sends Cosmic Calamities off to game 2 with a victory in their back pocket.
Cosmic Calamities up game 1. Return to Form. Thankfully, this wasn't their map pick, right? So they might be a little better versed on Atlas Lab than they were on Octen City, but despite that, they still look pretty clean, right? Although Cosmic Calamities, after that first set, they showed no signs of stopping, and I think it's really just a bit of credit to everyone, right, on Cosmic Calamities. There was no real standout player this game. 3Z Breezy had some great dribbles, right? Cardbox was playing the midfield really well and just made sure to keep this flow state up for as long as he could, and that's kind of what allowed Cosmic Calamities to keep these offenses going. And then Natty, the holds, the perfect pitch snipes, everything.
Yeah, it really did seem like 3Z was just making opportunities for the team there. I mean, look, he had the most redirects in the lobby. When your brawler has the most redirects in the lobby, you're doing something right. 150 redirects and 77 shots towards this man's name. And then Cardbox and Natty just play the perfect supporting cast. If it gets past the Kazan, you've got a flow state Octavia waiting back there. And then you've got these, like, literally perfect pitches. Like, Natty living up to the name of the ability right there with these Mako primaries. It doesn't get more beautiful than that. That was just incredibly played there from Calamities. Now, Ether, I do want to ask you as we lead into game 2 here. Mm-hmm. What are these teams thinking in the locker room? What's going to change as we head off to map 2?
Well, I think what I know, I think I know what's going to change, right? There might not be an Octavia this game, right? Considering we're on a rapid-fire cast-to-last start.
Yeah, that sounds like a very astute prediction there. I absolutely agree. What else are these teams thinking about outside of definitely do not let Cardbox have a hold of that character again?
Yeah, so I think the other thing is, yeah, so Calm bans this Finny. And as I predicted, the Octavia is banned considering Calm is blue side on a Castellet start. The Kazan might be a pretty big pickup here. I'm interested to see if Moffin Koei actually gets this, or if Calm maybe just grabs it away first pick, or something along those lines. I think I'm pretty happy to see an Estelle and a Zentaro again from Hook resets, but a pick that I really want to see out of Hook is the Kai, right? Hook's Kai, as of late, has looked really good. And if he pulls it out here, I think there's a good chance he can absolutely beat Cosmic Calamities in the midfield. But as we see here, Box grabs the Aimi, and the Rasmus Kazan, which is technically a double flex, right? Both of them can go brawler, both of them can go goalie for return to form.
Yeah, so something that I was talking about that I don't think we're going to see in this draft, but who knows as we get into this third pick. Maybe there's a chance that 3Z whips out the Luna here, especially with the Kazan pick grabbed by Return to Form. It looks like it'll be an Asher instead. Yeah. Not a problem. Still an incredibly good character. Some might say she's probably one of the best characters in the game right now. But yeah, I have the same reaction that you do looking at this Juno pick. What are your thoughts on this final draft here?
Yeah, so the thing is, right, Hook used to play Juno a lot back when he was in NASL NASL season 3, right? Back when he was in NASL, he used to play Juno a bunch with Last Call, and it definitely did look pretty good, right? I think he's been playing it a decent amount lately too, alongside Return to Form. I would have preferred the Kai personally, but I think the Juno is still a perfectly great option for him. And into the Aimi, I personally feel like that's a pretty even matchup. But it's also possible this is an Aimi goalie and a Kai midfield, although I doubt it.
Yeah, the Aimi goalie would be strange for sure, especially considering that that's Cardbox's signature, right?
Yes.
I think you've nailed down the comps pretty much perfectly here. I bet this is a Kazan goalie that we're about to witness here from
It's a rapid fire start.
Yeah, it is a rapid fire start. This man is going to have abilities flying out the wazoo, without a doubt. And yeah, as these teams begin to lock in, you have predicted it correctly. And there's the Moffin Koei Kazan goalie as well. Yeah, Hook resets Juno. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've gotten to see this. No surprises here, though. Everybody locking in rapid fire, slick kicks. Natty does go for a eject button. A little bit of a change from form from his usual strike shot. But it does mean that he's going to be able to zoom across the field and essentially play third forward. We're already see him go all the way up to the midfield line in this first point, which is giving Cosmic Calamities a lot of early pressure.
But on the other side, there's a lot of early pressure out by Return to Form too, right? As the double barrier comes out by Leo, and now Hook puts Natty in a really tough situation, but still just doesn't lose the core. He's still moving up with it, and there might be a good pass coming out here, interrupted by Cardbox, and, well, Cardbox is... Actually, 3Z and Moffin are the only ones still at level 1.
Yeah, and, I mean, it did just seem like that was a game of Natty... As soon as Natty used his abilities, right? I mean, it sounds like common sense, right? The goalie uses their abilities. They're a little naked in the goal box, nothing but air at their backs. But Hook resets and Leo Leon did a great job of just playing patiently until those abilities were gone, right? It was a good play from Return to Form there to let their offensive duo play it back until the opportunity opened up. And speaking of an opportunity, 3Z KOs Moffin. That's a power play right here that will require Leo Leon to use his core flip, but now he's looking low on stagger. 3Z still in front of the net with core flip. This is spooky, spooky territory if you're Return to Form.
Moffin! Okay, that was a great crooked leverage out by Moffin, and, well, 2 core flips still left for Return to Form, 1 used for the kill, and, well, Moffin really isn't able to save that in that 1v3, and, well, when you use 2 core flips like that, you better hope you get a goal, and Cosmic Calamities do.
The KO potential from Cosmic Calamities, taking a little sample of the buffet there. A little bit of Moffin, a little bit of Leo, a little bit of Hook. They'll be happy to run away with 3 KOs from that point.
Yeah, so it looks like we do have, I think, something going on for return to form, and not sure what the issue is. It doesn't look to be Muffin, that's for sure. It's possible internet issue, or I don't think any of these guys are controller players, so probably not a disconnect of a controller. But I guess while we're at this little break, right? What do you think about how these comps stack up against each other? Namely, the goalie forward matchup between Kazan and Asher.
So it's a really good question, right? Because I think on paper, Kazan theoretically plays into Asher really good. The reason that I say that is because Asher wants to get up in the face of the goalie, take advantage of stuns and stuff. And I feel like not only is Kazan deal with that, like he doesn't really use his open primary a ton on defense, so you kind of just have that ability to keep Asher at bay, push her away, as well as, you know, your slam to escape stuns and whatnot. So I do think that a lot of Asher's typical tricks in the book are not going to work here. But on the other hand, 3Z is not your typical Asher player. This dude doesn't just go for stuns. He doesn't just, like, dash punch the goalie brain dead. This guy actually knows how to play the character, actually gets really creative, finds some way to get some skill expression. I know, skill expression on Asher, right? Like, who's heard of that?
Yeah.
So I think that I think that it's a very fair matchup in that sense, because 3Z is not just a one-note Asher player. He's got mixes. He does board flicks with the primary and stuff. There's tons of stuff that this guy can do that I don't know that Moffin's going to have a good response for.
Yeah, and I mean, I think on the opposite side, right, the Rasmus Kai matchup, I'd like to favor Rasmus most of the time, just because, I mean, well, then again, this is eject Kai, so the goal of this Kai is really to just make sure that it doesn't get to this Rasmus, right, run forward, because if Rasmus gets these good whiplashes off, these good pendulum swings off, they usually should be confirming, right? It's not an Atlas, it's not a Dubu, not an Asher, right? The Kai doesn't really have as reliable defenses in that sense, right? They kind of want to stop plays before it happens, and then this midfield matchup, right? As I said, how do you feel? Like, Juno Aimi should be even, right?
I favor Aimi in the Aimi-Juno matchup. Not like across the board, I'll say. I think that Juno is more valuable an asset for applying pressure in the goal box, because you have slimes covering clear angles, and unlike a glitch pop, which can only cover one angle at a given point in time, it's wherever the glitch pop is, right? The Juno slimes can sit there, they can accumulate, right? And then you also have the jump for those opportunistic plays to catch clears. So Juno wins in that scenario, right? If Leo and Hook get up in Natty's face, Natty, you know, has used all of the eject button plays to respond to that. But I think that in all other aspects, I think Aimi is better on defense. And I think she's better in the midfield because she's got more stun potential. She's still got a lot of mobility with a blink of her own. And you just kind of can't beat Glitch Pop in terms of its versatility. You get a spot strike and a stun wherever you want it at any given point in time. And you still get those turrets on offense, which Asher loves, because Asher keeps the core in one spot. And if it somehow manages to get out of the clutches of Asher, then you also have to deal with that firewall sentry on the other side of it. So yeah. I think there's arguments for both offensive duos for sure. But in terms of just broad blanket midfield matchup, my vote goes to Cardbox on the Aimi.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's pretty fair. Aimi Asher is kind of known to be that like tried and true stuffing combo. Like, yeah, people say, oh, this Era X exists as well. It's another one, but it's not the same, right? This is really just you go to a corner, plop down creations, and stuff it through. And well, Moffin Koei, if he gets some assistance, he can deal with that, right? With the hooks, he just has so many hitboxes, and the Juno also has so many hitboxes, but on the opposite side, right, Juno Rasmus being a little more similar to the Estelle Rasmus in a sort of way, where not so much in terms of the reliability, but kind of how they do long-range core control. The other thing I do want to mention right now, though, is I think the issue, something seems to be up with hook resets. We're not quite sure on what it is. We'll kind of get back to you guys on if we figure out what the issue is, but until then, we are stuck here waiting.
Yeah, patiently. I mean, it is a little goofy every time we have a little connection issue like this happen. But we're down to just wait it out. I do like that we have Moffin leaning up on his umbrella.
Oh.
Kazan just hold on. Are we back? Hook
Oh,
resets?
I guess the issue might just be that the time limit has been reached, so they have to play without hook.
Okay, I see.
And it's tough, but them's the rules.
It's not going to go like that for the rest of the match, though, right? What's going to
I
happen
don't
here?
know, actually, what the ruling is.
Because, yeah, I mean, it would be really unfortunate if we're about to just witness a 2v3 happen. That does look like what's going on right now.
Yep.
You hate to see it.
Does look to be the case. I mean, thankfully, at least, this isn't their elimination match. Like, yes, it sucks. You have to go down to that loser's qual. But on the bright side, the team that they will be playing if they fall to this loser's qual is Bomba Roulette, who they beat before this.
Oh, yeah, okay. So they've already got the historical advantage going in. Yeah, man, it feels terrible to watch this. I hope maybe Hook is able to get back online at some point. But I guess in the meantime, we can rejoice any time that Moffin and Leo are able to take a barrier, or maybe through some small sequence of miracles, score a goal.
I was gonna say, I think right there, what happened is, the goal is when you want the offense to happen, you want it to happen on the bottom side, so that 3Z will dash into Hook instead of the core. It's the Giga Brain play out here.
using the Juno as a meat shield. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, and that does also mean that even if Hook does get back into this game, it'll be an auto pick awakening, which is never.
Hey, I mean, there aren't really any
greatest.
bad auto picks here. Like, I think I'd be pretty, as a Juno player, I think I'd be pretty happy with everything here except the Spark of Agility, considering. Actually, no. This is the first draft. There's still 2 sparks left, and the Spark of Agility looks to be what is going to fall to the Juno.
Yep. Perfect form on Asher. That's freaking terrifying. I mean, I don't even know. Oh, are we about to see some sportsmanship here? Is Cardbox letting the 2v2 happen? Are we witnessing a 2v2 in action? I think we might be.
Looks to be the
This
case, and,
is
well,
what
we
we
might
came
have
here
the
for.
first 2v2 ever on a NASL stream, on a Bestie and Slot stream.
I am a huge believer in this kind of sportsmanship. If you have a player leave the match, having someone who's willing to sit out and make it a fair fight. I mean, we didn't come here to watch a 3v2 stomp. We came here to watch some real competition, and even though it's not the Omega Strikers we know and love, these players are still going to play it out in as fair a fashion as they can.
Well, hey, even if it's not
standing
the
side by side.
well, even if it's not the Omega Strikers we know and love, I think now that it's back to 2v2, it's about time we start ramping up the cast once more, isn't it?
Certainly. Yeah, Natty is back up at the midfield once more. I'm guessing we're going to see Moffin pull out some of those same moves as this match goes on, because having 2v2 offensive pressure is going to be the name of the game. The barrier advantage falls to return to form. Core flip almost online for Leo Leon, is online for Natty. Burns
I mean, did you see that
there.
angle? That angle's
Yeah,
insane
the black
by
hole
Leo.
angle? Yeah, it was clean. It was clean.
But yeah, I mean, Greasy's pushing up with this flip, right? It's looking pretty dangerous. Moffin's playing a little aggressively, knowing he has this barrier to work with, the flip, about to come up by Leo, and it just goes straight through the barrage. Barrage is broken.
In not the way that people usually say barrage is broken.
Yes.
Barrage is not working as intended. Yeah. Oh, are we rotate? Okay, they're rotating through. So now,
Oh.
is it 3Z that's out? Okay, I can't tell what's going on here. Cardbox is now playing once more. Maybe they just want to end it. I think they just want to take their win and go.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I think Calm really wanted to, like, work for their win, and yeah, they did. They worked for their win in game 1, but Hook is gone now, so it just feels terrible. Either you play a 2v2 and maybe even risk losing, or you just take the win, and, well, it just feels bad.
Yeah. That being said, Leo is still making plays here, even though he's staggered, looking dangerously close to Doom. The core flip from 3Z will kill there, but he managed to grab both barriers just solo. And we're about to see some Moffat Kui goalie practice right here.
Oh my god.
Look at that go! He's gapping the crap out of 3Z.
Yeah, he's playing so well in this Kazan goalie. It's a shame we won't be able to see him with a real midfielder alive. And, well, 3Z's about to send it in, and yes, he does. That is the goal for Cosmic Calamities, their first of the set.
Yeah, that is their first of the set. That's true. Yeah, because they got 2v2 points under their belt.
I mean, on another note, I really hope things are looking okay for Hook, but on the other side, things are not looking okay for Leon as he's taken off the field right there.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Deadeye glitch pop. Like, this Ivy character is disturbing. She puts out damage, she puts out knockback, she stuns. Like, what can't this character do? Another cheeky barrier found. Flips forced to burn. 3Z's just okiing Moffin. But the defense is still online. Leo manages to grab it there. And now there are no core flips on the side of Return to Form.
Yeah, and I mean, a great hook strike out by Moffin means that he almost has this flip, but 3Z has a flip of his own, and the flip burned early as 3Z sends it right past him. A great shot. And Cosmic Calamities tie this up 2-2.
As excited as we could be for the team of 3 players scoring points.
On another note,
I'm here. Whoa, Greasens is back!
Hook is back! Hook is back!
When the world needed him most!
Hook for president! He's back! Anyway, we're back to 3v3, and while Hook is still level 3 now, he may not be getting MVP this set if they win, but he is back, and we are here in now a 2v3 as we were before, and that's 1, that's 2, both barriers down, and Cosmic Calamities are pushing up in this 2v3. This is their chance to take 2 sets up against Return to Form.
Yeah, and I mean, Moffin Kui is still looking strong on defense, even without barriers. Hook resets, not looking so great in the stagger department, though. Probably will get KO'd here shortly by a Deadeye ability from Cardbox. The Giga there will send him wide, and yep, there's the Cyber Swipe into a well-timed glitch pop that will take home the set for Cosmic Calamities, taking them up to a 2-set lead.
Yeah, and I mean, one funny little side note is that Return to Form is playing the triple Hook comp. You have the 3 characters Kazan, Rasmus, and Hook resets. Anyway, besides the point. Team player going over to Kai, he would have loved Chrono Boost, he would have loved Explosive Entrance, but it's Kazan goalie. You can't give that guy team player. Kazan opts for the prime time. This is rapid fire prime time, and that is really scary for the Kazan.
Yeah, Kazan was guaranteed something good here, no matter what, which is, I mean, feels nice if you are Return to Form. And we get double the Juno jumps here, as well as some Rasmus size, and that Leon does have Knife's Edge, which synergizes with the size because you can proc the Knife's Edge buffs from further away. So, I mean, a nice draft for both of these teams, for sure. It'll just be a matter of whether or not those Awakenings, as well as now having a midfielder, is enough to put Return to Form back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if this will be enough to return them to form. But on another note, right, Cardbox has an absolutely disturbing build, right? Rapid Fire, Deadeye, Explosive Entrance. That is so much damage, so much knockback, and you saw how hard a single glitch pump, and now the Cyber Swipe also knocked Leo back, and, well, on the opposite side, 3Z's the one getting killed, so it is really early on in the set, so stacks getting reset doesn't matter too much. Hook almost taking Cardbox off the map, but the soon-to-be 3-level difference of the midfielders might matter quite a bit.
Yeah, Whoa, okay, Cardbox we're seeing why this man is an Imi main. He he just styles on him with these glitch pops. I do want to bring up Moffin though. This is not just a good goalie build because he always has buttons to influence the core. He also has buttons to just kill 3Z with. Like he's able to do a reverse OP. I've had to play against this man when he got a similar build, and it's not fun. 3Z, I know where you're at right now, and I would expect you to be off the screen at least a few more times this game.
Yeah, but looks like the barriers are the things that are sent off the screen, and so is Cardbox. Natty has his flip in case he needs it on the defense, but we'll just kind of run around, and there it is. There's the barrage committed. There's the Gigablast committed. He has to commit this flip, and it goes up to Moffin, but he just grabs it using his hook and passes it up to Hook.
It really is the triple hook comp. There's some poetry in that. It rhymes. Cardbox back on the table now. 3Z Breezy. This man is fast. Doesn't even have stacks on stacks proc yet. Just 102. But still zooming around. That flip manages to be caught by the triple defender arrangement of return to form. This angle redirect by the turret almost scores the goal, but Moffin has plenty of abilities to respond. Breezy now looking quite breezy with 150 stacks under his belt. This man is going at unprecedented speeds for Asher. Leo Leon can't manage to find this barrier. Natty is holding strong on this Kai. How long did you say this man's been playing this goalie character? He's looking pretty schmixy on it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Natty has been playing Kai since back when he was a Norm's Demon, right? His two main Norm's Demon picks were the Kai, were the Asher, right? And he's looked so clean on it lately, too. But the other thing to keep in mind is both goalies are going to be Red Core Central in overtime, and as I say that, the goal is scored. But anyway, as I was going to say, both of these goalies, the Kazan just being Kazan and the Kai having team player, means their strikes are pretty much almost always going to Red Core during overtime.
Yeah, I think you kind of can't beat the synergy of this Imi Asher though. They aren't even doing like the stereotypical corner offense. As I said, 3Z Breezy, not a one-note Asher player. This dude is totally fine linking up for the passing plays with Cardbox, and the two of them between speed, blinks, the turret comes out, all of them, and Natty actually gets to run up with that eject button. There is just an insurmountable amount of pressure here. They're able to push Moff and Kui all the way to the back of his own net. He has abilities to respond, but he doesn't have the stagger. This man is about to die. There's not too much you can do to stop it.
About to be taken off the map, and
He's
now...
alive!
Oh
Never
my
mind!
god! Hook almost saved it, Moffin almost saved it, but it's not enough as Cosmic Calamities qualifies for NASL. Welcome back.
Good to see you once more, Cosmic Calamities. Getting to finish out that match. As you said, they wanted to earn that win, and I would say that was that was well deserved. Even in the light of the unfortunate disconnect issues, you kind of can't argue with these stat lines. 10 KOs between Cardbox and 3Z, and more than enough redirects, and triple the goals of the enemy team. That's about as good as you can ask for of a NASL team.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And one thing that I just realized, this Pool B, it's all last call, right? Calm has 3Z. Hook is on return to form. Fresh is playing for Bomba Roulette, and well, we'll just pretend that Ember's Flame also has a last call member that is very undisclosed. You don't have to say who it is, right? Probably doesn't exist. Anyway, right? Now we're going to see Return to Form dropping down to face Bomba Roulette, who I think pretty convincingly won their losers match. I think overall Cosmic Calamities played pretty well, right? 3-0, I think, or 3-1 first game, and 3-0 the second game despite everything that happened. Still look pretty clean, and I would say they definitely deserve to be in NASL with their performance today.
Yeah. Now, that being said, you did remind us that Return to Form was actually the one that sent Bomba Roulette to losers bracket in the first place. So this is a rematch. We did not get to witness this match earlier today. This will be our first time getting to see it live. But the empirical evidence would suggest that Return to Form will be the one to take it home. But Bomba Roulette took a game off of them. How do you think they made that happen, Ether? And do you think that they can replicate it and maybe take home a win here?
I actually don't know how it happened, but I think they definitely can. But I think it's probably about time for us to head to break. So I think one more thing I'll say before we head off is I'm interested to see after our break if Bomba Roulette can explode back out onto the field, or if Return to Form will, in fact, return to the form of their first series today. And with that, we'll catch you guys on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second part of Landing Pool 2. We're down now at the Losers Qualifier, where we have Return to Form, seeing if they can take another win against Bomba Roulette in order to make it to the NASL. How's it going, Cloak?
Yeah, going fantastic. And I mean, like I mentioned right before we cut to break, we are looking at a fascinating dynamic here because the match that sent Bomba Roulette, or the series rather, that sent Bomba Roulette to the losers bracket was not a one-sided victory. They managed to take a game off of Return to Form before eventually being sent down. What do you think that forecasts for the series that we're about to witness now?
I'd like to say I maybe favor Bomba Roulette in the sense that they might have had some time to review their mistakes, especially since their match with Ember's Flame actually finished, I think, around set 1 or so of game 1 of Return to Form Calm, right? So they had some time to calm down, collect themselves a little bit, and Return to Form are coming hot off of another game. And well, looking at these awakenings, right? Team player for Hook Resets, Muffin Kui, and Frightfully Fresh. On the other side, Big Fish for everyone else, and it's going to be Mag Souls for Mirimag. That's kind of the big thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, Mag Souls from Mirimag is very nice. I think it's a good pickup, especially on Night Market, because you end up spending a lot of time near the center of the map contesting that speed gate, right? So a little bit of extra speed, especially when you don't have the core, is nice. Because especially as X, a lot of your time is spent just making sure that you're positioned correctly. That being said, there goes that X. Leo Leon will take him off of the map, and Mirimag will have to be put in timeout jail for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, Leo has just been going through a series of really reliable plays at this point, right? First, noticing that Mirimag just didn't have the energy, punishes him, and almost does so again with that dash punch. And then right after that, right, flipping and realizing he's close enough to hit that punch. That's a guarantee on the barrier, but hey, it doesn't matter if angles like that happen, and well, Fresh looks to be securing the first goal for Bomba Roulette.
Yeah, I am fascinated by this midfield matchup as well, especially because Hook Resets didn't opt for size, which is, in my opinion, an unconventional pick, especially on Night Market, where size allows you to take up a lot of room, and team player doesn't afford you as many options because a lot of your angles are cut off. So I actually like General Twee picking up the size here, and they are being rewarded for it here as Bomba Roulette get the early barrier advantage, as well as a power play thanks to that bell ringer. Decent chance we're about to see either a lot of abilities burned here, or maybe even a goal. There's the core flip right there.
Yeah, core flip burned, but Frightfully Fresh loses that barrier. Hook burns this flip a little early, and well, now Bomba Roulette needs to get this out of their side, and Hook takes so much damage. The projection bring him to the next world, and so does Twee. Twee falls as well, and now we have Brawlers and Goalies both alive on their own, and Fresh has this flip. I don't think he'll need to use it, but hey, there's a chance.
We find ourselves in a lobby full of players who don't know that standing near the edge of the map is a bad idea. And yeah, that unfortunate rebound there will mean that Mirimag just gets a free strike into an open net.
Yeah, I mean, we just kind of turned that little interaction from team player into team played, as Mirimag just completely mind controls them a little bit into not striking the core. And, well, he gets the goal out of that. And, oh, a little bit of a flip burn there by Mirimag. A little early, but, hey, might be punished for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the team play between Twee and Mirimag here. Their offense is looking really, really nice. Just because Twee is like pretty consistently winning midfield interactions between Hook, and then Mirimag is just doing X things on the other side of the map. But he's not doing anything right now. He's actually off the game board for at least a chunk of time. Leo Leon, though, looking without stagger here. Or evade, but Mirimag actually opts to dash punch Hook Resets instead, who has plenty of evade to work with. Gets the corner pinned in a corner, and there goes the first point for Return to Form.
Yeah, Return to Form picking up a point for themselves, but Bomba Roulette is still up, and their flip economy looks to be pretty solid, but hey, the flip economy for Return to Form is not that bad either.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of them are at a particular advantage, but Moth and Kui is about to have his up and running here. Mary Meg is up in his face. Leo Leon tries to stave him off with that flurry of fists, but Mary Meg has plenty of evade to respond to it.
Yeah.
We're in a pretty neutral state right now. No reason to suggest that anyone's going to find anything, but Leo Leon spots the pass. Fresh, playing Atlas, doesn't have anything that long range to respond to it. And as a result, we now have a barrier advantage in favor of Return to Form.
Yeah, flip burn by Moth and Koei trades it for the X Maximus on the opposite side. Two flips for both forwards on the other side, but General Tweet burns his flip kind of defensively, kind of offensively, and Mirabang almost getting his, and he gets flipped off the map by Leo Leon. That's kind of a net zero energy trade, but pretty positive for Return to Form, but not as they lose that barrier. Frightfully trying to clear this, but you can't really do that against a Kai barrage in the corner.
Yeah, well played there by Hook Resets. One of the few times where you actually don't want to walk in the direction of your barrage. He spotted that it was just a little too low, moved up to adjust and secured that goal. He does get to keep that flip as well as a result, which means that as we are now on the 5th point of this set, there is a slight advantage towards the side of Return to Form. Hook Resets will burn that advantage right here to make sure that their barrier stays up. And Frightfully Fresh has to burn in return.
Oh, God.
I mean, these teams are about as even as it gets in this first set, but a beautiful Giga will set up a dribble for Leo Leon. That'll earn the first set for Return to Form. And after their internet issues in the previous match, it's good to see them back in the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to see them back. But I think one other thing, actually, you know what, let's go through this draft first, and I have one thing I want to mention after, right? The Knife's Edge going to Julie, this is pretty lethal. The Egoist is still left up. Stacks for Kai. Does this Ego go to Juno? Yes, it does. And Chrono's still up, could be picked up by the Rasmus, but it is Rasmus goalie. Another thing to keep in mind is this Atlas is going to be sparking, right? So that's something we have to deny later on. Now, one thing I did want to mention, right, is regarding the Juno Big Fish that you talked about earlier. As someone who plays a lot of Juno myself, I feel like the sweet spot is that single size awakening, right? Because it makes this dash strike a lot easier to hit, and that is one of the most infuriating things to play against when you're playing against Juno.
Yeah, definitely. You get a little bit more breathing room on your dash strike. And then you also get to contest these little micro midfield interactions with a little bit more confidence, which is always nice. We are seeing some interesting speed gate dynamics here. It seems like Mary Meg and Twee are the ones who usually have control of it, and are able to actually just push the players of Return to Form out of the way. They're pretty consistently proccing knockback on these guys to keep them away from the speed gate, which is being very effective as they crack open the barriers here.
Yeah, so I think one thing is that General Twee, as a player, he's always been really good at working around these speed gates, especially, like, even when he was in NASA, right? There's a reason a lot of his teams loved Night Market. It's because he is so good at positioning around the speed gates and knowing how to optimally grab them without conceding core control.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he is making sacrifices to grab that speed gate. It is one fluid play that just happens to involve that buff, right?
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh kind of stuffs that flip with a strike shot, the direct strike shot. I have not seen that in a while, and, well, that's another great strike shot up at him, and Hook Resets is looking really low with no evade to work with.
Yeah, this bell ringer is going to make him even lower. He'll have to go grab that orb. But that it does mean that barriers go down for Return to Form. And once again, Mary Meg and General Twee, oppression in the goal box will bring them up to a 2-point lead. Bomba Roulette showing they're not the only ones that can shine on this core strike field.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, they might be taking the second set to even things up, but I think we've seen Return to Form in a position like this before, haven't we?
What was that?
I think we've seen Return to Form in a position like this before, right? Where they've been down 0-2 against Bomba Roulette.
I wouldn't know, but yes, I would believe it for sure. Yeah, and as the core flips come online for Bomba Roulette, they're in a strong position to close out the set right here.
Yeah, Mirimeg just ticked over and has his, and General Twee is about to get his as well. This is 3 core flips, and this is the perfect situation to be using them if you're Bomba Roulette, right? Open net on the enemy side. There's one stuffed away by the Whiplash. Frightfully Fresh isn't in danger of having to use his, at least not yet. But Leo is working this corner. The flip used, cross map. It's just buying so much space for Bomba Roulette, and now General Twee will almost have his.
Yeah, they really effective defense there against the core flips, but it does mean that Hook Resets once again finds himself in dire need of some life. He will get KO'd there by Mirimeg, by the Bull Rush. Those stacks will be reset, which means that regardless of how this point goes, this was a victory for Bomba Roulette just because they got rid of that speed advantage. Now as Hook Resets comes back online, the barrier's still up for Bomba Roulette. Frightfully Fresh holding strong. Mirimeg and General Twee back on the offense, and it'll be that friend fling that sends it in. A 3-0 set in favor of Bomba Roulette.
That rhymed, but
It
besides
did.
that, right, Muffin Koei, I think, is a little bit miffed by that last point because the hook ran out at the last possible moment, and this is a tough draft to navigate, right? Catalyst Ego is just so good, but Fight or Flight also exists. But it's also
And
Rasmus
Hotshot.
next. Yeah, Hotshot also exists, right? The Juno also probably feels a little depressed because there's so many good options here that they really don't want to have to give up. But Catalyst Egoist, it's so good, right? There's no way you give it up.
And I'm surprised that Fresh opted for the Fight or Flight pickup over Spark of Agility, especially because with 2 Sparks, Spark of Agility gives almost as much speed as Fight or Flight does. It's not a huge difference between the two, and gives you that bit of extra CDR because Fresh is also working with Spark of Focus. But he opts for the Fight or Flight, likely more of a denial towards the forwards of Return to Form. Either Awakening works good in this situation.
Yeah, denial, but it's actually not terrible because while Spark of Focus with Spark of Agility is kind of unconditional CDR, Fight or Flight technically can be that conditional CDR, and we've seen Fresh actually stagger or even kill people a few times too, right? So that means he will get that powerful defense tool that is the Expanse back more often.
Yeah, and with Twin Drive still on the board, there's also the potential for that Twin Drive Fight or Flight Exodia, where you can refresh both of the cooldowns at the same time, which would be very nice. General Twee, though, with this Catalyst Egoist, looking ripe for a goal here. It'll be defended away by all 3 players of Return to Form sitting in their net. But Mirimeg still has a flip in turn. Will burn the X Maximus here, but Leo Leon manages to get it out of his clutches. The Bell Ringer dribble is not enough to find anything, but General Twee and Mirimeg have not lost possession yet. A little bit of a brief push from Hook Resets and Leo Leon, but it's back in the net of Return to Form before long. So much core speed from the side of Bomba Roulette. The team player of Frightfully Fresh and these Blobos are sending it as fast as you can imagine.
Yeah, the Blobo is sending it really fast, but it's the double team player on the side of Return to Form that's going to make these offenses really lethal, but it doesn't matter if it stays on this side. General Twee with a great dribble, almost having this flip from Catalyst. Ego is coming up. This has to be a good flip from Muffin, but it's not. It comes right back to the opposite side, but Leo almost has his flip. The team player strikes going so well for Return to Form. The Twin Drive, the second... Oh god, I'm getting lost in the sauce as the secondary was popped, but Leo finds the punch, and that's the goal for Return to Form.
Yeah, and Hook Resets after that point 1 is sitting on 106 stacks. Plenty of speed to work with here. Maybe not as much as Frightfully Fresh, but you don't really have to contest Frightfully Fresh in the midfield, so it's not that big of a deal. Instead, it's General Twee who's actually putting up most of the problems here, but it's not enough for Hook Resets. Hook Resets finds his way, grabs the barrier, and then Leo Leon grabs the second one shortly thereafter. Return to Form, true to their name, is back in the game.
Yeah, but General Twee does answer with a barrier of his own, but look at the flips, right? No one really has any except Frightfully Fresh, who might have it soon, but keep in mind, General Twee has the Catalyst Egoist. This could be generated really fast, but not if he dies. Mirimeg chasing after Hook Resets, opts to not do so and continue chasing after Leo instead.
Yeah, Hook Resets is repeatedly finding himself with a profound lack of survivability, which is really bad when you have stacks on stacks, right? But I mean, it does seem like General Twee is specifically saving slimes with his name on him, but Leo Leon is there to clean up the ashes and bring a 2-point lead. I didn't even see, how did that happen there? Fresh just burned flip there, and Leo caught it, right?
I think so. Maybe he was just a little too far away from it, and Leo just got a great dash punch, and, well, that's 2 barriers. Mirimeg not happy with the outcome of that previous set after all he did to kill Hook, and takes those 2 barriers in return, and let's see if the forwards of Bomba Roulette can convert on it.
Yeah, Mirimeg is looking scary in front of that. I didn't even process that Mirimeg actually got unstoppable from that previous carousel. Huge awakening against a Rasmus goalie where he doesn't get to stun you as often. So very nice. It's not going to earn him a goal here, but the pressure is still mounting, and Frightfully Fresh still has a barrier, whereas Moth and Kui has got nothing but empty space back there. He does have a core flip, though, to help him out in case of a sticky situation. And Frightfully Fresh, taking a bit of a risky dribble, is called out by Leo Leon. And that means that now both teams have no barriers to work with.
Oh my god, they do it again. Hook resets with a great pass to Leo, and Leo doesn't miss. That's another strike and a 3-0 set for return to form.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really seen Leo do a lot with dash punches. He's just been striking good. Like, he's just in good positions and then just left clicks and it works. Actually goes for the built diff here. No doubt the Knife's Edge synergy is the logic behind that. That does mean that this Atlas gets perfect form. A lot of CDR there. He does give up twin drive for that, but I think perfect form is the right draft there regardless.
Yeah, perfect form means that return to form does not get it. But yeah, no, giving up the twin drive, it sucks, but hey, I mean, perfect form, it just gives you more cooldown overall, and whoa, Hook resets, taken off the map by a bell ringer. Now in a 2v3 is return to form. Can they deal with this power play, or are they going to be stuck losing a few barriers?
Look at how far away from the side of the map Leo Leon gets this Knife's Edge buff. Every time that little glowing circle pops up, that's Leo Leon in prime punching mode. To put it lightly, this man is freaking scary at almost all points on this map. Pressuring General Twee away from the side of the map, which is where that midfielder often wants to be to catch those wall clears. Does mean that Leo Leon has just bought his team a lot more room to work with. And even though he's unable to kill Mirimeg there, he's still making plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing here that I really want to see out of Mirimeg is I want to see a bit better bell ringers, right? A lot of these bell ringers, he just keeps hitting the sour spot because they're just never at the perfect position. And that's kind of why Moth Kui is able to clear a lot more of those. And, well, there's the X Maximus. The flip out by Moth Kui clears it down to Leo. Leo looking for some sort of goal attempt here, and he just keeps dribbling, looking for a pass to Hook. An awkward angle means that Night Market steals the barrier from them, and Leo gets the Flame Flurry down to the bottom corner, and that's another goal.
Yeah, Bomba Roulette not quite hitting their stride here in this set, and instead we're seeing a return to form. Like, I hate that we keep using it, but it's such an appropriate phrase. I love to see them cooking here. An early barrier means they're going to keep this momentum rolling. Grabs another barrier there. This Julie is just striking. Take Leo Leon's dash punch away. Doesn't need it. He's doing just fine without it. I don't think this guy needs any abilities to make it work.
Slip comes out by General Twee and Mirimeg. They only get one barrier for it, and General Twee at risk of dying, but thankfully to the Catalyst, he actually gets the energy he needs to stay alive from that, and oh no, it's just sent right past him, and that's another goal from Leo Leon.
Yeah, I'm like incredibly surprised that Fresh doesn't just always have abilities up. This dude's got Spark of Focus and Perfect Form, but it seems like just simple strikes and passes are always enough. Like, even that Expanse right there is not enough to save the barrier. Even when he does have abilities, it just doesn't seem to matter.
I mean, this could be it, right? This could be the end of game one. Leo is looking in front of the net, and he gets the punch, and that's game one, going to return to form.
Yeah, return to form. In their prime here, a well-deserved game one victory. Even though Bomba Roulette had a strong showing in the early sets, I do just think that we saw a lot of scaling happen, right? Came a point where Hook Resets wasn't dying anymore. He was getting to hold on to those stacks. Leo Leon got all the big Knife's Edge synergies, and Moffin Kui was holding it down. 71 saves. Not as many as Frightfully Fresh with 95, but that's what happens when your team is able to keep up offensive pressure so consistently through the back half of a game. Your goalie doesn't need to hit the core out of your goal box that much, right? They're just able to sit up and kind of play second midfield. Yeah, fascinating outcome there. Return to form, taking game one.
Yeah.
What's this second map that we're heading to? What are we about to see switch up?
We're going to be heading to Return to Form's map pick of Atlas Lab, right? Which they did pick last time, and, well, we didn't get to see kind of the full extent of what they wanted to do because, of course, Hook Reset had some unfortunate stuff come up and just wasn't able to play out a good chunk of the game. I mean, one funny thing I just want to note down is it's really tough. When your opponent is Leo Leon and you're in a landing qualifier, the odds are not looking good, all right? And Bomba Roulette really needs to find a way to adapt, and I think part of the reason maybe they struggled is because they wanted to play into Moffin's Kazan, but they couldn't because it was a team player start. So now maybe they're hoping for a bad Kazan start so that they can maybe ban out the Finny or like ban out the Rasmus or pick it away or something like that so that it doesn't fall to Moffin Kui.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I think that the way that General Twee and Mirimeg have been playing, I think, is very healthy for playing into Kazan goalie, right?
Yeah.
There's the things that Kazan struggles the most against. Lots of like projectiles and ranged abilities, and somebody like getting up in his face, right? He can deal with one or the other very easily. But if you get General Twee and Mirimeg up on offense, there's not a whole lot that a Kazan can do. You definitely need someone else in the goal box there to help out. You got to rely on your midfielder at that point. So yeah, I definitely think that as long as we don't see a team player pickup here and Moffin, decides to whip out the Kazan, there's a decent chance that Bomba Roulette could just run away with game two. What are they going to do if Moffin does what no one expects and actually chooses to not pick Kazan?
I don't know, right? It's completely possible, and I think we saw it before, right? He had a great option to pick Kazan in, I think, a previous series or something like that, but then opted for the Rasmus, and it looked pretty solid, but of course they didn't, convert in the end, unfortunately for them. But yeah, I think what needs to happen, right, is I want to see Mirimeg on either the Kazan himself or maybe an Asher, right? I don't want to see this X, right? It looked good at times, but there were a lot of times where it didn't look the best. And I just feel like we need to see a lot more reliability from the players who I typically know to be pretty reliable.
Yeah, I definitely think that Mirimeg's playstyle is much more spur of the moment opportunistic, right? That's why he likes Asher. You get stuns whenever you want them. You can do dribbles and then randomly mix them up with your dashes and get a strike reset. There's all sorts of like spur of the moment in the heat plays that you can make with Asher, which is the character that he's known for. X is a character that you really have to methodically set up your plays, right? You have to be thinking several seconds ahead where you need to be sending these things because all of your abilities have wind up except your ult. And so to make the most of his kit, you've got to have that foresight, which is not something that Mirimeg is known for. He's known for taking advantage of those in-the-moment mistakes. And so I definitely think that switching up the Brawler character could see more of the Mirimeg that we all know and love and just style on him.
And, oh, wait, this is very interesting, right? Looking at this draft, it's a hotshot monumentalist start, right? So they're banning away, I guess, the Aimi from Hook Resets Bomba Roulette. This is interesting, right? Which means that Hook Resets is going to be playing a hotshot Juno. But hotshot Juno and the Luna being gone, this means that General Twee is forced to his third pick, the Finny, right? This is going to be a Finny and probably a Kai goalie, unless, somewhere in between General Twee started practicing this Kai and is now good at it. And once again, Rasmus and Kazan. Whoa, wait. Is this could be a Kai scorer?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what we're looking at here, there's going to be someone funky in the brawler role. Surely this is Finny goalie that we're looking at, right? No. Is it Finny goalie? Is this fresh Finny goalie?
No, I don't think so. It is most likely to be Finny for General Twee, because that is his third most played pick after the Luna and the Juno. But it is completely possible that maybe since then he's picked up the Kai or the Now and is way more comfortable on it. But keep in mind, right? Hotshot Juno, Monu Now. We're dealing with the Battle of the Abyss.
Who is fresh playing?
Probably Now. I think it's probably playing Now, right? Because Monu Now goalie is still pretty solid, right? You can drop it on your forwards. You can drop it on yourself. Yes, it's not a strong hit, but it's still like relatively solid because of the cooldown. And Kai forward is a pick we've seen piloted pretty well at a moderately high level from people who can specialize in it. And Mirimeg is a brawler player who I've known is kind of willing to play some of these other picks. He has been practicing midfield from time to time, and I think it is most likely going to be the Miri Kai forward.
Yeah, I've never seen Fresh play Now. Okay, yeah, no, it's General Twee on the Now. This is the Finny Fresh goalie.
Okay, yeah,
cool.
There it is.
I was about to say, I have seen the Finny Fresh goalie before. This is something that I would expect him to whip out. So yeah, this checks out. This checks out. But you are right. This is Mirimeg, Kai forward. Been a while since we've seen this, but it is okay. We're off to a freaking fast start on AtLab. Almost all the barriers on the screen going down immediately, and Leo Leon is already staggered.
And hey, taking a look at the Awakenings, we see 5 hotshots and a Monumentalist walking into the bar, but we also see the core walking into the bottom side of Frightfully Fresh's goal.
Yeah, it's somehow Leo Leon finding that goal, even though he's on the other side of the map. The core quite literally walked into that goal. I do not think that Leo intended for that to be a shot, but hey, we take those points when we can get them, and we take those barriers where we can get them. Mirimeg and Twee, I'm sure, are very happy now that Moffin Kui does not have any barriers to work with. And Leo will actually flash the GG emote there, feeling bad after losing both of those barriers.
Yeah, and I mean, he's also feeling pretty bad after feeling hurt, right? General Twee could look for a finish, being Monu Now actually has some really solid damage, and Mirimeg looks for the barrage finish as well. A lot of damage just being pumped to keep Leo staggered, but it doesn't look like a finish will be coming anytime soon.
Yeah, I actually really, really like the midfield pressure between Twee and Fresh, because this Monu Now, especially ever since they buffed the Now primary to extend its duration, right? These primaries take up so much of the space, and that allows your Finny, who honestly loves to know, everybody loves to know where the core is going, right? But especially Finny, who's a lot of her abilities have a little bit of wind up here. Just having less options to have to deal with is very, very nice, and it means that they're able to keep this barrier up incredibly consistently and make some really nice defensive plays.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, one thing that I've heard talks about from some people is that Finny goalie is best paired with a speed character in the midfield, because especially if you're pairing it with something like an Estelle or an Aimi, both of those characters like to kind of play at this backline and dropping stuff from afar, and it feels pretty awkward, right? Because you're stepping on the toes. But when you have something like a Now in the midfield, and a great Strike War win out by Fresh, it isn't enough. When you have something like a Now in the midfield, it means that you can run with the speed to kind of cover the stuff a little bit closer with the Finny reinforcing you.
Yeah, and I mean, here we are, we're talking about what Finny wants. but we also have a prime demonstration in this match of what a Finny goalie doesn't want. Because what we have seen, especially like last NASL season when Finny goalie had her real heyday, Finny does not have a great response to core speed. And here we are, Moffin Kui is on Kazan goalie, the core speed man himself. Hook Resets has a hotshot Juno, and Leo Leon's on a hotshot Rasmus. All three of their characters are incredibly good at sending the core as fast as it possibly can go. And so it does mean that the longer that these points go on, the more Fresh is going to be hurting. But for now, they're eating good with these barriers, and Fresh still has a core flip to help him out.
Yeah, he still has his core flip, but Leo Leon just respawned, and a lot of damage is being taken by the members of Bomba Roulette. A flip being burned by Fresh. Little awkward. Sends it down to Miri Mag, but they strike more the slime, and now this could be the goal option that they're looking for. No, it's an awkward bounce. It doesn't send it in. A great hook out by Moffin Kui. The big finish, looking to finish this point off, and now we're into overtime, and Miri Mag is looking really low, taking a lot of damage. This really awkward corner pocket where General Tweet and Frightfully Fresh are trying to fish it out of. They do for the time being, in a great strike war. Just means that Moffin Kui continues to send it forward, and here it is, top corner. No, not yet. And, well, this is the barrier about to be lost.
Yeah, that does mean that Frightfully Fresh is now in a scary, scary situation. Not only because, as normal, you don't have barriers at your back, but also because these high core speed shots are even more dangerous. But as Miri Mag walks the dog off the side of the map once more, that's one less player that can send the core incredibly fast on the side of Return to Form. A flip in front of the net from Gerald Twee and a spot stud from the Giga! That's team play at its finest.
Yeah. Well, we saw team player start last game. This time we're seeing raw team play out by General Twee and Miri Mag.
Yeah, and I mean, that is I commented on Twee and Miri Meg having some offensive synergy at the start of last game, and we're seeing it come back up here. This is more the kind of plays that they were making earlier, just opportunistically playing off of one another. I think that this Kai character plays really well into Miri Meg's playstyle that I was talking about before the match. But that's just an onslaught of slimes. What can you do there? Hook
yeah, I mean, it wasn't
resets.
just the slimes, right? It was actually a death touch from Leo that secured it, right? Or kind of set it up. Because it was a really good clear out by Frightfully Fresh, waiting that strikeout. But then Leo death touches it back, sends it down, and now you cannot clear it because the slime is too close.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nice draft here. The Knife's Edge is interesting. I will say I think Moffin's going to get a lot of benefit out of it because Kazan doesn't really go out of his goal box a lot, so he'll probably get the buff quite a bit. Sparks heading down to Frightfully Fresh, Egoist on Hook Reset, Size on Leo Leon. That's 3 big awakenings for the side of Return to Form, but a lot of scaling goes over to the side of Bomba Roulette. That now is going to be able to build up those stacks on stacks incredibly quickly, especially with Monumentalist already. And as this game goes on, Frightfully Fresh is obviously threatening that spark pressure. So it really is just a classic dichotomy of we want to see fast wins if you are a Return to Form fan, and we're hoping to just stall out for this scaling, which it's going to be difficult to do with Miri Meg off the map if you're a Bomba Roulette fan.
Yeah, and Bomba Roulette fans aren't really in the best position right now, right? As Miri Meg's taken off the map, does respawn, but the barriers are open, and that's nothing to protect the goal. Leo is looking staggered and could be taken off the map if Miri and General Tweet play this well, and Frightfully Fresh tries to drop that secondary, but doesn't really kill Leo, and now Leo's in a really tough situation, scoring that for Return to Form.
Yeah, Return to Form is looking incredibly strong here. I think that maybe the big change that needs to happen here is because Fresh's character is not particularly equipped to deal with this offensive comp, that Miri Meg and General Tweet can take advantage of the fact that they kind of have a double midfield comp and come back, help him out on defense some more. We're not going to see that happen in this point as both barriers do come down once more. Leo Leon and Hook Resets are just putting up such an effective offense that it's almost like the defense doesn't even exist. But, I mean, Bomba Roulette, definitely, if they switch up a few things here, they can make it past this, and they do manage to find a barrier right there that could maybe bring them a point here.
Yeah, and I mean, this Kai, you really have to use the speed to your advantage, but it's tough when Muffin just has this knife's edge and is just consistently playing to keep that speed. And there's the flip. Where does it go? It gets stopped, but in front of the net is Hook Resets also with a flip about ready. And there it is, the ego is popped, the flip about to come in whenever he wants, and that's the flip. Up and off and Kobe comes to the opposite side, the big finish holding it, and the flip actually wasted. Mirimeg almost set off the map. He's alive for now. Off to the opposite side, it just keeps going round and round, and Leo might end it here.
Passes it up. Oh, he's back. Take over.
Oh yeah, no, he is definitely back, and well, Mirimeg almost has this flip himself, getting healed up by General Twee, looking kind of okay for now, but maybe not as that topspin comes in, evades it perfectly, and there's the death touch. Oh my god, Fresh is so patient with these.
Yeah, oh, and there's the goal. What did I say earlier? Kazan cannot handle multiple projectiles, and well, normally you'd need 2 characters to accomplish that, but Kai just has one ability that can do it all. Barrage will be the thing to secure the point.
Yeah, Barrage might be, and we need to see more of those barrages, but again, it is really tough getting into those situations, especially with how the defense of Hook Resets and Leo Leon have been, meaning that the Now isn't really able to support the Kai in the midfield as much as she wants, and wow, what a clear out by Fresh. Another one there too. It's just, these clears out by Fresh have been really good, and now we just need to see if Mirimeg and General Twee can convert on it in the offense.
Yeah, I definitely think that it won't be difficult for them to set it up once they can get it across the midfield line. The real difficulty in this game is the defense, because Leo Leon and Hook Resets just have constant pressure up. But Frightfully Fresh will give them a bit of purchase, finds a KO there with the core flip. Hook Resets, though, just 1v3ing in the midfield here. Does manage to stall out quite a bit of time. Leo Leon now back on the board. Mirimeg sitting in front with core flip. The death touch will make sure that he doesn't get to take that shot, and the next opportunity that he gets is easily blocked away by Muffin Kui, who is now sitting the core at red speeds. Now it's Leo Leon off the board once more. That man does not seem to be able to catch a break at this point. General Twee will hop back, but it's not even needed. Frightfully Fresh has plenty of defensive tools at his disposal. Leo back on the board once more. Frightfully Fresh. Not in position to catch that. Muffin Kui is actually just going to be able to shoot from all the way across the map. Keeps the core flip for next point.
Yeah, I mean, Frightfully Fresh recognizing that goal was kind of lost. I think what really saved them there was that hook out by Leo Leon, and oh no, we don't want to see that. The hook out of Leo Leon meant that Mirimeg was hit stunned and could not flip there when he had a really good opportunity to shoot. But yeah, we see this flip coming out of General Twee, and Mirimeg does convert on the second barrier. This could be what Bomba Roulette needs in order to come back.
Yeah, they do have an incredible opportunity here. Scary saves here from Frightfully Fresh, but he's holding it down, doing a fantastic job in the face of a scary comp, but Leo Leon baits him out. Frightfully Fresh misreads the 50-50, goes up a little too far, and that's all the opportunity that Leo needs to secure a set for return to form.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the powerful options here. Thankfully for Bomba Roulette, Juno is at the end, so you don't have to worry about that Catalyst Egoist, right? Twin Drive, going over to the Kazan, pretty scary, means more abilities. And it looks like they're Frightfully Fresh is just waiting to ensure that his forwards get at least one of Catalyst or Fight or Flight.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision. He actually ends up grabbing Catalyst himself. That is a Rampage Kai that we are looking at. And Stagger Swagger on the Now. Not at all how I expected this draft to go down, but that works, and it does mean that Hook Resets actually gets prime time, which he's perfectly happy with.
Yeah, I think Hook is happy with prime time. I mean, it sucks that you have to give it to him. I kind of understand why they want this Rampage Kai, though. It's because last set, the main thing I saw is that the Kai was really struggling to deal with the Kazan close strikes, right? And it's just because of the size, too, right, that he has, right? Kazan has Powerhouse Pauldrons, which means he's big. Now, if the Kai gets Rampage, he can sort of contest that.
Yeah. I do think that that's a smart play if they could get these Rampage stacks up and running. They got one that point, but it was also a point that went over to return to form. these scaling awakenings that Bomba Roulette have taken need to come online soon, or they could see their run fall to the ditch this match.
Yeah, I mean, they could see their chances at NASL fade if they don't really pick up more stacks, scale faster. Mirrormeg could die. He could reset these Rampage stacks. The big finish almost good enough, but Return to Form's defense even better.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about the triple midfield comp almost on the side of Bomba Roulette, but we're seeing Leo Leon walk back to help on defense too. It won't save the barrier there as a good angle from Mirrormeg finds it. But I mean, all three of them are in the goal box there to respond to Twee's core flip. If you can't get value out of your core flips, then the enemy team is playing incredibly effectively against you. And it means that Return to Form is still feeling quite strong despite having no barriers.
Oh my god. There's no way that just happened. Leo got the barrier, Hook got the flip, and then the goal. We thought it was all but over for them, but they still managed to pull that point out.
Well, and not only did Hook have to, take the normal, heat of the moment thought of what angle do I send this core at, but realizing that the angle was through a triple take that Frightfully Fresh had put down, and timing the shot in between the procs of triple take to make sure that it actually finds its way into the goal box. Just some incredible situational awareness there from Hook resets. Leo Leon is staggered here. Maybe a power play could come out, and on this series point, give Bomba Roulette a little flash of hope.
Yeah, they need this flash of hope, but the flash of hope is immediately destroyed. Bomba Roulette, their chances at NASL explode as Return to Form take the series and make it to NASL. Welcome, Return to Form.
Yeah, and I mean, being Return to Form's debut, this is the bar that they have set for themselves, right? I think that they made a fantastic showing today, and I'm very, very hyped to see as we go into the normal NASL season if they are able to replicate this, if they are able... I hate that we've used it so much. If they're able to return to form, right? If this team can meet that bar, maybe even exceed it, they'll be playing against the best of the best in the coming weeks. Any more thoughts about this match, Ether? Thoughts about these teams? How are you feeling after that?
Hey, I'll say it again, right? When you're in a landing match and your competition is Leo Leon, I think it might be a little doomed, right? Leo Leon will make it to NASL, no matter what. And, well, he's here again with Return to Form alongside Hook Resets, Muffin Kui, which, for Muffin Kui, this is actually going to be his first season as a starter in NASL, right? And I'm excited to see how his picks will kind of, evolve, right? If he will stick with this Kazan, Finny, Rasmus, or if he will branch out, right? Because we've seen some players come into NASL as maybe 2 tricks or 3 tricks because you really need at least a few characters to get to that level. And then they just become insanely flexible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think that this is a huge opportunity for, honestly, all of these players to evolve, but especially Muffin, because we've seen that Muffin has a very distinctive preference when it comes to characters, and we love him for it. But I'd be down to see him branch out. We've seen him whip out the Asher before. I'd love to see him go even beyond those characters and really experiment around. But we will get to see Return to Form along with all the other teams that got to qualify today in the coming NASL season, and I am hyped to see what they're able to make of it.
Yeah, I mean, once again, right, give a welcome to Arrow's Kitten Club, welcome back, right? Modern Magic, welcome from Pool A loser's side. Cosmic Calamities, welcome back with an asterisk, considering there's a bit of a rebrand, and some players shuffled around, and welcome to Return to Form. But I suppose that's about all we have today. However, there might be a little announcement over the horizon.
live at Esports Stadium Arlington, and we are excited to kick this off.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Pretend that this is the start of the stream. Welcome to From the Ashes.
We're downtown New York here at OS NYC.
Fudgy angle.
Fire, you are so good.
Oh, obscure it. Breezy.
Bella, just 1 versus 3. Fate of the universe on the line. I want Dave forever.
They call me the king of the West for a reason.
This guy's a little bit of a yapper. He goes woof, 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 woof.
Landing has concluded, and that means our 10 teams are set for the North American Strikers League Season 5, set to start in about 2 weeks. My name is K-Bot. You heard from me earlier. I am now joined by Vaughn, Threezy, and Joker. Real quick, one word to describe how you're doing right now. Vaughn.
Great.
Threezy.
Excellent.
Joker.
Vibing.
Okay, good deal.
How about
you all
you,
know
Kenneth?
the drill. What?
One word from you.
do it.
How you doing?
Stupendous. There
Yay.
we go.
Good word
All
right there. That's my
right.
favorite word, actually.
Your favorite word.
My favorite, swag and money. That's my favorite word.
Money's a good one, too.
Phase up. Okay.
Okay. You all know the drill for how this works. It's the biannual or however often we do this bloody league PR
Bloody.
where these rankings mean nothing except for the opinions of these 3 esteemed panelists. Vaughn, why don't you kick us off? Number 10.
All right, number 10. I've got a bit of a tradition here. I don't know if I can break from this tradition. It feels something like I feel strongly about it. And it's a way to like ceremoniously start things off. I'm always the first to go, and I always have to say this team because they're clearly the worst team, and I have to do it because if they're not first, they're last. So clearly they're last. The 10th strongest team in the North American Strikers League is clearly Bun Bonanza. I rank them 10th every time, and that clearly holds true. This is now their 3rd season in a row. They've made playoffs every season, and then this is the season where I think they are the 10th strongest team, and I'm sure that will happen. So I'm going to slot them right where they belong. No place better than home. So I'll move it right along to young Threesland.
Threezy.
My turn. Okay. This is interesting.
You have to put the first actual 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Oh, never mind. Sorry. My bad.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I think I was thinking EKC coming in wouldn't be as strong, but they looked really good.
They look good.
They look good. So
really
good.
I'm gonna avoid putting them. It's either Modern Magic or Return to Form for me. I think I'm gonna go with Modern Magic just because they don't have as much experience. But I think they showed that they're pretty good. They struggled a bit against PPL today, but I think they got it done. So give it to them.
One of the concerns I think Threezy as well for this team is character pool depth.
Right.
Not feeling the strongest here. Joker, what do you think?
I think I'm gonna have to agree with Threezy. I have to put Modern Magic there. Today they actually did look pretty good, but we saw them on like picks like the Rasmus on Carmine, which I was surprised he got to play all day, honestly. Like everybody knows that guy's really good at that character, right? So it's either like a pick ban for teams against him, but we didn't see that. But I think a lot of teams in NASL are gonna be doing that. And what I think about that.
All right. Threezy.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to you now. 9. We're just gonna bounce around here.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm up again.
Yeah.
Just seeing.
That team doesn't exist anymore, bro.
Yeah,
I was actually gonna.
Sorry?
I was gonna say, yeah. Who's that?
Who is that?
Who is that? I don't know. I don't know that team. Anyways, I was gonna say it is weird looking at fluffy bangers instead of bang bang. It's weird looking at that logo. But no, I'm gonna put Return to Form at 9. I think they're good. I think Moffin is raw talent in the box. Hook is coming back to NASL after a little bit of a hiatus. So we'll have to see how this team does. Again, they have the GOAT, Leo Leon. I was so happy to see him qualify again. It's like we're keep qualifying together, so I love it.
Leo Leon, 3 inevitables: death, taxes, and Leo Leon qualifying for the North American Strikers League. Joker, to you, number 9.
Yeah, I hate to copy Threezy again, but I think I got to put Return to Form there. The other rosters just look a little bit stronger, but I wouldn't be surprised if they perform well. Like Leo Leon and Hook Resets are both former teammates of mine. I think they're both great players, and they've shown that they can perform well on the stage. And Muffin, I believe, was the most valuable sub for NASL before, so I'm pretty sure they can hold their own in the league as well. So yeah, I'd have to put them there.
The largest thing is going to be what else Muffin plays again, right? Because I feel like Kazan, maybe not the highest contested commodity in the world, but certainly something that he's much more comfortable on in the goalie slot than anything else. Vaughn, what say you here for number 9?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right at number 9.
yeah.
Right at number 9, it's Fluffy Bangers. That guy right there in the background of 3Z. So the Fluffy Bangers right here. This is a new team. We've never seen this org ever. They're a complete question mark. I'm not sure how well they seem to be some sort of CS:GO team. I think they're in the wrong competition, so I'm not exactly sure how that worked out, but everyone knows the strongest org in Omega Strikers is Team Arc. So they're gonna have a big legacy to fill because Team Arc, infamous for getting top 6 at an S tier, which is tied for the highest any org has ever gotten. So in the past, other top 6 members, we had Bang Bang, a beloved team, one of the strongest teams we've ever seen in NASL, and we had Bun Bun. But now, Bun Bun has to be 10th, and whatever team this is has to be 9th because I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
So we've got to have Fluffy Bangers at 9, Kenneth. There's no other place to put them.
All right. Okay, Joker, your turn to follow up. Number 8.
I think at number 8, I'm gonna. Sorry, 3Z. I think I had to put Calm, bro. I gotta put Calm. Number 8. It's just as like simple as I think the other teams just look a little bit stronger going into the season. But I will not be surprised if this team performs well because they have obviously a seasoned veteran at forward. Natty played really good last season. We saw them make their debut, and Box is like the new kid on the block with the midfield, like showing that he can ball. So I'm excited to watch them play.
All right, Vaughn, I'll send it back to you. Number 8.
All right, and number 8. Ooh, this is tough. This is actually really hard. It's actually hard.
It is hard.
Can you come back to me? I'm thinking.
Okay, fine. 3Z. Number 8.
Thanks.
Number 8.
Wow. 3Z trying to find a way to not rate his own team at 8.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Hit the nail on the head with that one came up.
Okay, I got it. I'll say here, I got you, 3Z. I'll take it so you can go up higher. I'll put Cosmic Calamities at 8. An old team actually. This team almost made playoffs last season. Got a familiar team coming back. This is clearly the same team with the same strengths. And this team finished 7th. So, they capitalized the 2 C's in the name, which I think is going to make them a little weaker starting off. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to affect morale on the team. But I think the off season, they got 2 new guys. They kept Natty and they picked up these two new players to the squad, and I think with a little bit of polish, these two new additions to their team, especially, they look like they're up and coming players. They could both really make some waves. I'm excited to see what this team's debut looks like. This forward pair, we've never seen them in NASL, so who could say? But I think 8th is a good place to put this Cosmic Calamities team. We've seen them last season. They look like the exact same team, no changes. So it seems 8 is like an appropriate spot.
3Z.
I'm gonna go. Cricket.
Oh, it's Cricket. It's Cricket.
Ah! He's got her claws out, bro. He's trying to claw me. All right. I'm gonna go EKC at 7 or at 8.
Okay. Sure. You want to defend yourself there, or are you just gonna thumbs up and say nothing and move on? All right.
I'm just gonna put them at
Okay.
Actually, Walked him like a dog in scrims, I think. I don't know. But there you go. Bang, put it in.
Woof woof.
Roof, roof.
Like this.
Yeah. There you go. Bang. Scrim bucks. Get boned,
Okay.
noobs.
Scrim bucks.
The
Scrim
Scrim
bucks.
Bucks Economy. Oh yeah. Vaughn, number 7.
Number 7. I think. Okay. Wow, it actually is hard to do this. Okay, I think number 7 is gonna be so fun when we get to the end of the stream. Like when the shoe will drop. But I think number 7, I'm gonna put. Okay, I'm between two teams, two history teams. And I think I'm gonna go with. This is hard. I can't. This bit is so hard. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with Bozo Bunch at 7.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
I'm gonna go with Bozo Bunch for 7. And the reason why is because there's no way a man with his balance takes can be ranked any higher on my power rankings, and knowers know of whom I speak. But okay, now that one small joke aside, I am the number 1 Dropletto believer. I mean, I low-key gas this guy. I give him so much trash for his balance takes, but he is a wonderful part of the community, and I love when he's my brawler, and we've teamed in multiple tournaments. So, I'm gonna put them at 7, and I will say no more for now. And then when we get higher up the list, I'll come back to this ranking. But all I want to say is for the Bozo Bunch guys listening, please remember where I ranked you last ranking, and just keep that in mind for now. Okay, we'll circle back to this. Please
I don't even remember what that was.
I put them 4th, I think.
Okay.
Or 5th, 4th or 5th. I rated them really high, which I still believe in, but they're 7 right now. Type shit.
Yeah.
So
Real,
we'll move on
sure.
for now.
All right. 3Z.
I think. I think this is where we're gonna go with Fluffy Bangers.
You're saying that you beat Gramella, Fudgy, and Drew.
That's correct.
Okay.
The new team.
Yeah.
The new team.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, these
new
guys
team.
are total noobs, just disturbing noobs. They haven't seen them before. They probably just lobsters, honestly. Who even knows about them? But yeah, probably not going to make playoffs.
Yeah. All right. Joker.
Because I was gonna say this spot's like really hard for me to pick. Like all these teams are like pretty good, but 3Z raises a good point. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we've never seen what these guys have done before. They're an unknown quantity, so I don't think I can put them in like playoff position yet. We'll see as the season goes, but yeah, I think I'd put a fluffy bangers there.
Yeah.
Just outside of playoffs, but we'll see what happens.
All right, 3Z, number 6.
Oh man, K-Ball, you gotta lay off me. I gotta have more time to think. All right, let me think.
Think faster.
I got it, 3Z. I can go.
All right, let Vaughn go.
Okay, 6 is Eris Kitten Club. This team has a lot of promise. Their offensive firepower, very impressive. Their depth, the amount of characters they can pick, I'm learning from them every day. And by all this, of course, I mean when we play Overwatch, which is what we'll be doing after this. In terms of Omega Strikers, they're just fine. We can move on.
3Z, did that buy you enough time?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Bozo Bunch here at number 6. Yeah, I like that little frog with the glasses. He's good. He didn't deserve to be 7. I think he goes at 6 personally.
Oh, that's
who knows?
facts.
Yeah,
God, I've grief. I forgot Return to Form. was in. Oh no, I've actually griefed the whole ring. Can we? Is there a way to edit this? Or no? Is
I
it
can edit
cooked?
it. No, I
Okay,
can edit
can
it.
we?
I was gonna
Okay,
say, I was wondering when.
yeah,
when you
my
were
bad. I'm sorry. I need return to form. Oh, but no, Bun Bun needs to be 10th. Shit.
Just make him 9th. That's fine.
Okay, we need return to form to be 9, please?
Okay.
I forgot. I messed up. Return to form is 9. So just keep that in mind for now. And Fluffy Bangers is 8. And then everyone moves up 1. Oh my god, I can't believe I
There we
forgot
go.
about return to form. That's
Yeah.
so embarrassing. Okay, sorry, keep going. Oh, sorry, I definitely interrupted someone.
Okay, you interrupted 3Z kind of, but I think you were still talking about Bozo a bunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joker.
Oh, look! Now we have Bozo together at 6. How serendipitous.
Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah, lovely.
In our power rankings.
Yeah.
I'm next, right?
Yeah.
Yes, go for it.
All right. I think this is where I'll put EKC. You know, last season they barely didn't make playoffs, and a lot of the reason was that, or the biggest reason was that like their midfielder was kind of like on and off with the game. So I don't know if he's gonna be the same for this season. We'll see, but I see them squeezing into playoffs over Fluffy Bangers this time.
Katsuna has had to play the game a little bit. He is playing in CCL on the NGIT roster with Miri Meg. So he has been playing. Whether or not that keeps up, time will tell. 3Z, do you have a number 5?
Number 5, going to be Bun Bun Bonanza.
No. Okay. Great. Joker.
Yeah, I'll put Bozo Bunch here.
Are we just gonna stop talking about what's going on?
I got this. All
right, Vaughn, number 4.
Okay, at number 4, now this is a team that I think a lot of people can agree on is 4th place. This is a team that's gotten 4th place in NASL. This is a team that has been together for quite a while, but has their ups and downs. Definitely a team that is known for their unique communication styles. A team known for their innovative picks. I think we're gonna have to put Demons Raw in the 4th place slot for my power rankings. I think this team got a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And impressive that they've managed to make sure all their starters are eligible for the start of the season. So they're already showing improvement.
That's facts.
I think this team has a really high ceiling. Their star player Snake recently won the LAN. So I'm interested to see if Snake's goalie and Snake's midfielder will be able to keep up this season, and kind of with him leading the charge.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're able to do that. They have some great subs. I think the number one thing is the depth of this roster. They've lost all their subs, and they're going to need their subs at some point. There's only so long they can go. So I think we're going to put them at 4 for their 4th place finish in NASL Season 3. And we'll move on from there.
Joker, let me go to you, number 4.
I think this is where I'll put the Bonanza,
A little overrated for me, but I guess that's
okay. I was gonna say like everybody's used to them being like the underdogs, and they are, but I think they're actually gonna for once exceed expectations, and maybe we'll see them in the top 4.
All right, 3Z.
Vaughn, can you tell me if your 2 teammates have played the game in the last 2 months?
What?
Yeah, that's not what I figured. That's what I figured.
Yes, actually, yes. I have a DM from Bells.
Oh, I did see Bells play some solo queue the other day.
He said on October 11th, I'm going to try to do the crazy tech of not being insanely washed from MapleStory during the regular season. This NASL ROFL I still might be hella washed for the first 7 matches, but we might start screaming before week 9. I said, I know what you mean. So.
Okay. Sounds like old habits die hard for Mr. Ali Bell's Omega Strikers. All right.
But they have
Well-
we duoed this past week, and Caleb plays semi regularly. So
Okay. I've been hearing Caleb's been in the deadlock queues.
yes, he just played his
yes.
qualifier. He's in a league with Borg. They just had
Borg.
one of their matches yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put 3 for. Oh wait, no, it's 4. Wait, who am I missing?
4?
Hmm.
Your own
My
team.
4? Oh, my team. That's where I'm gonna put. Sorry, I forgot about my team. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Yeah, my team. Is my camera frozen also?
Your camera is frozen. Also, it sounds like you're putting Sad Boys 3.
I'm down.
Probably, but who knows?
Bro, froze
Probably, but who knows? All right, we'll come back to that, I suppose, then. Joker. Let's go to you while Threesy's figuring his stuff out. Number 3.
Okay, I'm sure we know what the top 3 teams that are here are left over. For 3, I think I'm gonna go with Demons right here. I think they're off the high that they just won, and they're just not gonna like take the season seriously, and they're gonna play other stuff or whatever. And I think boys aren't gonna let them beat them this season too. So I think this is because they always take turns beating each other. Like it's weird. So I think this time it's a boys over a Demons angle, and I'll put Demons third.
Vaughn, what are you thinking for 3?
All right, for third, I'm debating between 2 teams out of the remaining 3. Well, clearly I'm putting my team 1. But we haven't gotten there yet, so maybe I won't.
No.
I think this is where I'm gonna put Modern Magic. They're gonna go right at number 3. And I'm getting some big. I think this team is interesting. I'm getting a lot of vibes of eternity, the cycle of birth and death when I watch this team. A lot of ancient power coming out of this squadron. And that's because their logo is drawn by Dragon Clawed. So already A+, and then they also play the game too. So I think right at number 3 is Modern Magic.
Very big buff of playing the game, as it turns out. Threezy, number 3. Threezy.
Did you freeze again?
No, I'm just figuring you out. All right. Oh man. I mean, yeah. I don't know if I've ever not ranked Sad Boys first. I don't know. You can check the.
It's okay. You can take us out. We had our worst placing ever. It'll be okay.
I actually think. I don't know. It's interesting. I think Showtime is super scary, and I also think Demons just won NASL, so I'm gonna go with Sad Boys at third.
I'm down.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much game playing these guys get to sooner than later.
right.
Always a mystery.
Vaughn, you want to speak to
Yeah.
that? 2. Lock them in.
Yeah. So 2 I've got Showtime, and then 1 I've got our team. And so these are as it says, we're saying these are our power rankings for the teams. But you know what? I have a confession to make. No one said it had to be the power rankings about how good the teams were at Omega Strikers. So in chat, if you can figure out how I ranked these teams, with the exception of Bun Bun Bonanza, they're locked in 10 forever. They have to be at 10. But 1 through 9 is a ranking for something else. So
Honestly,
I'll
I
let
don't think
everyone
10
else
is a
figure
bad
that
spot
out.
for them, Vaughn. Like on your list.
No, I have a thing where if your logo centers around an OS character, it's an immediate F for me, no matter how good the art is. Like that's
Yeah.
just a personal thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll move on with 3Z.
Yeah. All right. Threezy. 1 and 2.
I'm gonna go with Showtime 2 and Demons Raw 1. No, that's
No, keep that. This is pretty.
That's not what I said, is it?
That's what you thought, but it's not what you said.
Perhaps. You'd never know.
So which one is it?
Hey, well, I said Demons Raw 1.
Said Demons 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Kenneth?
All right.
What are you doing? Some trickery over there.
You said all right. Whatever.
I said
Joker.
Demons Raw 1.
He said Demons Raw 1. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, apparently I just can't listen at this point.
all good.
It's late. Joker.
You're forgiven.
You putting your own team?
Yeah, I think I'm not crazy for once for putting my own team at first. Like, if there's any season, it's this one. We came second last season, and we only like had been practicing with Barcode for like a month and a half at that point, and we almost like won the whole thing. So yeah, I think with a full season, like we can probably just win. And yeah, I think it's boys over demons for this season, like I mentioned before. Yeah.
All right. Power rankings in. How do we think things played out here?
Yeah, I think my rankings are perfect, and at the end of the season,
Yeah.
these will be the exact standings.
Yep. True.
That's all I've got to say. Okay, if we want my,
Imagine it actually is. The
that would be
most accurate
insane.
it's ever been.
If it actually, because mine are always pretty terrible. Imagine if this was like actually it.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. If we want the actual ratings, it's like Return to Form 10, Modern Magic 9, all the other teams. And then my team somewhere in the top 3. I don't. My thing is like the problem is, at least based off what I saw today, it feels like Return to Form and Modern Magic aren't playoff contenders yet, and then all other 8 teams feel like playoff contenders. That's my honest to God take. I think every season I predict Bozo to make playoffs, so they would be one of mine. But I have to be a Fluffy hater because Bang Bang was the greatest logo branding combo in NASL ever in the history of the universe, and it's gone. So I'll never support Fluffy Bangers as a team. So I'll say they miss on my hater energy. But I'm down for some of the logos to get a little spruce up as well. I think last season was like the peak of logos. They were all so good, and we've entered a dark age. So, that's my takes. And I think realistically, Demons Raw and Showtime. It's like a weird like triangle where I feel like we match really well into Demons better than Showtime, but Showtime looks like they match well into us. But then Demons, I don't think has ever lost a series to a Huss team before. But Huss teams beat Sad Boys, so it's like this weird. But we also lose to Demons, so I don't know. It's like a weird little try. It's not just like the 1 and 2. It feels like a 3 now with teams like Bozo Bunch, and Bun Bun Bonanza. They've taken series off of those 3 as well. So like, who knows what could happen? I think it's looking cool.
Joker, what do you think about that little triangle?
Yeah, I was gonna say something as well. I think for this season overall, I'm looking at it, and it's like Vaughn said, there's like 2 teams that are like kind of like, you don't know if they're gonna make playoffs, and the other ones are contending. But what I see is like, honestly, I really like don't expect to see like an 0-9 team or even like a 1-8 team. I think like bottom of the table, the teams are gonna have like a couple wins. Like I think it's gonna be like really close, like between all the other teams. I really don't see an 0-9 team.
Is this where I go on my hater arc and call an 0-9 team from the brink? Do I say?
You can do that if you want. But I don't think there is one.
I'm on my supporter. I'm on my peace and love arc. I'm just happy we also get to play. I hope everyone gets a win. I hope everyone feels good. I want everyone to feel good. Life is good, guys. Playing OS is so fun. 07XDME, my hero.
How real is that? Salute to the
how real
goat.
is that? 3Z, how you feeling about these rankings? You think your team's gonna squeak out 4th or what?
I mean, I'll be honest. Kenneth Bottom 273. We come on here every time after landing. We just yap our brains out. None of it means anything, except for when I got the predictions exactly right in the first season we did it. That was really cool.
That's true. You were 10 for 10 on your standings.
I did. I went 10 for 10, so I'm kind of the goat. I didn't really try that hard this time, so who knows? I probably won't be 10 for 10 again, but I mean, it's cinema. We've got some new teams. We got some old teams. Rip to Bang Bang. You will be missed sorely.
Yeah, all good.
But hey,
Wild West Drakkar logo.
It was crazy.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sounds like y'all are excited and about ready to play in the main league. Let's talk real quick about where all the rest of the teams ended up. In Tier 2, you all have been pinged with the rosters. Give me who you think is most likely to come out on top in the North American Strikers Academy, the Tier 2 league. We saw some of those teams today. Some of them didn't make today and were playing yesterday. Vaughn, I'll send this to you first. Who you got here?
I think the easy. Well, first, actually, I want to say I love seeing teams continue to improve. Like, I like seeing like nasty teams or nasty players get up to NASA. Like, the pipeline is in full swing. I was very excited to watch Flying Blobos compete, for example. Like, in my interview at the start, I said how much I like that team and those players. I like seeing people like I think, for example, Sovereign, their first season was nasty last season, and they were just absolutely pissing their pants every week, like super nervous. But like they keep improving and keep getting better, and now they're in NASA, and like that kind of stuff is my favorite part of like seeing people like get more confident, like improve their play. That's like my favorite part of what our TOs have established here. So I really love seeing, and especially like us, even Ball and Ballers. Like I'm
I
pretty
was
sure
about
they
to
were.
say, shout out to Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, Shadow Ball. That's OSAS. Like they started grinding in OSAS. Like that's really cool.
And Knowledge Gap, like they've been through the whole pipeline.
Yeah, so I love that. I think the clear easy standout for me with these teams though is PPL. I think that PPL players, like I think, I mean, Fiery is very widely regarded as NASL caliber. I think he won most of the games he subbed in for in NASL, or at least a fair amount. And then Emloom is a NASA champion who, when he started role swapping to goalie, it was rough, and now he's really bloomed into like a very good goalie. That guy is really
He's a
good.
beast.
Yeah, I think that he is very, very competent in his position. Like he looked by far and away the strongest goalie in NASA when he won with chatting. So we have an NASL assumed like level forward. We have the former like champion, and then we have Average Alex, who's just been a staple of the community. And even though his time is being split now, because I know he's been really into like Rivals that just dropped, like this guy gets good results both online and at LAN. And these three have been teaming for a while now. Like they've been putting in work. It didn't work out for them today. But there's no shame in losing to like EKC. Like that is a team who just a season ago got second place in NASL, period, like grand finals, and then grand finals of the next S tier in the land. Like that's crazy. So I think that's the easiest. I mean, I know it's such like an easy answer, but you ask who I think, I have to say PPL. I think every team I predict loses like pretty hard, so I hope I don't jinx them here. I think the last one I had was like the Fools, and then the one before that was something else. So like I hope I didn't jinx PPL, but I think PPL it looks like the strongest team in NASA by like a lot. So anyway, that's my take.
3Z, what do you think?
I also think it's gonna be PPL, but I'll choose a different team. So if it's not gonna be PPL, then I think it's gonna be Pass. I think this team is super good. Tragic is a beast. This guy subbed in last season on last call, and we took a game off Bun Bun. Played like an absolute demon. Obviously, like Vaughn was talking about, like how players in kind of stuff that you deal with as like a player, you're not used to dealing with like nerves as much. So it'll be interesting to see, like, as like I got to play with Tragic, I got to play with him as a teammate. Interesting to see how high he's going to climb this season. I don't think they did that great last season, past it, but I think he has a lot more experience now. And as well, adding Hungry Boy to the roster is like just massive, because Hungry Boy, he's a veteran of the scene. He's a beast. So I think this team is pretty good. But honestly, like this season should be really competitive. I mean, you have PLX once again in NASA. No chatting this year though. Rip chatting. They will be missed. But I think it should be pretty competitive. At least in the top like 4 or 5 teams.
All right, Joker.
I'm really excited to watch NASA this season. Obviously, like Vaughn said, players that had like a crazy come up, like who started off in OSAS and like just like improved, and now we see them in NASA, right? And then there's also like, dude, like Fire Madden's like a norms demon, and he's like just competing now, and like it's gonna be interesting to watch that. And another thing too, it's like I'm pretty sure chatting has like won NASA every time, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, there's going to be a new champion this season because there's no chatting, right? So
I think they've won like every season but PLX. I think they won
yeah,
every
you're
other
right.
season.
Yeah, you're
PLX
right.
won the first one,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
PLX.
PLX won the first one because PPL was favored to win. Then they lost in grands, and
Mhm.
then it's just been a chatting sweep with 2 different rosters.
Yeah. So thanks for
Yeah.
correcting me, but yeah,
I
we're
got
still
you.
going to see a new champion though. So yeah. Right now I'm in between two teams. I want to say either PLX or Rose Petals, and I think I'm gonna go with the fun answer and say Rose Petals. Um, I like this team a lot actually. Like I think Luke is obviously like an ASL level goalie. Like everybody knows how good that player is. The question mark is just if this guy shows up to the games, right? And Twisty just really impressed me yesterday in liftoff. Like she's improved so much. It's like been really a pleasure to watch. So, I think they're gonna just like be a standout forward in this league. And then there's Doxy midfield who like people have been underrating, but like she puts in the work too, and she fits in really well for the way this team plays. So I think this team can actually surprise a lot of people, and they might be able to win NASA.
All right. Fair enough. I'll give one last thing before we wrap up here. Vaughn, I'll start with you. Any other comments or things that you want to say before we head into the season? Or nothing. I mean, nothing's fine too.
Yeah. K-Bot, come on now. You know me. I can't shut up even if you can't. I have to talk. I need the attention. It's all good. I think. I think what I'll say is whether or not you are a player who achieved your goal today, or you are someone who is frustrated by the result, maybe everything didn't go your way yesterday or today or during the qualifiers or whatever. I think it's important to remember that it's very rare that you're in a competitive space where everyone knows everyone. So I think this season for all the leagues, we should try to I don't need people to not trash talk each other, but consider the fact that everyone kind of puts stuff aside in their real life to make time to come together to do what we're doing here and put in time to improve and stuff. And so when you're competing in whether it's your first season or your fifth in NASA or NASL or NAST or any of those things, just try to remember that we're so small and tight knit that like you're probably going to see these people that you're talking to at the next LAN, or you're probably going to, ask them for favors, or maybe you'll play with them or hang out with them in a new title or whatever. But just keep in mind that like this isn't going to be around forever. So I guess in terms of when you're competing in the competitive space, like this isn't anything about like solo queue or whatever, but just try to remember that we're all doing this because it's fun and it's fulfilling, and sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the fact that like this person said this player on my team is bad, and so then I think their team sucks because we beat them in this game, and it's like you get caught up in like the ego of it. And I think that's something that like I'm working on too. And so just try to keep in mind that like I don't know, like it's like I don't know. I guess I already talked about this a little bit, but like XDME not being a part of the Odyssey community anymore, or like the Odyssey studio, really like kind of put it in stone that like we're on a time limit here. Like there's only like so long we're gonna have this, especially once our TOs decide to move on to greener pastures because they're so good at what they do. Like who's to say that maybe some other game takes off super well and they love that game and something like we're done here. So I don't know. Like I just think it's important that when you look back on like I don't know 2 years from now when we're not doing this anymore, like I just hope that everyone acts in a way where they can look back and they're like happy with how they acted and how they acted with other people. So I don't know. That's my take. That's how I kind of feel recently about our community. There's my 2 cents. So just keep in mind, like win or lose, there's only going to be one team that ever wins, and so it's about how you conduct yourself when you lose, not when you win, which sticks with people more. So that's my 2 cents. Good luck, everyone, and I hope you have a great season.
All right. Remind me to put you last in the future, board. 3Z, you want to follow that up?
I'll piggyback off that. As a storied loser in OS, someone who hasn't won a lot of things, you know, last time, you know, I got flamed, so I haven't been flamed enough this time, so I'm gonna flame myself a little bit. As someone who hasn't won a lot in OS, I agree. Like, just being like someone who people can reach out to, like if you're, you know, a higher tier player, like coaching people, finding time to enrich the community while you can. Like something that I've tried to do. Obviously, no one's perfect, right? You all have our times when you have someone in solo queue who you don't like, and maybe you say something mean. But then maybe hopefully you say sorry later. So I don't know. Basically, just saying that like community's awesome. Like we built it. TO's amazing. Like let's just appreciate it while it's here. Because like Mon said, yeah, it's probably not going to be here for, you know, a whole lot longer. We've been doing this for what, 2-3 years. It's a long time. For a game that hasn't really had too much support. You know, for the last, you know, few months. So yeah, just appreciate your fellow strikers. And TOs and everything else. Yeah.
Roger that. Joker?
Yeah, just I
Anything
mean,
you
two
got?
beautiful messages from 3Z Breezy and Mr. CEO over here. And yeah, there's like really not much left for me to say. Other than I'll just piggyback what 3Z said at the end there about the TOs. Like, I'm just like so grateful to these TOs. Just they deserve another shout out, honestly. Like the fact that we have this like big community like this, and like how Vaughn said everybody knows each other, is just all due to Best Scene Slot, like the amount of work they put in, and like they really didn't never had to do any of this for us, but like they're over here doing it, and like now we're in season 5 of NASL. It's just crazy, right? And we are on a time limit, but like we're gonna stretch this out, and a lot of that is due to Best Scene Slot. So shout out to them, and I love you, TOs.
I forgot to say
Not
one
to-
thing too, if you let me, K-Bot, which
Yeah,
is
go
come
for
to the Cali land. If you haven't gone to land
Yeah.
before, this land is gonna be awesome. Like New York land, the weather, it was so hot. I'll just be honest. It was so hot.
It was the worst weather maybe ever.
POV, me and Vaughn are in the subway station sweating our asses off, lost, trying to find the subway for like 20 minutes. All good. Guys, California is beautiful. It's amazing. The weather hopefully will be awesome. Please come. I want to meet everyone who I haven't met yet in OS. So if you haven't gone to a land where you're thinking about it, you're on the fence, if you can come, please do. It'd be really nice to see everyone. For what might be the last land, I know we've said it like every time, but actually with, you know, recent events and stuff, like who knows, right? Who knows when the last land will be? And this one's going to be special. So I really hope to see everyone there. If you can make it, obviously.
Just show up, bro. Please just show up.
Pull up.
Put the fries at the
There's
bag.
time.
Just put the fries in the
March
bag.
22nd and 23rd at UC Berkeley in California for the crown. Be there or be square. I might be square. We'll have to see. Well, so that's that. That's a good shout out for the last thing. More announcements soon from this esteemed TO crew, about to head on to their 5th season of doing this whole league nonsense, which ironically enough will be the first season where nothing major has changed. Right? Central
True.
servers, striker draft, and there was
Snake
something
draft,
Yes, sir.
map pick ban. Yeah.
map pick ban.
It's all the same.
So this will be the first season where the rules are the exact same as the last, and yet it's still the 5th. So
If it ain't broke, don't
excited to
fix it.
see where everything goes. That is true, and I'm sure more additions will be coming to the pipeline sooner rather than later, and also new merch might be on the way. It's been teased a couple times, so be on the lookout for those sorts of things coming soon for the Bestie and Slot crew. And support one another, to echo everything that these gentlemen said. Folks, that is it for us here tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the fun this weekend. We will see you in 2 weeks for the start of the North American Strikers League, North American Strikers Academy, and North American Strikers Training Grounds, or whatever that is, Tier 3. I just know it is nasty. Folks, we will see you all later. Take care and have yourselves a good night.
Sports Stadium, Arlington, and we are excited to kick this off.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Pretend that this is the start of the stream. Welcome to From the Ashes.
We're downtown New York here at OS NYC.
Fudgy angle, fudgy angle, fudgy angle.
Fire, you are so good. Oh, obscure and breezy.
Bella just 1 versus 3. Fate of the universe on the line. I want save forever.
They call me the king of the West for a reason.
This guy's a little bit of a yapper. He goes woof, 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 woof.